Well, good evening, and over to you, John.
And thank you, Ben. I'd like to welcome our friend Mark Changizi onto the show again. Yes, again. This man's unstoppable, and he's still plugging away on Twitter despite things that have changed and haven't changed. So we'll talk about that. But I'd like to welcome Mark Changizi to this, our version of Midterm Madness.
Good afternoon, your time, Mark. It's well into the evening here, but how are you doing?
Great. I'm not track of any of these, what the numbers are. I presume it doesn't really make any difference until about 4 a.m. when the mail ballot dumps begin. That's really when you know.
Have you seen the problems in Arizona and New Jersey and all over?
I've been hearing, but I haven't really looked deeply into it. I've been busy today, so I'm not really, plugged into the details of these things yet.
Have you voted?
I am always obligated to say yes to encourage others to vote.
Okay, there we go.
Good man.
I will not ask anything further on that front.
No, we don't need to know your persuasion.
We don't. I mean, the polls are saying one thing, and like you said, the 4 a.m. mail dumps may well say another. But...
Yeah. So, other than the midterms, the big news is obviously Twitter. Has it made any difference to you on Twitter, though? What's happened with Elon?
It's a little unclear. For a while, I was starting to get a lot of uptick. I think they were messing with the algorithms, sort of playing with the tilt a little bit. I'm still considered sensitive content, so a lot of what people see is just Mark posted something and it's underneath the censor label saying this is sensitive content. You've got to go change your settings, but then it doesn't allow them to change their settings.
Yeah.
I think that Elon had said something like there's not going to be any substantive changes or reinstatements until both some kind of internal committee has created a new set of guidelines that he's happy with, and probably after the midterms, they didn't want, I guess.
Well, I think
this until the midterms or something.
Yeah, I think that it would be crazy for him to put anything in before the midterms, because he would immediately have been charged with election interference, wouldn't he? They would just have said, "You're trying to sway the election. You're trying to sway the election."
Right. Now, of course, it's been tilted for the last year and a half. I mean, longer than that, but disproportionately tilted. So if anything, it would have been an untilt, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still banned from Twitter. Me and John, our personal profiles are still banned for no reason at all, really. He did say comedy was legal on Twitter. John got banned for a joke.
But it wasn't even that bad a joke.
But one thing I will say is this, actually, concerning your account, Mark. You're following my wife, and my wife follows you. And despite the fact that is occurring, if you put your name in the search bar, only your backup account comes up.
Right. Yeah. If you type in the whole name and then hit return, I think it used to be the case that the other backup account would happen, and maybe my old FreeX account. And then if it says like see more, and then if you hit see more, then maybe it pulls it up or something like this. But
it certainly feels like there are definitely still some algorithmic shenanigans going on with concerns to your account and other people's accounts, obviously. Like you said, when he first took charge, it was like the floodgates opened for 2 days and then bang, they closed again. So many people reporting that they got a whole heap of new followers, but then also we're seeing now Elon himself report that the user base itself of Twitter has grown to its highest level ever. So maybe that has something to do with it also.
I don't know whether it's a 0.5% higher or how big these numbers are. He didn't tell.
So what's your gut telling you? What do you think is going to happen? Are we going to see the red wave that was been forecast? Who was it that said it? Like the elevator doors of the Outlook Hotel opening?
Shining. It was Joe Rogan, wasn't it?
Yeah, Joe Rogan, that's it.
Yeah, I missed the last 45 seconds sound for some reason cut out. I don't know why.
So what I was saying, are we going to see the red wave? I believe it was Joe Rogan that said it was going to be a red wave like the opening of the Overlook Hotel's elevator doors.
Yeah. Look. I mean, I am still boggled by the idea that Trump. Many people don't like Trump, but he's charismatic, interesting. He was if you ask me, at a high in terms of leadership qualities that are rare to find amongst U.S. presidents. And Biden, who was the least charismatic, most senile candidate that we've seen in generations. So, it boggles my mind, and I'm still to this day, as many of us are, skeptical about the outcome of that. So I find it hard to have much confidence that things will go the way they should. Things are even worse in many senses, because you remember when Biden was elected, the full prejudice and totalitarianism really.
I think I've lost you both.
And then the censorship of their political opponents didn't happen until the Biden administration came in. And this is my First Amendment lawsuit with the New Civil Liberties Alliance, along with Michael Stenger and Daniel Kotzen. That didn't get ramped up until April, May of 2021. So the level of authoritarianism and general population totalitarian righteous prejudice against the unclean, the deniers, the unvaccinated only got higher after he was elected. And I think that I get this feeling like tremendous swaths of Americans, at least in much of the world, are completely over it. And there's only like 15% have gotten the most recent booster. Very few people are masking up. And if that's any indication, I think the medical authoritarianism and the general kind of creeping towards democide against the deniers and the unvaccinated hopefully will have tremendous repercussions against the Democrats. But, so that's one argument for it being a stronger reason for it to be a red wave than potentially back when Biden was elected, which wasn't, of course, January of 2021. It was, September of 2020. Yeah. So much had changed.
Yeah. So I quite worry about America, because it used to be the bastion of freedoms in the world. And to me, it seems to be that it's sliding, especially politically, it seems to be sliding towards a third world country. Like, it's like a banana republic when it comes to voting now, because, you can't put your faith in what's happening. And that's been proven rather than just supposition over the last couple of years, hasn't it? In certain areas, it's been proven that there was cheating going on. I mean, you can't have 125% of your voters vote.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and even setting that aside, I mean, I'm Iranian, as you know. My wife is Iranian. And so I have a lot of followers that are Iranian on some of my social media accounts, Instagram in particular. And they've reached out to me and said, look, we need your voice. And of course, my voice is a million times smaller than, Masih Alinejad, some of these big voices. Yeah. But still, they've asked, and I tell them, and it's embarrassing. I said, look, I don't have the voice that you think I have. I am actually being censored, directed by my federal government to stop my voice, as well as hundreds of thousands of voices like mine, because we were opposed to the COVID interventions.
Well, so it's not just, we're on the other side of the Atlantic, and it was ultimately your government that interfered with us, because it's Twitter, it's US based, and it's that censorship that obviously hit us. It's ridiculous what has happened to all of us. And we're still sitting through it. And it's a damn shame, because I do think if we had not been suppressed, censored, all three of us now would be sitting on much larger profiles, and we would have those voices that some people might ask us to have.
Right, exactly. So of course, you guys are in a worse boat, because even if I win my First Amendment lawsuit, even if the attorney generals of Louisiana and Missouri or Mississippi, they started after us. They used a lot of our case to sue the federal government on First Amendment grounds on a slightly broader, going a little bit beyond COVID-related things. And they've now made it farther, because when they started their case, there was more leaked and more FOIA requests that came out showing direct coordination between tremendous numbers of departments of the government with Twitter, Facebook, and so on. So they're in a much better position, and they've gotten to the point where they're going to get discovery. They're going to get Fauci on the stand. They're going to get the head of the Department of Health and Human Services on the stand. They're going to get a whole lot of people on the stand. Even if we win, the EU doesn't have a First Amendment.
No.
And Twitter, if it wants to do business in the EU, I'm not sure what their recourse is. If Elon Musk has the balls to say, okay, we're not going to, we're just not going to listen to you. If they want to do business there, they may still be just as censorial as they ever were through direct, unabashed, explicit top-down coercion from the state.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, Germany's already a special case, as far as Twitter goes, because there's certain things you can't say in Germany. So if you start saying those things, they just stop allowing you to be seen in Germany.
They do. I back when I had my main Twitter account, I had several things that just random things, live streams even of protests, and it would bounce back and say this is in contravention of German law. It can't be seen in Germany. But we are not in the EU, so we are in Britain. Right, but I would say in some respects, especially in Scotland, where John is, he's got it way worse, because you can now go to you can now go to jail in Scotland for telling an offensive joke around your own dinner table.
The one that gets me, and Mark, maybe you've not heard of this, but 2 police officers just got sent to jail in
London.
For sending WhatsApp messages to each other on their private accounts that were construed by the court as offensive. And on sentencing, the judge said it was worse because although they were private messages and no one was supposed to see them, that aggravated the crime because no one had a chance to redress them. Why are we even in people's private messages? The whole thing's ridiculous.
Holy crap. Yeah, if you went through my private messages with my buddies, I mean, they were funny. Funny is over the line. That's how it works. If you're not going over lines, it's not always as funny.
There should be no lines.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Like, this is an argument that I've got into with people before, because as a disabled man, I quite enjoy a disabled joke, right? It makes me happy, it makes me smile, and it normalizes the fact that I can't walk a long distance, say when I'm using my wheelchair or something like that. And I love it, but then people start getting offended on my behalf and telling me I should be offended. And then because of the laws of the land we have here, hate speech laws exist here. I know they don't exist over there in theory, but they exist here. And, someone could get the jail for telling an offensive disabled joke and someone else taking offence to it on my behalf.
Well, look at the guy in Scotland, the comedian guy.
Yeah.
He's in the jail for that, isn't he?
Well, Mark Meechan, he did not get the jail, Count Dankula.
No, not Mark Meechan, the other guy. What's his name?
You got another one in jail?
Oh, God, I can't remember his name. Anyway, it'll come back to me at some point. But yeah, I mean, the hate speech laws are crazy because in theory in Scotland, you can't use hate speech across your dinner table.
You can go to jail.
Well, I mean, the private-public distinction, I mean, it's bad enough if it's in public. The whole point to the Amendment and to free expression is that it's the most protected speech is hate speech. It's exactly hate speech is the kind of thing that people will always want to call the speech of their political opponents hate speech because they hate it.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Everybody believes their opponents are involved in political viewpoints in statements that are encouraging dangerous things. That's why I have my political viewpoint, because I think that what you're saying is dangerous and often, to me, hateful or super dangerous for society. All of these kinds of things sort of blend together.
Yeah.
And so the idea that we can't say that is bizarre. It's, of course, 1,000 times more bizarre that people shouldn't be able to privately discuss these things. Are they soon going to check to see what your thoughts are? I mean, actual literal.
In fact, you say that. There was a woman in this country who. I'm telling the absolute truth here as well. She told some offensive to trans people jokes and things on the internet. The police showed up at her door and said, "We just need to check your thinking."
Yeah, I mean, that's 1984 or Minority Report. I am a woman. One of these activists got arrested the other day before she'd done anything.
Mm-hmm.
She was just standing in the street and they arrested her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pre-crime, surely.
Well, actually, no. I think I know the situation. Is it the Just Stop Oil girl?
Yeah, I think so.
No. So the situation
Or
there
was
was
it-
actually
did she breached the.
she's got a citywide banning order from London, and she went in anyway.
Oh,
because
she's not allowed in London.
She's not allowed in London because she spray painted Scotland Yard.
Oh, for God's sake!
Scotland Yard being the head of the Metropolitan Police in London. This girl a couple of weeks ago from Just Stop Oil spray painted the front of their building and their sign, and she got herself a banning order from London for it until the end of the year, and then turned up in London this past Saturday and then went on social media to say they're arresting me for no reason.
So what I would say, that link I sent you, Mark, feel free to give that to anyone you think would benefit or enjoy coming on the show, regardless of where they are.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah,
Will do.
we definitely would like to talk to anyone and everyone that wants to come along throughout the course of this evening. We're going to be on all night, our time.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I've got the coffee machine ready. It's all good.
Yeah, how are you going to get the coffee to me?
Well, you've got the coffee machine behind you as well, John.
Yeah.
I gave you the coffee machine. I know it's there.
Yeah.
So
what's happening with you personally? Are you still staying in Columbus, or are you looking to move?
No, so I'm moving to Miami in 2 weeks. I'll be leaving Columbus, Ohio, where I've lived for about 8 years. Multifaceted reasons to move. My wife is a Tehran girl. Tehran is like New York City in terms of it being a serious freaking city. And anywhere in the United States that's not LA or New York is flyover country and is the sticks, right? That's from her point of view. So she wants to get out. Columbus is actually a serious city. I love Columbus. I live on the park. I've got a great setup here that I couldn't afford in a bigger city.
Yeah.
But ultimately, she's a snob. She's just sort of a New Yorker kind of style girl. That's the thing. So she wants to have an art. She's a great artist. She's the squash champion of her country. She wants to get more opportunities of those sorts. And Miami is a serious city. And of course, it being warm. And it turns out my business colleague and the guy that I co-wrote Expressly Human with, Dr. Tim Barber, is there too. So this will
cool.
Our bandwidth will increase significantly.
So
that's pretty cool. I mean, we would love to relocate to Florida.
That's the
our
plan.
dream.
That is the plan. If we can actually make any money doing what we do, we would like to relocate the families and the studio when we make one to Florida, because we do feel absolutely censored and pressured, and being in the United Kingdom, it's great here as a country. It's a lovely place to grow up. But when you want to do what we do and have the conversations that we have, it's just getting to a point where it could become a crime.
It used to be a lovely country. I think it's become tyrannical. It really has. It's gone beyond dictatorship. It's 1984. We're living in 1984 here.
So I would like to I'd like to pick your brains about something, actually, because I've seen a lot.
Well, before you go, I'm sorry. Just on the topic of censorship and the position that they push. I tend to in my Science Moment series, I talk probably mostly about free expression. Our Free Expression Research Institute, freex.group, and I tend to focus on the abstract advantages of having free expression, and they're more at the societal level. They're the key to underlying freedom. But I recently did a Science Moment just a few days ago on something that's more obvious in some sense, but it's worth saying. And the reason I brought it up was everybody's talking about Twitter, the Twitter employees, 3,000 or however many Twitter employees were being laid off by Elon. And of course, there's mixed emotions in most of us. We're like, motherfuckers, you guys have not just been censoring us, leading to totalitarian and greater authoritarianism, and working with the federal government to destroy the message, and leading to these economic catastrophes by virtue of you doing what you've been doing. But at the individual level, which I almost never talk about, every time you censor someone or suspend somebody, the reason they're on Twitter, unlike Facebook, where they're just there to talk to their families and get invites to parties or whatever, people who are on Twitter are promoting something. They're involved in PR, they're involved in public outreach because it's their job, right? That's what they do. They have some reason for their job and their livelihood to reach out.
to the other people in the network.
Yeah.
Every person censored or suspended is being fired effectively by some stupid fact-checking undergrad at this freaking place, right?
Yeah.
Righteously just pressing about, you're out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So how are we going to cry that all these people politically biased who treat you as deplorables and just kill your career at the touch of a button? Why are we supposed to be feeling sad? And so I had one science moment on this, and pisses me off to no end, even though in some sense that's the least important violation of free expression, because the deepest things are these societal level things. But still, each person losing their voice is a person fired. You multiply that by 1 million people, that's a travesty, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's a very personal thing as well, because people take it personally when someone goes out their way to deny them their voice.
Yeah.
And I mean, my original account was on Twitter from 2009, and it just got banned on a whim. You know, I mean, the whole thing it's deeply personal, and it's deeply annoying when it happens. But having said that, are other platforms starting to change now? Because I listened to Neil Oliver today, and he explicitly said that a certain something wasn't safe and didn't work, and that was on YouTube. He said it
on YouTube, but whether or not...
I'm waiting to see if it will get pulled. So I don't want to mention it here because we want to put this on YouTube, but you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And also, I've noticed a content creator by the name of Devon Tracy has a channel called Atheism is Unstoppable. He was banned from YouTube 2 years ago, and he's been appealing that ban for 2 years. And today he got an email from YouTube going, "Whoops, sorry, we'll put your channel back," after 2 years of rejected appeals.
What was their justification even at the time? It wasn't COVID related.
No, it wasn't. It was hate speech.
Hate speech because he was saying negative things about religion?
About leftists.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not saying it justifies, but that does make more sense. I mean, usually you're totally cool to rag on religion all day long. No one's going to usually...
Well, it depends what your religion is.
Yeah, it does. but the point is, I am seeing this sort of fundamental shift of away from woke. It's small, it's baby steps at a time, but I am seeing it, and I am seeing more people rejecting it as well, rejecting the ideology.
It kind of started as well when Netflix turned around and said, "Hold on a minute, we're losing like millions of subscribers because of these ESG scores and the race to the bottom here. We're maybe going to have to change." And since then, you've seen other companies looking at it and thinking, So anybody that's gone down the woke route, I think it's starting to hurt them now.
Of course, it's hurting them. Get woke, go broke.
Hopefully, we'll spin around and we'll go back to a more normal level, stable society. Or then again, maybe not.
But I think it's baby steps. But seeing things like that, someone who was explicitly anti-woke, being banned from YouTube for 2 straight years and then having their channel returned today, just out of the blue, that gives me some kind of hope. And that might give me a bit of hope to actually once again try appealing my own channel banning, because I did nothing wrong either. And I was banned. But I want to touch on what you said there on how it can feel so personal to be censored and how hurtful it can be, because I lost tens of thousands of followers, and I didn't have those followers because I went out looking for them. I had them because they wanted to listen to what I had to say. And to then have that platform removed from you, especially on Twitter, it hurt deeply, and it still does. And like you said, some no-face, no-name fact-checker in Silicon Valley just doing that is nothing to them. But to you, to the person that spent all that time building up that audience, building up that trust with people, to have that all just ripped away from you, and for that no-name to just go, nope, you're not getting it back. It's absolutely dreadful.
Right, it is. Now, I mean, and this is why I have a video I just put out, a YouTube video, Science Moment video, how free expression is much more than free expression. That is, a lot of people think that, free expression is just about the freedom to say sentences, right? But it's not just that at all. And of course, much of my series is about trying to expand our understanding about all of the things that it really is. But one of the important things about free expression is that you're also, through your sentences, every time you say a sentence, you're putting some reputation on the line. You're saying, I think I'm right, or I'm really confident about this. I'll bet my entire reputation on this, or you might just say, I mildly think this might be true, in which case you're not betting too much reputation. Over time, these are all kinds of poker bets that get fleshed out by reality as more people realize, and then you rise in reputation, and more people typically follow you, that it correlates with each other. And you need the ability to maintain in your bank, so to speak, in the memories of all of these individuals, that reputation. And that's in some sense made real by the number of followers that you have.
Yes.
So it'd be like having a free market, where you've accumulated money because you've been good at creating things that people want to buy. And then suddenly the government comes along and confiscates your money based upon your activity, something that in fact has happened, right? This is the same thing. A free market is not just about the freedom to sell goods, it's also the ability to accumulate wealth and have it safely there, right? And not stolen by the government. Here, the government and or private enterprise, in fact working together, are confiscating. They don't even take your money, because when you take your reputation, it's just like burning money, because it's not like their reputation richer by virtue of taking your reputation. But they've not destroyed your reputation. It's not like you have a negative reputation, but they've just burned all of these reputation chips that you've accumulated. And that is crucial to how free expression works. And it undermines the whole process. So you've lost the ability to move the economic world is what money is for. The ability to move the social world is what social capital is for. That's what it's for. That's what it does for us. And it's undermined when they can just take it away, right?
Yeah. And it's like, we'll go back to what John said a few minutes ago. There are certain things we don't want to say because this is John's YouTube channel, and they will take it away if we say certain things. And it shouldn't be like that. We should be able to question everything. We should be able to foster debate and have serious conversations, but we just can't. And it's terrifying. Now, I want to...
Yeah, I was gonna say there's another counterintuitive side effect of this in cultures that, like in gang culture, where you can't go appeal to the police. Honor cultures, certain cultures end up to have more honor cultures, so they're very quickly offended, and they have to act very quickly to defend their reputation. And they're more likely to have a duel, or some kind of modern day versions of duels. These things, when life is highly unpredictable, when you don't have the ability to rely on the fact that you have a large amount of wealth that can stay there, it could be taken from you from any day, and that your life might be taken from you. It's highly unpredictable. People become unpredictable. They start to act in a less conservative, respectful manner. And that's just a natural consequence in some sense of the habitat that you grow up in. Yeah. And so honor cultures are more like this. But in a situation where Twitter or YouTube can just suddenly on a dime for no particular reason take away your entire account, this actually doesn't, some of us just shut down and stay quiet, but a lot of it encourages less conservative behavior. They're just more likely to just go out there and be much more crazy in some sense, because life is short. They're going to soon be off it. It doesn't in fact encourage careful decisions at all.
Like Alex Jones almost, that kind of thing.
Like what?
Like Alex Jones, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right.
When he get bans off YouTube, and then InfoWars just sometimes just goes crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. I sort of sticking on the free expression line of thought, going back to what I was going to ask you earlier. I am seeing this same thing repeated from the Democrats when it comes to these midterm elections. And I want to know your thoughts on it, because they keep repeating this one line. Unless you vote blue, you will lose democracy. Democracy itself is on the ballot. What does this even mean? As someone looking in from across the pond, what does this even mean? Because I can't see a situation where democracy dies.
No, I mean, it blows my mind, because it wouldn't have made sense any other year, over the last 50 years that I've been around. Yeah. Them just said this. And this year is on the backs of the left having embraced civil liberties violations unseen for the last couple of generations in the world. They've fully embraced violations of informed consent, bodily autonomy. They've basically just completely pushed medical authoritarianism on us in dystopian ways, and they're somehow mostly blind to it. They don't see it. So and they're accusing those who are for free expression as being fascists. For free expression. These are the people who are now claiming that democracy is on the line if you don't vote for them. So it's an extreme of inversion. It's so contradictory that it's hard to wrap your mind around.
Well, this is it. This is my issue, because these are the people that seem to be against democracy.
So how does that work, Mark? I mean, how do people get into their heads that that's the situation and they're right? And I know we talked before about, people going along with the narrative and then eventually coming out of things one by one. But people that are locked into political parties like this, they don't really switch between parties very often. It's only the people in the middle that are prepared to give anything some kind of thought that seem to be the people that will embrace change.
Well, I mean, I think generally that's true. I think the greatest counterexample to that that I've seen in my lifetime was the last 2.5 years. Tremendous numbers of my followers and your followers that you've gotten to meet probably that have been in Team Reality or Team Reality followers are former leftists who all are just like, what the heck happened to my party that they're keeping my kid out of school? They're forcing a vaccine. Anti-vax was a thing of the left. These were all historically leftist, sort of hippie types that were all the anti-vaxxers. That whole thing has now switched. And so there's a tremendous number of leftists. And I think I'd mentioned maybe the first people that I had found before I found anybody that was back in March of 2020 were communists on Twitter that I was like, they get that you can't freeze an economy, because they're trying their darndest to build it. I mean, it's practically impossible for them, right? And so they know they can't freeze it. So there were lots of leftists, in fact, especially it hadn't really become a left-right thing per se. Tons of conservatives and libertarians were all screaming, we got to lock down. And then it kind of fleshed out after a few months and it became left-right, polarized again. But a lot of the people that were on the left traditionally had already switched over to the right. And then before the polarization happened, I think because the polarization and the narrative hadn't quite gotten formed, those leftists were able to sort of switch and get now fixed into what's now considered the right for being Team Reality.
Well, I mean, I am one of those people. I was considered a leftist. I was considered left wing. I considered myself left wing. And do you know what? For the most part, my ideals haven't actually changed. So what seems to have happened here.
You think not? I mean, I would say I was right of centre, and now I'm a full-blown anarchist. I just think government needs to go.
Government needs to go.
I can't see any benefit from big government at all. I mean, look at what's happening in Europe with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, the people that have now come out of the last 2 years and realised that a lot of it was wrong and set up and the narrative was just propaganda, I've taken what's happening there and swallowed it left hook, line and sinker again. They won't critically look at anything in that field of operations now because, Putin bad. Red man bad and Ukraine good. Yet, despite Ukraine being one of the most corrupt countries in Europe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
John gets on one when it comes to Ukraine. He really does.
I find it really difficult because it's got an appalling human rights record. It's persecuted a certain sector of its community for years. They've been bombing the Donbass and the Kherson regions for 8 years. America's had a big hand in 2014 when they got rid of the sitting tenant and put in their puppet. And then Zelensky's just an actor and not a particularly good one at that.
Fair enough, man.
It's Wag the Dog. Have you seen that movie, Mark? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's Wag the Dog. Everything's done on green screen. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I get. I'm slightly changing the topic, I think, but I have this feeling, and a lot of people have this feeling even more strongly than me on Team Reality, that we're in the midst of a big cultural change, and I think that's. And I found a lot of folks that I found a lot of folks who I think would have traditionally been libertarians-esque, who are now switching. They're becoming more conservative and in a different sense. They want to, things to become just local governments and which is, I think, historically more of a leftist kind of ideal. I guess I'm reminded of kibbutzes and or whatever. And I haven't fully fleshed out what they think, and I even occasionally are finding some of these folks who don't even respect free expression. They're like, no, this is a war. They're violating they're censoring us, and if we take charge, we're going to censor them because this is how it works. This is war. And so I often, in fact, I can't remember his name. He's one of the Team Reality members. He's very funny with 500,000 followers on Twitter. He's sort of always making jokes about things, and I'm having a mental block of his name right now. And he's often doing this. These are, to me, at first glance, highly unprincipled folks to have anywhere near me on the team. But I also get this feeling like there's something coalescing around these folks about a complete pushback that's leading to not your old school left right, sort of socialism versus free markets kind of thing. And I think I'm, for the rest of my life, I'm stuck in that kind of division at the end of the day. But I feel like there's something else afoot that we're in the midst of, and it's happening sufficiently slowly because it's the kind of thing that these kinds of changes culturally happen over tens of years. And so it's hard to see them happening. COVID happened overnight, but the cultural change that will affect it is slower and really fuzzy to see, and will be only easy to see, in 2050 maybe. But I get this feeling something big is happening in terms of.
Well, there's a whole movement in the world as well, because if you look at BRICS, seems to be on the rise again. I mean, we've now got Argentina, Algeria, and Chile all putting in applications for it. What about Iran? Has Iran put an application in for BRICS?
Sorry, what's BRICS?
BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, trading bloc.
Their own trading bloc, I see, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if Iran is, cross my fingers if something happens in Iran. Iranians are, for the first time, by the way, optimistic. They're usually never thought so.
Well, actually, this is a good point to touch on Iran, because there's been an awful lot. Well, there's been an awful lot of protests reported there. You obviously got people out there. Do you have any insight on what's actually going on?
When we talk to family that's there, often, some of our family they're on the more religious side, so they are wearing chador, not just headscarf, if they go out. They're not really supportive of the government, but if they go out, all the people who are anti-government are going to think they're pro-government because they're wearing chador still, and they're never really going to ever take off their chador because it's too freaking late. Once you've grown up, the dirty part, it's a private part. They're not. So, and from your own building, you can't see, these things on Instagram and on YouTube. It's strife every day. It's strife every day. And so you get this feeling when you're in America. And so all the American and Canadian, diaspora Persians are sort of feel like it's just revolution all over the place. But of course, it's just highly localized here and there. Yeah. So I think they often get a bigger sense of something happening than really is happening. But that said, there's a lot of talk about money, tremendous monies coming out of the country. Family members, all these families of the people of the tyrants being shipped off hither and thither. And so, how much of this is true versus how much of these are rumors is hard to tell. But a lot of the signs have been suggesting that they're getting their monies and their bodies, their families out, feeling like they're past tipping point. So there's some feeling that there's this new generation, all these girls schools, and there's just, my wife was showing me a video, and the principal of the school is saying, okay, death to America, and all the girls here yelling, death to the tyrants, to our tyrants, and she goes, no, death to the dictator. And they're all saying, just screw you, and they're doing what they want. This new generation, they've seen too many of their fellow 16 boys and girls now killed on the street, injured on the street, and they've had enough, and they're saying it all in force and out. So they're not, I think if it doesn't happen now, it's not going to last long. This new generation ain't the 40-year-old kind of generations, which also don't like it. But these new ones are they're on their phones, they're breaking in, they're getting onto Instagram and seeing everything that's happening. And now they're angry. I don't see them being able to hold this generation back, but we'll see.
Yeah. And this is why China In my view, this is why China is so controlled, because it daren't let people see what it's like if they're not under that kind of control. Because once the people get a taste for it, they just want more, don't they?
Well, Chinese TikTok is definitely not US TikTok, put it that way.
No, it's not.
They are not seeing what the US and the UK and the EU are seeing on TikTok. It is tightly controlled, as you say. And when people do get a taste for quote-unquote freedom, they kind of want more of it. So yeah, John, you're absolutely right. I mean, while we're talking about mass protests, look at what's going on in Brazil at the moment. That's insane. The level of protest and the low level of coverage, which says a lot to me. It speaks volumes to me. I mean, you're not even allowed to question the election results in Brazil on YouTube. You will get banned. So,
well, it's a similar story, isn't it? You know, I just find it strange. I mean, the media in general still seem to be firmly entrenched on the left side, and very much acting as propaganda wings of the current government. You know?
Yeah, they are, and that's emulated pretty much everywhere you look. But I honestly don't know how this cultural shift is going to happen. I don't know if you're right, Mark, that it's going to happen over a long period of time, or maybe, just maybe, and this is what I am thinking possibly is the case, I think people are going to get very angry very quickly when they can't afford food. And that's going to take a massive, massive shift. I mean, here, the price of food, the price of fuel is skyrocketing. The price of fuel here, you would find atrocious. We pay, it's roughly about $1.70 to $2.
Well, it's about $10 a gallon now.
Yeah, it's about $10 a gallon what we pay. Yeah. And it's getting completely unaffordable. We're facing a winter in this country of choosing between heating and eating, and I think that sort of situation may force a shift.
Our energy prices have gone through the absolute roof.
They have.
Mean, a monthly electric bill has gone from, say, 300 quid to 1,200 quid. Which is
about $1,500.
You know, that's just crazy. You just can't pay that. I mean, we can't pay it.
No, you can't possibly pay. That's well, this is Putin's fault, obviously.
No, it's not.
Putin!
I'm.
Yeah, because we get 3% of all our energy needs from Russia. 3%. So yeah, it's all Putin's fault.
If only anybody had mentioned that lockdowns and all these interventions could have bad economic consequences.
Surely not.
Surely some of us weren't screaming it from the rooftop since day one. Surely not.
So in Britain, right? In Britain, the economic problems that we're in at the moment are caused by two things. One of them was Brexit, right? And the second one was Liz Truss's mini budget
that never got implemented. That one, that
never got implemented. So that's the two things. It's nothing to do with the fact that the guy who's now running the country as Prime Minister was the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the last 2.5 years. It's nothing to do with his policies. It's nothing to do with him paying people to stay at home and not go to work. It's nothing to do with him shutting businesses and making sure that they could never come back to life. It's nothing to do with disproportionate government restrictions.
No, nothing.
Perish the thought.
With printing money.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because people don't understand. You know, I tried to explain quantitative easing to people like they were children, which is obviously the printing of money and injecting it into an economy. And you try and explain what would happen, and you'd say, look, at the end of this, if you put billions and billions and billions of pounds or dollars into your economy, every dollar or pound in your economy actually becomes worth less because all you are doing, there is a finite base value to your economy. They just go, granny killer. That's pretty much all they would say to you. And you go, for God's sake, listen to what's going to happen. And now it is happening. They're just going, Putin's fault.
Yeah, Putin's fault. Granny's going to die this winter in the cold in a blanket because she can't turn the heating on.
At least the interventions had been effective. I want to use so that it doesn't flag you.
Yeah.
You know, if then you could at least imagine a utilitarian discussion. Was it, look, with this many people were saved because of the interventions?
Yep.
Yeah, there were this many costs, and this is really a deep philosophical problem, because should these people be sacrificed in terms of deaths and economic damages at the for the advantage? Lots of interesting discussions that can happen, but it turns out none of that is needed because the interventions didn't work. And, no correlation anywhere worldwide between.
Well, it's worse than that.
It is worse than that,
because it's data from the Office of National Statistics in England and Wales have shown us over the last 2 years that deaths for all-cause deaths from respiratory viruses are 37,000 below average over the last 2 years. Below average.
But yet deaths from things like heart conditions and stuff are way
and strokes and
up.
cancers and things are way up. But respiratory viruses, 37,000 below average. So I have to question, what happened over the last 2 years? Because it certainly isn't what they said it was.
Well, that is the question, isn't it? And that is the question that we are always going to be asking, because, as Mark said, we are Team Reality. That's what we are, and that's what we always have been. And
are we? Are we Team Simulation?
Maybe. But in the context of this conversation, John,
yeah, I know.
We are Team Reality, and all any of us here ever did was ask people to look at things critically, look at real data rather than models, and act accordingly or not act accordingly as we all assumed would be the needed case. And for that, we were maligned, we were censored, we were attacked. And I think it's very important that we have these conversations with one another. And I think it's very important that we try and put them out to as many faces and ears as possible. Because, like you said, the first time that I spoke to you, Mark, you said that people get out of this one person at a time. It's happening, but is it happening fast enough?
Yeah. Well, certainly the censorship that most of the world has been under has only, further accelerated this kind of process. And, in China, poor Chinese people, I wouldn't have imagined that in 2019 that I would have predicted that things could get worse for those poor blokes.
Yeah,
yeah, I know. Well, and what's going on with the States? They've extended their requirements for people traveling to the States until, January the 8th now.
Yeah,
you've got to be double treated to get
in. That's in complete contravention to the CDC's own guidelines now. When the CDC,
I think even Australia doesn't do that. It doesn't require.
Or New Zealand.
Yeah, almost everybody's dropped it.
Canada has dropped it.
Yeah, I think there's only like 20 countries left that have some kind of restriction. Some of them being China and Taiwan, places like that, Hong Kong, whatever. But America, what are you doing? What are you? I mean, and the thing is, I can understand, but you've actually got people like Katie Hopkins saying, hey, I've never had it, and I'm here because I just walked in over the southern border.
Yeah.
Sure, she's admitting she came in illegally, and I would suggest that maybe 90% of those streaming over your southern borders haven't had any kind of treatment.
Agree.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
I would most certainly agree. But John's right, because John's got points. He's got air points that could pay for free.
Miles, yeah.
That could pay for free flights, because we don't have any money. But he does have points, and we would have been doing this show from your country today if we were able to enter, but we can't enter. So it's insane. I mean, what little money we did have, we would have been putting into your economy. But
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
All you're doing as a country is hurting yourselves economically, because you are cutting out an entire global block of tourists that could be bringing and pumping in money. It's almost like complete self-destruction. But then when you've got a senile, dementia-ridden man who can't even read his teleprompter in charge, who falls off the stage, what do you expect?
Well, it's Stales. It's Stales. He's got a problem with Stales.
That's happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think he's making very many of these decisions, and certainly I think whoever the you know, most of the folks on the far left are still strongly pro mask, strongly pro. They're still even saying if we only were to lock down more like the Chinese did, if we just did it for 4 weeks, they're still saying these things, despite the fact that China is still doing it. Doesn't that tell you something?
Well, yeah, it does. It definitely does.
Well, it's the same as the race to net zero. It's a race to the bottom. You can't have, a zero. You can't have a zero case for any disease, really, because even things like, the only one's smallpox. And even then, the jury's still out whether smallpox has actually been eradicated or not. But that's the only one that's ever allegedly been eradicated.
And that was already down to only 1% of what it was 20 years earlier.
Yeah,
exactly.
Through some other processes, probably just cleanliness and just other kinds of things.
Sanitation.
That's almost to the bottom. So I don't know what it would have,
Yeah, I know. So, and net zero, that's another race to the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Net zero is just a race to how quickly you can impoverish and control your citizenry, because that's all these far leftists really, really want. Ultimately, that's all it boils down to is control. It's these mandates, these face coverings, these lockdowns, net zero. All of it controls and restricts what you can and can't do and puts them in charge. You won't be able to get on a plane. You won't be able to eat meat. You won't be able to heat your home between this time and this time. I mean, they're already doing that in some of the Nordic countries. Journalist Peter Sweden was in a hotel, I think it was in Italy, or it could have been.
Oh yeah, you can't turn the thermostat above 19 or you get fined.
You get fined. It's control at every aspect. They want to control what you think. They don't just want to control what you do. They want you to be a good little drone, and they want everyone to believe, think, and feel what they believe, think, and feel. And ultimately, in my view, that just boils down to the most boring world imaginable.
Yeah. Well, I just did a video today on one aspect of any utilitarian calculus, the utility calculus, which they didn't even do. But when you're doing the cost benefit analysis, they could have weighed, here's the potential, the interventions could do this to slow transmission, but there's going to be these costs, and is it positive or negative? But one of the things that they rarely put into these negatives is that there's always going to be some group of people that don't comply.
Yes.
And so it's never as simple as a SimCity calculation where you can just say, okay, presuming they all comply, look at all these good things versus the bad things, which is already incredibly complicated. But in reality, some people are not going to comply. And that can lead to tremendous divisions, divisive societal situations where the worst things that happen to societies are exactly the situations where those who don't comply for the good and for the safety are unclean, dirty, awful people who it's okay to do with what you want to them.
Yes.
You can fire them, you can banish them, you can send them to camps. These are deeply dangerous. But it also means that you can change the utility calculus by announcing when they should have been doing the utility calculus. If more of us had announced that, look, we're not going to do that. We're going to be, so a lot of people talk about be ungovernable, right? We all need to be ungovernable. But even more important than that, we need to signal that we're ungovernable so that when they make these calculations on the negative side, there's this big, we're not going to do it. And this is going to require you to put us down like we're Jews or, non-Muslims in a country. You're going to have to, and we're going to not be angry about it. It's going to create strife. And we're here happy to be the strife. We're here waiting for you to do it. And so you've got to signal that you're ungovernable, and you have a group of ungovernables that will be incredibly costly to keep in line. And that changes the utility calculus and hopefully can be one of many kinds of mechanisms that can be a pushback.
So you would have thought that the Canadian truckers would have done that in Canada, but it hasn't seemed to have swayed Trudeau at all from his current course. He seems to still be on that.
I think by then it was too late. By then it was a year and a half after these narratives of these, had already formed that we have to do A. But if in the very first week, back in March, everybody that I talked to was like, oh yeah, we should totally wait 2 weeks and it's just the right thing to do. And most of these people now pretend they were never saying that. They're like, yeah, it's stupid. I don't know why they did that, but they were all like in the magical, under the spell that we have to do that. Our reactions have to be being ungovernable right from the start, and loudly telling them that if you try to do this, oh holy shit, what's going to come down upon you.
And that's exactly what Ben and I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And albeit maybe not on platforms and things, but personally, and got castigated for it. I mean, I remember telling people, I was in the Harley chapter, and I remember telling them that the whole thing was a load of nonsense. I wasn't going to follow any of it, and they were going, oh, but it's just 2 weeks. It's just 2 weeks to save the NHS. I goes, it's not.
It's never just 2 weeks.
It'll never be over in 2 weeks. And I get slaughtered for it. Slaughtered.
See, I was in. So I actually had to sit through the lockdown of 2 countries. I was in Paris, France, when Emmanuel Macron locked down France. I watched that happen for the first time, and I saw no pushback whatsoever. I then had to essentially flee France because the hotels were not going to remain open where we were staying and things like that. So we had to get in the car and drive all the way back to the UK. Got back to the UK, sat down on the couch. Boris Johnson locked us down. I went, Jesus Christ. Jesus.
I mean, the thing that really, really, really got me was the fact that Johnson started off like Sweden. He said, look,
he did.
He said, look, let's just take stock. Let's see how things progress. We don't need to knee jerk. And then 2 days later, bang, brought down the hammer. You know, and the thing is, who pulls that? Who pulls that? Who makes someone say something like that, and then 2 days later it's a complete reversal? So is that models? Is that Neil Ferguson and Sage? Was that them that terrified him into doing what he did and following the rest of the world? Did he
was it something else?
And maybe be accountable?
A similar thing happened in China. So I don't know if you've Ben Irvine's book. What is it called? Ben Irvine has he's been a Team Reality member. He's an Englishman, and he argued this kind of point that you're making. A lot of people seem to forget. And then even China at first in February and early March was being kind of calmed down. Everybody, this is not the big deal. But the populace of China had already had reasons to be skeptical about China's reaction because China has done so many other things that they didn't trust. Yeah. So they thought that China was potentially not protecting them well enough. And so they started to just foment and get really angry on the streets. So then China said, okay, oh yeah, we totally were going to do something all along and we're going to do these interventions. And they're also thinking to themselves, this is a great way to control the population. And so, but it kind of stumbled in the Chinese, the CCP's lap. They weren't planning on doing this, but they said, okay, we'll do this because we want to look like we're in charge. We don't want to look like we're being led. We've got to look like we're leading. And 2, look at all the crap we can do. Now we can control everything and everybody. And I'm saying that I think they are thinking about it in this sort of evil kind of mustache way. But I think even a lot of the Chinese CCPs probably also tricking themselves and thinking this is the best thing because they don't think in civil liberties terms at all. They think in terms of the utility calculus of the whole of their flock, and it doesn't matter if they lose some as long as the flock, totally different way that they've been raised to think. And so a lot of the world, and even Trump initially was saying, look, we have to be reasonable and think about this. And even the left in the United States initially was making fun of Trump for suggesting that we have bans, and they were trying to say, calm down. And there was some videos of many leftists out in the streets of New York saying, look, everything is fine. Everybody needs to calm down. But these things start to whip up, and then they see more people whipped up. And soon there's so much pressure, sometimes from the bottom up, media, everything, that they had to bend to look like they're in charge, that they're leading rather than being led. Yeah.
And unfortunately, with people like the CCP and the Democrats, they are never going to let this kind of power go. They won't, and it's the same with our government as well. And I mean, our so-called opposition here in the United Kingdom were no opposition at all in government for the last 2.5 years. In fact, they were egging our government on to go harder, faster, more, do it more. So these sort of control mechanisms, now people have realised that they work. I think we could see more of them, and that terrifies me as well.
It does, yeah.
It does. And I see you mentioned Ben Irvine there. He's got a hypothesis in this country with regards to lockdowns, which I don't fully agree with, But he believes that the unions, for the most part, the unions were the ones that put pressure on the government to do these lockdowns. And whilst I do think they had a major hand in it, I don't think they're the ones that ultimately made that final call.
I think it was.
I agree with you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think it was the media. I think the media did it.
Yeah. No.
Well, Ben, I think, is right in the way he dispels some of these ideas that China was initially all for lockdowns. No, they weren't. It stumbled upon them later. Same thing for Boris. But people looking for a single cause. What's the cause of Boris changing? These things are much more complicated than that,
yeah, of course
right?
they are.
In an avalanche, the best way to think about it is just when an avalanche happens, you throw a little pebble and the whole thing starts to move. But, it's the pebble's fault, but it's also the first thing that it hit. It caused two things to hit. And if some of those things that it had hit had held a little bit more strongly, then the next things wouldn't have hit. But then it hit 17 things, which hit 170 things. And some of them are big. And sometimes you don't even realize that the avalanche is happening until one big thing got moved by a bunch of small stuff. And so you attribute it to that big one, but really that wasn't the cause. And then soon there's 400 big ones that are moving. So blaming it on you should blame the unions because I think
they had a hand.
They had a hand, and they're all responsible. And the number of people that are irresponsible and are responsible for their behavior that were, in fact, should be chastised, unfortunately, is too many. But the ones that have the greater disproportionate power are the ones you need to go after. In Nazi Germany, the number of people that were hung, in the trials was just a dozen or two, right?
Yeah, and they weren't the people that did it.
No.
And the thing that gets me about the whole pandemic problem and the way it started was that if, as you said, if the people had become ungovernable at the start, then it would never have happened because it was ultimately the people that gave everyone the power to take the decisions that they took because they went along with everything that happened. They went along with lockdowns. They went along with clapping for the NHS thing here. They went along with, closing schools. They just went along with everything. And people are still queuing to go into chemists here.
Pharmacies. when I have to go and
ridiculous.
when I have to go and pick up my medication every month, I have to wait in a queue outside the building to pick up my medication. That happened just last week. Right, last time. They are still doing it. They are limiting it to 3 people into the pharmacy, and then you look behind the counter and there's 13 of them, and you're like, what? What are you doing? But I ultimately also think it's like John said, it's the people handed this power over. And we can link this to the midterms because there are many Republicans, and I'm not gonna sit here and declare where my allegiances would lie fully, but I will say there are many Republicans saying, this person over here, this Democrat did this to you. You allowed them to, so don't give them your vote. Don't give them that power to do it again. Take your power back. And do you know what? I fully agree with that message because it's like the Disney Pixar movie, ironically, A Bug's Life. And I always go back to this as well because the ants are overruled by the grasshoppers until they realize they are many and the grasshoppers are few. People have to realize this. They have to take their power back, become ungovernable, like you said, and start thinking and acting for themselves.
Yeah, become conspicuously ungovernable would be, I think, the nice club move start.
That sounds like a T-shirt.
It does. It sounds like a T-shirt. It does.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good.
So before we do let you go, what are your predictions then for the results of tonight?
Oh, I'm not the one to. I don't even trust these supposed million plus Twitter folks what their name that come up with pictures. This is the biggest bullcrap. So I wouldn't. But yeah, my own intuitions of what I would expect. And I always expect the unexpected, especially with chicanery that's potentially going on, is that people want to signal, even folks that might be leftists, socialists in those regards, are sick of the kind of heavy-handed medical authoritarianism
They're sick of the trans women in sports and trans pushing adolescents to do medical interventions. The whole, everybody believes that you shouldn't do medical interventions for a adolescent who is homosexual to fix him or her. And so why on earth is it suddenly okay to do medical interventions on an adolescent who wants to change their sex, which is not even, possible, even supposing that were possible.
Particularly when the stats are that everyone who has gone through this prior to the age of 21, 97% of them regret it after they've actually done it. So I think these people are too young to make these kind of decisions.
I agree.
Yeah. Right. I think there's a lot of backlash, and I think a lot of people, I get the feeling, want to signal that, and may even vote for folks that they otherwise wouldn't vote for. So we'll see. So I would hope to see, I would love it to see a strong signal so that it's unambiguous.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It could be that in Florida. I'm sorry, it could be that in California and New York. They still vote the way they always do.
It's looking. I'm not going to make any predictions, but it's looking like Miami-Dade may go red. It's also looking like Lee Zeldin in New York at least has a chance. So these are very interesting times.
Yeah, but what I remind you, it's only 4 p.m. here, not 4 a.m. the next day, so none of this matters.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
No, exactly. Like you said, the drops have not yet happened in the middle of the night, so we shall definitely see. John, I will punt it over to you to wrap this part of the show up.
Okay, I'd like to thank everyone, in particular Mark, for attending this special episode of Midterm Madness with Chasing Dissent with your hosts John and Ben, and again a big thank to Mark Changizi for joining us in the most illuminating way that he does. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, man.
Great to be here, John and Ben.
Thank you. Well. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Ben.
How are you doing?
I'm slightly perturbed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit perturbed as well, but no, we are not finishing. We are not finishing at all, Shalini. In fact, we are just getting started. Isn't that right, John? If you'd seen the comments that were being put in throughout that segment, it was pre-recorded. We recorded that segment last night because Mark was not available at a time that was suitable for this show, so we recorded that last night and we put it out on the beginning. We are here. It is at the moment 6 o'clock in the morning here in the United Kingdom, or 10
Good
past
morning,
6.
UK.
Good morning, UK, indeed.
Good evening, America.
Well, yeah, the East Coast. It's 1 a.m. there, so
so it's not looking it's not looking as decisive as we would have liked, and it's pretty much looking like status quo.
It is so far.
Yeah, so far.
We've seen big Republican gains over in Florida. They've basically flipped the entire state red. Miami-Dade has gone red. I think for the first time pretty much ever. So
yeah, Florida's definitely sending a message.
Governor Ron has. I should just play you a clip from Governor Ron. Actually, if this works, give me a second. He's made a statement. Tell me if you can hear this.
Maintained law and order. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
Governor Ron has been re-elected, and that was his victory speech.
Yeah, that sounded.
It was decisive, the victory in Florida. But some of the projected flips don't seem to be happening.
Yeah, although the House is looking better for the Republicans than the Senate.
Yeah.
The Senate's looking very much status quo, but the House is looking interesting because that's the competitive states in the House are more evenly divided.
Okay. So Trump is trending on Twitter currently, and so is Republicans. And I want to, before we look at that, I just want to go to conservative commentator Mike Cernovich. Because he's been making... Oh, somebody just donated.
Thank you from John and Ben. Welcome, Trudy Stringer.
Well, thank you for the donation on Ko-fi, Trudy. At this time in the morning.
Yes. That's what we like to see. That wakes us up. That makes us happy. Doesn't it, Ben?
Well, yeah. I mean, we appreciate the donation. We really do.
Thank you, Trudy.
Thank you indeed. But Mike Cernovich has been basically bashing Donald Trump throughout the night. He started with where was he? Well, let's look at a tweet from Cernovich from just 2 minutes ago. Reliving 2020 was always going to be a costly mistake, but this bad, Jesus.
Should this be on screen?
I can try and get it on screen if you give me a second.
I'm just wondering.
There you go. So, reliving 2020 was always going to be a costly mistake, but this bad? Jesus. So,
so he's thinking that Republicans are doing all right then?
No, because he's a Republican commentator.
Oh, he's a Republican, yeah. Oh, sorry, we live in 2020.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
listen to this. Raffensperger and Kemp both win big, but I'm being lectured that DeSantis, who flips Democrat counties, can't win, and you'll want Trump in 2024. Heaven help us. So he says all past week has been Dems saying they don't trust the election. It's been unified message. They even ran with the machines can be hacked narrative again, especially loud today. Turnout showed GOP advantage. Elections are wild, surprising everyone today. And that's just some of the... Basically, he's saying that they should not be running Trump in 2024. And that Trump will lose the Republicans the presidency in 2024, and that they should indeed be running Governor Ron. And there may be some truth in that.
Yeah, I think there might well be truth in that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a bit deflated, I must admit.
In what sense? Because you thought that this massive red wave was going to occur, and it just doesn't look like it's going to?
I thought we were going to get it, yeah. I thought we were going to get a message from the people of America, and it would appear that the message from the people of America is indeed apathy.
Apathy for the status quo, yeah.
Yeah. It really, if anything, even if you were a Democrat, you would think, like Mark had said, you would go out and make your mark and say, well, I tell you what, it's only 2 years until the election, right?
Yeah.
So we'll go out and we'll send a message to the Democrats that we're fed up with the woke, we're fed up with the nonsense, but it appears that Democrats and people who are on the cusp, shall we say, are more concerned about the Republicans than they are about the Democrats, which I can't fathom, because look at America right now. Just look at it. What's it doing right? Because I can't see anything that it's doing right.
So MSDNC or NBC has called the New York gubernatorial race for Katie Hochul, the Democrat, over Lee Zeldin, the Republican. But that was always going to be the case, wasn't it? You could
it was. But
you could literally run I think it was Nancy Pelosi who said you could run a glass of water with the letter D on it in New York, and it would win.
Yeah, I mean, right. So let's think about it. The West Coast as Democrat.
Yeah.
Never anything but, right? So forget the West Coast. The country, the states that and the East Coast, New York as Democrat, the Hampshires and all that, yeah, Democrat.
Yeah.
Never going to be anything but. The ones that we were concerned about, or the ones that were big deciders in the actual election, are the ones that we thought we'd maybe see the messages in, like Pennsylvania, like Georgia, like Arizona.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just checking on the Kari Lake, Arizona situation. So Kari Lake tweeted an hour ago. Let's take you.
Let's have a look at Arizona. So Arizona at the moment is 55.8% Democrat, 44% Republican. So it's there's a 54% expected to remain Democrat.
Okay, so let's have a look at this here. The Kari Lake tweeted this 1 hour ago. She said Cochise County dropped a batch of election day ballots, and Kari Lake won a whopping 73.9% of the drop. Our people voted huge on election day. This is monumental. We've got a clip here. Let's play it.
Yeah.
We've got some election updates. This comes directly from the Kari Lake campaign. Cochise County, Southern Arizona, very important, very tombstone. How many Wyatt Earp fans do we have up there? That's a tombstone. Straight from the Kari Lake campaign, Cochise County has posted, of that batch, 73.9% to Kari Lake, 26.1% to racist Katie Hobbs. There's going to be more of these piling in as the night goes on. Everybody keep your boots on, keep your pants on, get something to drink, get something to eat, have some fun, chatter. How many of you love Donald Trump? It's going to be one of those nights where Donald Trump needs us to stay right where we are. Keep watching your phones, get something to drink, let's have a good time tonight. Thank you.
Get something to eat, get something to drink. Let's have a good time tonight, John.
Good morning, Vietnam!
I don't know, he even had the goddamn cowboy hat on as well. It was just so stereotypical, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was. But, right, so where the hell are we there? It's tricky. Nobody seems to be losing seats though, really.
No.
Which is worrying. Very worrying in my view.
I'm trying to find a up to date. So from MSDNC, breaking news. Republican Mike Lee wins re-election to the U.S. Senate in Utah. So Utah have remained Republican.
They've gone red. Yeah. So they've not gone red. They've stayed Republican. Yeah.
So at least MSNBC are they do seem to be reporting accurately and not just upon the whim that they wish, which is interesting for them. It is interesting for them because, you know, you would have thought maybe a few hours ago they were probably going, blue gonna win everything because this is a cyber. I remember 2016 sitting here in the UK watching that presidential election, and everyone, it was like 90% for Hillary Clinton.
Trump all the way.
But it was 90% for Hillary Clinton at the beginning of the night. And I just watching people like Andrew Neil's faces just dropping throughout the night, and it was certainly a sight to behold. And I stayed up for that. And when he was elected president and it was finalized, I just started laughing because I just found the whole thing really, really funny. But at least they seem to be going, okay, right, this time let's just look at the results as they come in, because we don't really want to get this wrong. They all predicted Joe Biden would win, and Joe Biden did. Did win. As ambiguous as I can be there.
Yeah, but having said that, you know, when they stopped the counting in 2020, I kind of went to bed thinking, you know, it's looking like it looks like Trump's going to get re-elected at that point. And then you woke up the next morning and thought, what the hell happened there? Yeah.
So Shalini, you've been with us since our start of our live segment. We started just after 6 o'clock this morning. That interview with Mark Changizi has been being broadcast since 5. but we did push the show because we figured we would struggle to have content throughout the night as the results may or may not have started coming in.
We were kind of misinformed a little bit because Mark thought we wouldn't get much to talk about until the early hours of the morning, as in, well, no, the later hours of the morning, like, 4 or 5 o'clock. But it appeared that our competitors like the Quartering and Crowder and all that went live at midnight, and they've had plenty to talk about by the looks of things.
Yeah, but we're here now, and we're going to make the best of the
we'll
situation.
make the best of it. Yeah.
Basically, we're going to be using Twitter as a source a lot today, because that's where it's all going to... People can say what they will about Twitter. They're going to say, oh, Twitter's dying because Elon took over. Twitter is where all of this stuff is going to be reported.
Well,
Twitter is where this stuff is going to be won and lost. Twitter is still extremely relevant as far as I'm concerned.
I've got a good page here, and I don't know where to disclose where it's from, but it's graphically it's giving me great updates.
Okay, do you want to give me the link?
Yeah, it's.
Give me the link in the Twitter chat.
Okay.
And I shall open it up on another screen. Because remember, this is just the two of us here on John's channel this morning, so we're having to do everything on the fly, as well as reporting. So Trump is trending. So let's have a look at why Trump is trending. So
I'll ping it to you in Ring Central because I'm on the Mac. So
okay, so Cernovich, this is the tweet that he did put out, and I'm just gonna bring it up for y'all. It's it's just slightly cut off screen there, but he says Trump as kingmaker or viable 2024 general election candidate is over as of tonight. So that's what Mike Cernovich was tweeting.
I think Mike might be right, actually, because I think Trump's too polarizing. I think that's the problem. He's a very charismatic leader. He comes across really well. He's a great orator. But I think he's too polarizing because he's not gonna sway any Democrat. That's the problem.
No.
And the thing is, would DeSantis sway a Democrat either? Probably not. See, the problem is...
I think DeSantis has been very much swaying Democrats.
Well, yes, well, you're right, because of actions that he's taken, but the problem I see is that the Democrats have been, and it's all to do with the pandemic, right? Because what the pandemic has done is it's firmly brainwashed the Democrats to stay in a state of mind that allows them to be completely manipulated. Because I can't see any other reason for this, because no one surely anyone sitting on the outside looks at America just now and thinks it's not doing well, right?
Okay.
I mean, I know we're not doing well. I mean, I'm sitting in the UK and I think the UK's not doing well. And when you look at people from outside talking about the UK, they're looking and going, the UK's not doing well, right? So I don't think the UK's doing well. I think they're on a self-destructive bent. And I look at America and I think much the same thing with the current Democratic leadership. And yet, the electorate are basically going, hey, status quo.
Yeah, I want to bring up this tweet here from Ben Shapiro, of all people, obviously very well-known conservative commentator in the United States. And this says it all, and once again, it's kind of cut off the top of the screen, but it says, from red wave to red wedding.
Good analogy, Ben. I like that.
Yeah.
Might even use that. We might steal that and purport it as our own.
And then someone here from Honest Sports Take says it was a blue wave.
No, I don't think it's been a blue wave either.
No,
I don't think it is more like a red wedding, because the expected red wave has not materialized, certainly yet, and it's getting pretty late in the day for it to start materializing. I think what we're looking at for competitive states, Arizona's on the cusp, right? Arizona's still sitting on the cusp because,
yeah,
Arizona. So what we're looking at we're looking at what would you call it? Where are we? What am I on here? The House. I'm looking at the House. So Arizona 1 is 56% at the moment going towards Democrat. Arizona 2 is 50% going towards 50.1% going towards Republican. Arizona 6, 55% towards Democrats. Right. So that's 2 out of the 3 would go to the Democrats in the House. But so the competitive states in the House are still heavily leaning towards Democrat. So
Yeah.
it doesn't look like Red's going to control anything.
Which is not good.
No, it means we've got another 2 years of Joe, and I just don't know. I mean, I don't know, America. What are you thinking? Was Trump that bad? I mean, if you looked at it dispassionately, what did Trump do that was that bad that you wouldn't have voted for him in 2020? Some say people did vote for him and it was stolen. Is the election getting stolen again? I don't know. I mean, it just is the situation now. I mean, the polls were such that you were just expecting a red wave, and you wouldn't have had polling like that from a majority Democratic MSN, would you, unless they thought that was going to be the case, or were they playing some kind of psyop? I don't know.
Well, no, honestly, I couldn't tell you. It's all very interesting, isn't it? It really is. It
depends if you get any skin in the game, and we do have a bit of skin in the game in that we thought we would like to relocate to America if we had the chance.
Yeah.
But the only saving grace is America is still a republic, and the states have a lot of individual power.
So I'm not shocked by this, because people are scared to give up the status quo, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people fear change. Many people I know fear change, and what I don't understand is this: the change would have been less destructive than the status quo. I say. Yeah. Now, am I saying that the Republicans are the good guys? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that with them, perhaps your gas, your food may have become cheaper. Your energy may have become cheaper. And with the current status quo, there's I brought the price of gas down. It's going to go back up. It's going to go back up straight after the midterms, right? And with the status quo also, you've got the race to the bottom that is the net zero. So,
yeah,
it's.
I mean, I'm looking at the governors, and
yeah,
nothing's changing. Everything's gone Democrat. That was Democrat. The competitive ones are all. They look like they're all plumping for the Democrats. So, the Republicans are holding on to what they had, but the Democrats have held everything.
Well, obviously, it's not over yet.
No, it's not over yet. And in some states, it's far from over, because we're still at below 50% of the count,
I mean, are all states counting now? Are all polls closed?
Yeah, I believe so. I think the latest was midnight in Hawaii, was it?
Okay.
So everything should be shut.
Okay. So I've not actually been able to get onto the link that you gave me because I can't open the Ring Central chat. But let us know what is.
You can pop the chat out, so it should be in a separate window.
I can. Okay. That's a source. Oh look, it's Donald Trump's face. Sorry, I've just popped the whole thing out. Don't worry about that. It's all sorted. Okay, so we are looking at these projections here. So the US elections 2022, the projections are looking at what, 47-47 for the Senate and 168 Democrat to 195 for the Republicans. So status quo, really. They're going to take the House, but they're not going to take the Senate by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
So-
they're going to take the House, I think. But yeah, they're not. It's the Senate's 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, it does look
But-
to be exactly 50-50.
But
So-
I think as the results come in, and if the projections hold up at the moment, then it would look like they wouldn't take the Senate, which would leave you a divided House. Which, what was the status? Did the Democrats have both sides at the moment?
Yes, they do. They have, I believe so.
So we'll see how it pans out. Even if they get the House, it's something, you know.
Yeah. Well, the Democrats have the House as it stands.
Yeah.
Let's look at the results in from.
Oh no, the Republicans have the House as it stands.
So let's.
Oh, you mean just right? Hold on.
So as it stands tonight, before any of these, because these people don't take their seats until January.
Yeah. Right.
So
yeah,
as it stands, the Democrats have the House.
Aye. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So let's have a look at the results for Florida. Republicans are killing it in Florida.
Yeah. Right. Forget Florida because that was never going to flip. But look at Pennsylvania, and it looks like it's quite disturbing.
Let's have a look
It
at
looks like it's not even on the edge anymore. Well, is it? So it's gone for right. So Pennsylvania has stayed for Fetterman for the Senate.
Yes.
Right. And I think, is that a done deal yet? He's got 49.8%. So
I'm not 100% certain it's a done deal. How many of the votes have? If all of the votes have been counted, then yes. But Mehmet Oz, Dr. Oz, has got 47.8% of the current tally.
I think 91% of the votes in Pennsylvania. So I think it looks like Pennsylvania is definitely going to go to the Senate. Right.
So it's going to
the
flip
Democrats.
from Republican to Democrat. It's going to flip to John Fetterman, who now.
So the House though, Glenn Thompson is it's definitely staying Republican in the House.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. The House districts are definitely favoring heavily Republican over in Pennsylvania, as you can see. Josh Shapiro, Democrat, wins the governor. Brian Fitzpatrick, Republican, takes the House. District 2, Brendan Boyle, Democrat. District 3, Dwight Evans, Democrat. District 4, Madeline Dean, Democrat. District 5, Mary Gay Scanlon, Democrat. District 6, looking like it's...
I think we could call Pennsylvania. Governor is Democrat, House is Republican, and the Senate is Democrat for Pennsylvania. So as a swing state, it's been a big bleh for the Republicans, really.
Yeah, this definitely is not.
Right, so Georgia has 95% of expected votes counted for governor, and that's looking like it's Republican, Brian Kemp.
Yes, Brian Kemp will beat Stacey Abrams quite decisively by the looks of it. The one thing I will say about that is media was saying that would probably go to a runoff, and looking at the difference in vote count nowhere near it. Brian Kemp getting 53.5% of counted votes and Stacey Abrams getting 45%. That's a big lead. It's.
When you look at the state of Georgia, it's like if it wasn't for Atlanta, it would be a Republican state. Yeah.
Now, looking at the Senate for Georgia. Now, this indeed could go to a runoff by the looks of it.
It's looking very tight.
Yeah, so we've got Raphael Warnock, Democrat, currently sitting on 49.1% of counted votes, and Herschel Walker, the Republican, sitting on 48.8%. That is a 0.3% difference. So if it remains that tight, there'll be a recount for sure.
Yeah, but we have had 96% of the votes counted, so...
Yeah, but it is only a 0.3% swing required, or 0.4 even.
Yeah, I know.
So Raphael Warnock sitting
so...
on 1.9 million votes, and Herschel Walker also sitting on 1.9 million votes.
Right, so Arizona's more interesting because that's only had 54% of the votes counted for the Senate. Okay, so at the moment it's got an early Democrat lead.
Yes.
Well, you can't call anything there yet for the Senate. For the House, it's looking like it's definitely gone. The 9th district has definitely gone for Republican.
As the 8th has also.
Huh?
The 8th district also.
There isn't an 8th district in Arizona.
I'm looking at it here.
What?
District 8 and District 9. District 8, Debbie
In
Lesko.
the House?
Yes.
In Arizona?
District 8, Debbie Lesko, Republican, has won. District 9, Paul Gosar, Republican, has won.
Hold on a minute.
Do we know if Marjorie Taylor Greene won anything? Yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been re-elected.
Right. Okay. I had to zoom in. Right. So the 8th, yeah, the 9th, the 8th. It's looking like the 2nd will go. Well, that's close. That's close.
Yeah. So with 100% of votes counted, it's
no. What? It's only 56% of votes counted.
Oh yeah, correct. It's just there doesn't appear to be any incumbents that aren't being re-elected because it just says 100% of the votes went to these people.
Yeah, because there's only the 2 up for it.
Okay, so I am. Remember, we're British here, and we're trying to keep up with this as we go. Yeah. So, Mark Kelly, Democrat, is currently 17 points ahead for the Senate race in Arizona, and Katie Hobbs leads Kari Lake by 11% currently for the governor's race. Now, Kari Lake is convinced she's going to win. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not convinced at this point.
Is she still convinced she's going to win? Let me see. What's the status? It's still early. It is early.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if she's going to win or not.
Just loading that.
Nevada's quite far behind in their counting.
Yeah, but that's probably because they've only recently closed the polls there on the West Coast.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I'm still looking at this comment from Shapiro. I can put it on screen a bit better now, I think. Yeah, here we go, from red wave to red wedding.
That's good, yeah.
It's brutal. It is brutal. The expectation versus reality, and I believe even the mainstream media, thought this was going to be a Republican wipeout, essentially. Yeah.
Sarah Palin's not showing at all at the moment. She's at 28%. Her competitors at 45%, but Alaska's only counted 29% of the governor's votes.
Okay.
Of the House votes. So Sarah Palin's trailing badly. I think the problem you've got there is you get 2 Republican candidates and they'll split the vote.
So here's a bit of news for you here, and this comes.
So why would you do that? If you were a Republican Party, why would you put up 2 candidates?
They do it quite often.
Yeah, why?
I have
Why
no
did they do that?
idea. I have no idea. But here is a bit of news
Go
coming
on.
from Kari Lake. But it's congratulating Sarah Huckabee Sanders, as in Donald Trump's old press secretary, on becoming the first woman governor in the history of Arkansas. So Sarah Huckabee Sanders has won Arkansas as its governor.
Arkansas, yeah, indeed she has.
Yeah.
62% of the vote as well.
Do you remember?
Oh, is that a flip or is that?
I shall check. I shall check for you now. So we're going to look at Arkansas.
Arkansas was solid Republican.
So it does not look like it's a flip.
How the hell does Arkansas become a solid Republican governor, and yet that was the home of Bill Clinton? How did he ever get voted in? I mean, Arkansas is red in all three, and
it does appear to be,
massively red in all three zones.
I mean, look, she's not just won the governorship; she has won it with 62.9% of the vote count, versus her Democrat challenger at 35.2%. That is an annihilation. That's not just a win. That's embarrassing for the Democrats.
Yeah, Arkansas is a solid Republican state these days.
So,
and yet that is the state that Bill Clinton was the governor of.
Yeah, he was.
It refreshed my memory, but I'm pretty sure he was a Democrat.
Yeah, but remember the Democrats.
Amongst other things,
Democrats of yesteryear, as Bill Clinton is of that ilk, they were in fact pretty much the Republicans of today. Somebody might have a go at me for saying that, but they were certainly far more conservative on things like the border. They were the ones that wanted to ban video games and stuff like that. These are when they say the party's flipped, I mean there's certainly been some flips, maybe not as far back as some people want to claim there was, because let's face it, there are a lot of the R words in the Democratic Party still. I would say, R word being racists, but there are also probably some in the Republican Party too. But you know, so what do we think then? Do we think? I think all eyes are on Kari Lake at the moment, because she's a Trump-endorsed candidate, and she does appear to be losing bad at this current.
Well, right, okay, yes, but having said that, like you said, they just dropped a thing where she had 75% of the vote, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you look at Arizona, it still only counted 54% of the votes.
Okay.
So it's only counted 54% of his expected votes.
So it's all to play for.
So it wouldn't. Yeah, it is all to play for at the moment. Yeah, I mean it's edging Democrat as far as governor goes at the moment, but it is all to play for there. So it's interesting. We'll see how that goes. Oregon's looking tight as well for the Democrats. The governor there is on currently with 66% of the vote counted. The governor is on 45.4. Tina Kotek, right? And the Republican Christine Drazan is on 44.8%. So that's looking tight.
Massachusetts, on screen for you now. Attorney General Maura Healey has won her bid for governor. The win makes her the nation's first openly lesbian candidate elected to the governor's office, returning the seat to Democrats after 8 years of Republican leadership. So the governorship of Massachusetts has flipped from Republicans to Democrats. Why this woman being a lesbian has any bearing on this, I personally don't know.
It shouldn't, but you know what people are like.
Well, it's just a piece of information. I don't really care who or what you're sexually attracted to. I want to know if you can do a good job.
Yeah.
But that's the state of play. Now,
it's strange though, isn't it? When you look at some states, like for instance, you look at somewhere like I don't know what was I going to say. Some somewhere like ignore me. Carry on.
I was going to say to you, whilst we wait for some more election results to come in, do we have a list?
Kinda.
So, shall we touch on some news of the week? Or
I haven't got it in slide form though.
That doesn't matter. You can just talk to me.
Yeah.
So, So come on, let's talk some news, some world news other than the election results, whilst we wait for the election results to come in.
Okay. Okay. So, what's his name?
What is his
Evelyn
name?
Rothschild has died.
He has?
91. Now, I think the consensus does seem to be that this was the guy that poked Prince Charles in the chest. Remember?
Okay. Yeah.
And gave, when he was Prince Charles. So one of our leaders has died. Yeah, because don't think for a second he wasn't.
One of our overlords, one of our masters.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, personally, I'm indifferent to the fact that this man has died. I don't know him. I've never known him. He's not my family, so I'm indifferent. But obviously there will be many people who are happy.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what's worse though. Leslie Phillips has also died.
Leslie Phillips.
Carry on.
95 or 98 he made it to, didn't he?
Yeah, something like that. He did well. He was good. Carry on, Doctor, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He was a scream. I have watched many a movie with Leslie Phillips in it. He was good.
And for those of you who are in America watching this or watching this back, he is a British actor who was a mainstay in many of our sort of 70s and 80s comedies, titty comedies, we will call them, right, John? Titty comedies.
I've never heard that expression used in my life.
Well, you've
just coined the new phrase.
Do you like it?
No, I don't like it.
Oh, but... for God's sake!
Why would I like it?
I love it. Look, right? Everybody in this country has seen Peggy Mitchell's tits, right? Barbara Windsor's. How many?
Oh yeah, but that was a Carry On camping. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. But those sorts of films, they were lewd, they were crass, they were British humour, and it's a sad state of affairs when true talent and true artists pass away, because what we have these days in the UK and otherwise are just a conveyor belt of cookie cutter strong men or unfunny people who are rolled out to give us the same shit over and over again. And the Carry On films were kind of the same shit over and over again, but they were harmless, they were funny. It was a comedy troupe, and it was good, clean, harmless British humour. Mm-hmm. Now what do we get? We get a Judd Apatow film, or we get God damn it,
I don't know who Judd Apatow is or what you just said.
He's an American comedy writer, and it's those types of movies like the Step Brothers or things like that pass for comedy these days, and it's all right, but it's not like it used to be. It's not edgy.
What was Step Brothers?
Step Brothers was a film starring like Will Ferrell and John C.
Oh
Reilly.
yeah, that was very slapsticky. I was confused slightly there, because I remember, what was the one where the two guys were conjoined?
Oh, I do know the film you're on about. One of them was Matt Damon, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was freaking hilarious, that one.
But at that point, that's sort of where edgy humour died, right?
Yeah,
we don't have that anymore. But
no, we don't.
But when these artists and these true bastions of comedy and even freedom, I would go so far as to say freedom, because They did what they wanted, and they made the comedy they wanted. Like John Cleese famously said that Monty Python would not be picked up by the BBC today, and he's right. He's absolutely right.
Nobody would pick up Monty Python these days. Monty Python was brilliant.
Yeah, it was. It was brilliant.
And,
it was edgy.
You know, I was watching stuff the other night from the Meaning of Life, and you know what? It's very relevant today. Very relevant.
It's probably all very relevant, and humor is sort of, it's the way we normalize things, right? It's the way we normalize differences. It's the way we,
yeah, and it's the way that you take the wind out of people's sails with humor as well. And if you can't use humor to do things like that, to normalize things, to bring the people down to reality or back to reality, then what are you doing? Effectively, you're becoming drones living in a 1984 tyrannical state.
You are, and the thing is, humor, comedy is a universal language as well, right? There are certain things you can say, or don't even say, but do, and they are instantly recognised and laughed at, and humorous and funny, and we're gonna lose that. We are.
Yeah, we are.
We're gonna lose it, and it is a sorry, sad state of affairs, and to, like I say, have these last bastions of entertainment and comedy and things like that leaving us it's almost like the final nail in the coffin. And when people like John Cleese go, John Cleese, who is now got a segment or a show on GB News, that John Cleese, but when they do go, then what's left for comedy? What's left for pushing the boundaries, pushing the envelope? Because we are living in a generation, or with a generation, the one below me, and some might say my generation as well, but I'm not so sure. But they can't take a joke. So
yeah, you're right. You're right. They can't take a joke.
It's not just that they can't take a joke. They find a joke genuinely offensive, call the person telling it evil, and say they must be ostracized from society.
Look at the one. Look at the one that was a hit me completely out of left field, right? Using the thumbs up emoji.
That's not even a joke.
It's not even a joke. It's just a confirmation of that you've heard and understood something.
Yeah.
And yet apparently the millennials think it's offensive. Mm-hmm. It's dismissive and offensive.
I mean, I am a millennial, and when you think about it. but when you think about it, right? Think about this. Think about this rationally.
But you got to remember, people say things like "I'm a millennial," but if you're on the cusp, then are you really? That would then depend a lot more on how you were brought up rather than when exactly you were born. You know. But
like I say, think about this rationally, right? And we can tie this back to the midterms. A lot of these people, these constantly offended, woke, far leftists, shall we call them, are coming of age to vote, and they're going out to vote, and they're voting for the people and the policies that speak to them, and they're probably infused as well to go and do it. And when you factor that in, then maybe what we are seeing tonight, this morning, is not so much of a surprise.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
true.
Okay, so whilst we wait for some more results, what else is going on in the world?
Right, you remember when Rishi got pulled out of the meeting in COP?
Yes.
Quite dramatically, as if something serious had happened.
Yes.
Well, nothing serious appears to have happened. So, it's like you said, was this to do with Macron and the dinghy thing?
It does look like it was.
Really?
In my opinion, it looks to me somebody came in and said Emmanuel has this amount of time now to have an in-person, face-to-face meeting and discussion about the dinghy thing, and they were like, "You got to go now, go."
Got it. Go. Anyway, go. Okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
I mean, and really, in real terms, what's going to change? You know, I await with bated breath. Yeah, I really do.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. I don't think it's going to change either.
I mean, I've been seeing more and more reports over the last few days of people going to check into hotels and being told, "Sorry, can't check in here.
Full.
It's been taken over by a government contract," and it's got to stop. It's got to stop.
Did you see the guy who was a hotelier? He's got some hotel down south somewhere, Camelot Hotel or something like that, and he said the government offered me a contract, a 12-month rolling contract to book out the whole hotel. He said they would cover everything, but one of the conditions was he had to fire all his staff apart from three cleaners.
Yes, I have seen this. I have seen this with. I think this is sort of what is going on in many of these hotels that are being taken over, because obviously you've got the G4S government contracted security guards roaming them like they're a prison. You've got
Unfortunately, though, they're not applying the same kind of rigor that they would in a prison, are they? Because the places are getting wrecked.
No, they are applying that rigor to anybody trying to investigate and trying to get in. They're not applying that rigor to anybody in there. They're treating them with kid gloves. And like you say, the places are getting wrecked. I mean, there was a news story just the other day, but they got on strike at a Holiday Inn and they're up on a sodding roof. Why?
Yeah.
I think these people...
Because the food was bad.
Yeah, but I think these people need to show a little bit of respect, right? Because at the end of the day, they have walked into a pushover system in a pushover country, and they are being given more than the people who fought for our country are given.
Yeah.
They are being given. They're being given hotel rooms. That's all of their heating paid for. They're having all of their meals paid for. They've got a comfortable place to sleep. They're getting 3 solid meals a day on the public purse. A lot of our servicemen and women are on the streets. They're not getting that.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
We've got nurses in this country using food banks. We've got, I mean, personally speaking, you know my financial situation. It is far worse than what they're getting. Right? These people, refugee or not, need to show some goddamn respect. And they turn up, and people like Diane Abbott, for God's sake, blaming someone like me for simply saying that when they commit a heinous crime.
Yeah.
It's astounding. It's absolutely astounding. Well, yeah. So from Newsweek, I can flick back over to Twitter for a minute here. Back to the midterms. They are now calling it for Fetterman completely. Yeah. Fetterman defeats Oz, giving Democrats chance of holding the Senate.
Yeah.
So,
it's 48 to 47 in the Senate at the moment.
Yeah. So it's giving Democrats the chance to hold the Senate. I mean, Fetterman concerns me, and he concerns me because he's another one that's clearly not got the mental capacity to be doing this, and he's been being held up maybe unfairly because he's just had a stroke. He's just recently had a stroke.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and get a coffee, or I'm going to have one.
Right, you go.
Can you hold the fort for 2?
You'd like me to hold the fort for 2? I can do that.
I'll tell you can talk about Brexit if you want, or do you want to wait until I come back?
I want to wait until you come back.
Okay. What else can we talk about?
Don't worry, I shall go over some more stuff here. You go and make your coffee. Right, leave me to do this by myself in the pissing rain. I can hear the pissing rain here. But Vaughan says, hello there. So what's happening in the colonies? Red wave? No. No. It doesn't appear to be. And once again, we'll go back to Ben Shapiro's example of from red wave to red wedding. It's looking bad. It is. For some reason my chat is not working. So I'm going to have to refresh it. I can't refresh it. So you guys are going to have to bear with me because I've got a tiny little version of your chat down here on the right which I can see. It's not popping up in its usual place for some unknown reason. So technology, eh guys? Technology. So let's keep up to date on the US 22 midterm. Sorry, it's very early. Elections. So here we go. Look at this one here from the Los Angeles Times. A Maricopa County election machine issues spark failed GOP lawsuit and conspiracy theories. Obviously, it's always conspiracy theories, isn't it? Let me take you over there. I'll read this out to you. I don't have a frame set up to put it properly on screen. So from Phoenix, Arizona. Arizona's high-stakes elections were hit with technical issues in Phoenix's Maricopa County on Tuesday, sparking a Republican lawsuit and a wave of criticism, rumors, and misinformation. We should have a misinformation button. Misinformation! County officials announced Tuesday morning that the ballot counting machines were malfunctioning in 20% of the 223 vote centers across the county, confirming reports that quickly spread on social media and prompting former President Trump to make unfounded allegations of a stolen election on his Truth Social platform. We've got comments in the chat saying the fix is in. Officials in Arizona, particularly in Maricopa, where top election officials are Republicans, were under great pressure to ensure a smooth and safe experience for voters. Supporters of Trump had held... My apologies. My eyes are going a bit... Supporters of Trump held armed protests in Maricopa County in 2020 after Joe Biden narrowly became the Democrat to win a presidential contest there in more than 20 years. This year, 4 of the top statewide candidates have been endorsed by Trump and have echoed his false and unfounded claims that the 2020 election was stolen due to widespread voter fraud. Gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake has heavily criticized election administration under Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, calling on her Democratic opponent for governor to recuse herself from overseeing their contest. Well, she really shouldn't be overseeing their contest if she...
What's happening?
We're just reading an article from the Los Angeles Times about Arizona. They're using many of the buzzwords, you know, conspiracy theories, misinformation. The buzzwords. I just said to the people, actually, John, we need a misinformation button. So there's something, misinformation, something like that. We need a
Yeah.
We do. After casting her ballot at a polling place in downtown Phoenix, Lake said she would overhaul the state's elections if she wins. This is incompetency. I hope it's not malice, she told reporters. We're going to fix it. We're going to win. And when we win, there's going to be a come to Jesus for elections. That's an interesting phrase, isn't it there, John? There's gonna be a come to Jesus. I don't know what it means either.
You know, I'm sitting here looking at a map of America, right? And it really is red. If this is for the house, okay, it's red everywhere, right? Even half of California is red.
Yeah.
Right. And yet, 4 or 5 cities really make all the difference, don't they?
Of course they do. Of course they do. Because I mean, let's face it. When it comes to the presidential election, no, they don't, and that's why it's set up the way it is with the Electoral College and things like that. If the Electoral College didn't exist, yes,
Oh yeah.
it would simply be California and New York that decide the president. That would be it. But so with that in mind, at the federal level, there are checks and balances and things in place to stop California and New York being the sole deciders of the presidential election. But when it comes to things like this, the reason that it is because of the size of California and because of the size of New York and because of the amount of districts they have to run House members. They're large. They're huge. And it may be unfair, but they're definitely winning the popular vote, aren't they, the Republicans?
Yeah, yeah.
I would say so. So
I didn't realise there's actually still some Democrat support in Florida.
Okay.
Like Orlando and the surrounding district is still Democrat.
That doesn't shock me. And
Tampa's Democrat.
the reason that doesn't shock me that Orlando and Tampa are Democrat is because they're the home of Disney.
And Miami's Democrat in the House.
Think how many people the Walt Disney World Resort employs, right? And
yeah, I know, I know.
The culture within that environment is to at least signal that you're voting Democrat, right? It's sort of another, because it's a Hollywood-esque company or a Hollywood-based company. You don't vote Republican, or at least you don't signal that you're voting Republican, because you become ostracized within the company. I mean, I know people who work for Disney in Florida who vote Republican, and I know for a fact that they do not advertise it. They do not advertise that they vote Republican, and yet they're in the heart of Florida, and it's a Republican stronghold. And they're afraid to admit because of the work environment, and it's tens of thousands of people working for that place.
Yeah.
So them and their families are at least signaling that they're voting Democrat. So Tampa, which is pretty much where Disney is, and Orlando, does not shock me that they are holding for Democrats at all, because it's just the culture, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So
it's very disappointing. I mean, so far, I was expecting more of a woo, you know. But I mean, so far in the Senate, we've only had one state flip.
And yes, we have.
And that was Pennsylvania.
It's flipped to Democrat.
Yeah. And that's it. Only one state has flipped.
So far, once again, the night is not over.
And then, yeah, so far. And then the House, we've only had Wisconsin's 3rd district have gone Republican. Part of Texas has gone Republican.
I mean, Texas has
Really,
always been heavily Republican anyway, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it's very, there's not a lot. It's like I was saying, apathy seems to be ruling here because there's no change. So this tells me that the people don't want change. And I'm thinking, what have we done? Either that or the people have gone full-blown apathy. I don't know what the turnout is.
There is a third option.
That's the interesting thing.
I was going to say the third option is low turnout. Because
that's what we need to look at the turnout. But
I was going to say historically, people
it's...
don't turn out for midterms like they turn out for a general, right?
Yeah.
But this midterm was very, very, very important because it is. I'm not going to say democracy was on the ballot. I'm not going to be hyperbolic like all of those, idiots on Twitter. But what I will say is this: if we continue down these paths that we are going down, everyone's going to be bloody bankrupt. So change needs to happen.
Yeah, you're right, and I would say democracy. If democracy was on the ballot, right? No one gave a shit.
Well, no.
So it's like democracy turned up here for a vote, and nobody bothered voting.
No, you're right. Anyway, let's continue with this article, and then we'll get on to some more international news. So Trump released a video message to Arizona voters and made several posts on Truth Social on Tuesday afternoon, alleging that the situation in Maricopa County was a complete voter integrity disaster. I'll try and do my best 7 a.m. Trump. People of Arizona, don't get out of line, okay? To cast your vote. No, I'm not doing it.
I don't think he said that, and do not take that as a call to action. But if you look at our shorts, you'll find there's a very pertinent one recently posted about that.
Yes, there is. But he did say, people of Arizona, don't get out of line until you cast your vote. They are trying to steal the election with bad machines and delay. Don't let it happen, is what Trump tweeted, or truthed, shall we say. Several conservative personalities, including some of those who stumped with Lake in the days leading up to the election, posted invectives about Maricopa County election officials on social media. The Lake campaign, Republican Senate candidate Blake Masters, and the Republican National Committee filed a lawsuit Tuesday afternoon to extend voting hours in Arizona by 3 hours to 10 p.m. local time to make up for the tabulator issues. Republicans made up the majority of in-person voter turnout on Tuesday. Well, that's usually the case, isn't it? Republicans turn up to vote. That's just historically the case across the entire country, from what I understand.
Yeah.
The widespread issues in an election administered by Democrat Secretary of State Katie Hobbs are completely unacceptable, especially as Republicans flock to the polls to vote in person on Election Day, RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel said in a written statement. We have dozens of attorneys and thousands of volunteers on the ground working to solve this issue and ensure that Arizona voters have the chance to make their voices heard. A Maricopa County Superior Court judge denied the emergency request around the time polls closed at 7 p.m. So they asked for 3 hours extension because of the issues, and the judge said no, and the election is being run by the Democrat. That's make of that what you will.
So what do you make of this then? Donald Trump has warned Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis against running for president in 2024. Saying doing so would harm the Republican Party.
Donald Trump wants to run.
Yeah. So he then says, I think he would be making a mistake. I think the base would not like it. Right? The former president told Fox News. Right?
Okay.
He then threatened to release unflattering information about the 44-year-old without providing details.
What? Is this just happening?
5 hours ago.
Donald Trump wants another stab at the presidency, and the only person that would stand in his way within his own party, because he'd primary him and he'd probably win, is Governor Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, so he branded the rising Republican star Ron DeSanctimonious.
He did.
At a rally over the weekend.
But he then voted for him. He voted for Ron.
Yeah, but how can he not?
Well,
how could he not vote for him?
Well, yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because he's got to vote along party lines. But, you know, it honestly, and, you know, people might hate me for saying this, and I don't really care. I think Governor Ron is the better choice.
I think so too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Trump. There's no way Trump lost in 2020, in my view, right?
Right, and that is your view.
That is my view. There is no way he lost that. I mean, he was way ahead in everything, and then counting stopped. I mean, and what time is it now in the States? It's now getting towards that time when they stopped counting during the night in the presidential election, which I don't think had ever occurred before.
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
But anyway, they stopped counting, and then when they resumed, it suddenly all flipped to Democrat. And, you know, it's like I mean, Trump was a shoo-in for 2020. I mean, sitting presidents don't get unelected unless your name's Gerald Ford.
Well, the thing is, I can't say what you're saying is 100% accurate. I mean, what you're saying is accurate, right?
Right. Right. Forget the news. This is people having a chat here. This is speculation, right?
Yeah.
This isn't a news show at this point. This is just us commenting on what's happening in the world and how we see it, right? So you take from any comments that are made here what you want. You make up your own mind. But in my view, there is no way that Trump could have legitimately have lost that election, right? So I think since then, certain things have been proven as fact. You know, there were states where 125% of the electoral population voted, which isn't right in anyone's book, you know? People were disappointed in their grandfathers voting because they'd been Republican all their life, but once they were dead, they voted Democrat. And these things are proven, you know, this isn't speculation, that's a proven fact. So there was chicanery going on, and I think the chicanery was probably more prevalent than people think. So I think it genuinely was. It did reduce America, in my view, to the status of banana republic. And I'm not sure this is pulling it back. Because when you see stuff like what's going on in Maricopa and places like that, which is where it happened the last time, right? And I mean, it's 7:30 in the morning at one point, and the guy's going, the machines aren't working. Hold on a minute. They just bloody opened, and the machines aren't working. These things are meant to be tested and tested and tested, and they're supposed to be fair and accurate. Well, if the machines don't work, then throw them away and count the votes by hand.
So I'm gonna bring you to a tweet here from a man named Garrett_Archer on Twitter. He's verified. He's calling himself the AZAB15 data guru, and he's just tweeted this. There are still Katie Hobbs precincts out to Gold Canyon in the East Valley and a few in Queen Creek. These will not hold. We have a long way to go.
What was that? Where's he referring to? Sorry, I missed that.
So this is to the Arizona election. And he's saying there are still at Katie Hobbs precincts out to Gold Canyon in the East Valley and a few in Queen Creek. These will not hold. We have a long way to go. So what do you think he means by that? Because he hasn't given any context. Someone here says, you mean Lake may have a chance.
So obviously this is, I mean, what's this about? Is this House, Senate, or governorship? I don't know.
This is
Katie Hobbs. Where's she run?
Governor.
Yes. Yeah, well, there is a long way to go. I mean, the governorship is tight there.
It is.
You know, and they're still only counted. Well, the last count I had was 56% of the vote. I'm not sure where we are. Let's have a quick check where we are now.
So here we go. Here's an update from 5 minutes ago. This is in the same run. Pima and Pinal County have posted 20,348 ballots. Share of the batch: Kari Lake 59.4%, Katie Hobbs 40.1%. Hobbs now leads by 153,702. Senate BG Masters 55.6 and Captain Mark Kelly 42.1. Kelly leads by 219,478. So those are the latest numbers from the latest counties to have posted in Arizona. So
some counties have only counted 37% of their vote.
Yeah, it's still looking like there is a chance here for Katie Hobbs to lose.
Yeah, it's not a done deal yet. It's not a done deal yet in Arizona, but I'm kind of thinking it is a done deal, you know? Yeah. And call me cynical and bitter and twisted even, but I'm very disappointed with the way things are panning out here, and I think this isn't boding well for America in any kind of way, whether it be an international setting or even a domestic setting, because I don't see how this is going to get you out of the hole that you're in. you're still being led nominally by a degenerate, and when I say degenerate, I meant he's suffering from a degenerative disease, right? Alzheimer's, or something like that.
Yeah.
He's obviously got an aversion to stairs these days. But anyway, so you're still being led by this guy who isn't making any decisions. So I mean, effectively, who's running the show? Is it Obama? Is Obama working behind the scenes?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, logic would dictate that Kamala's making more decisions than Joe.
No. Logic would tell you Kamala's not involved at all.
I mean, the one thing I will say about Kamala, as someone from the outside looking in, someone from over here in the United Kingdom, we never see her. We never. She doesn't.
There's a reason for that. Because she's a fucking liability.
The only reason, and this is going to sound bad, but the only reason that she is currently the vice president is because Joe Biden said on the campaign trail, "I will pick a woman of color to be my vice president."
Yeah, because she is black. Oh, hold on. No, she ain't black.
But it's not that. Remember, this woman on the debate stage looked Joe Biden in the eye and called him a racist.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's like,
yeah. And now then she kowtowed and took it as a running mate. Yeah. What? And I mean, that's just a power grabbing scumbag. That's all she is.
Is your alarm going off?
No, it's not my alarm. There is an alarm going off. Yeah.
It does sound, it sounds alarmy. Where I had to take my ears out to see if it was my car, but it's not.
It won't be my car because I don't have a fucking car, do I?
No, you don't. So let's have a look. See if there's any updates. In late night speech to supporters, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy claims it is clear the Republicans are gonna take the House back. I will play that clip for you now.
2 years ago when I became leader, Republicans had less than 200 seats in the... We are going to take the House.
Let's try that one again.
2 years ago when I became leader, Republicans had less than 200 seats in the House. That cycle, we picked up 14 seats when every single person said that would be impossible. If you believe in freedom, hard work, and the American dream, these results proved that there is a place for you in the Republican Party. Now tonight, we built upon those gains 2 years ago, and it is clear that we are going to take the House back.
So he will become Republican Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy by night's end. But that is the House. That's the House. But the Senate, notice he's not mentioning the Senate.
Well, it's still 48-47 at the moment in the favour of the Democrats.
Which just a hold, isn't it? At this point.
Yeah. So what is the American dream?
I thought the American dream, well, my interpretation of the American dream was to be, to go it alone, to be self-sufficient, to make your own way in the world, make a success of yourself, be free, and if you're that way inclined, eat a load of apple pie.
Yeah. To be entrepreneurial.
Yeah, what's your interpretation of the American dream?
Well, I mean... in some respects, the American dream is nothing but a construct that's designed to keep people in chains, to keep them as slaves. I mean, the American dream is what? A house, a family, 2.4 kids. The ability to chase your dreams but never attain them.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, look at houses, right? Look at houses in this country, in America, and everybody should have a house, yeah? Everybody should own a home. Should they? Should they really? Why? Why should they own a home? Because who wins you buying a house? You don't win.
Well, no. No,
you don't, because you borrow money to buy that house, right?
Mm.
And you pay for that house, you pay for it back with interest, right? So you're paying an inflated price for that house. If you want to go and work somewhere else or live somewhere else, you have to then go and sell that house, which is going to cost you money, and then buy another house, which in real terms doesn't benefit you in any great way, right? So
unless, of course, you make a massive, massive fat profit on that house, like you would have done if you bought in London.
For very tiny amounts of time in real terms, right? Okay, so there's no benefit to you having a house, right? No benefit to you owning a house, because the only people that benefit when you own a house isn't you, right? Because by the time you've paid that house off, you're near dead. So your kids might benefit, but then again, they won't, because the government will take that money in tax.
Yeah.
So they'll steal that money from them, and your house will be sold. I mean, you leave your house to your kids, and they don't live in it. They sell it and just use the money to buy, more McDonald's or whatever, right? So you've paid for that house, and you've paid through the nose for that house to the banks.
Okay. Yep.
Because you had to borrow money to buy that house, right? So the only people that win from you buying a house are banks. Right?
Yeah, of course. The banks are the only people that win in pretty much every financial situation.
Yeah, because, let's face it, the only reason for you to buy a house is because the bank told you it was a good idea.
Yeah. No.
And the bank had a product to sell, because they can't lend you money for anything other than for you to buy products, and they don't want you to go and buy stuff. They don't want you to go and start a business.
Right.
You try to raise finance to run a business. It's fucking nigh impossible from a bank, right?
No, of course.
Because they don't want you in business, because business is risky and businesses fail and they lose them. The bank loses money. So they really don't want to lend money to businesses, because that might help the economy, but fuck the economy. When you're a banker, you're only interested in making money for the bank.
But lending money to bricks and mortar?
Yeah, then you can go and take the bricks and mortar back, and you can rent it out now, because the law's changed and banks are allowed to become landlords.
Oh my God.
Right? Yeah, did you know that? So the bank's winning when it comes to houses, but people aren't.
Yeah.
And you might think, and I'm an Englishman, my home is my castle. Is it? Fuck, it's never been your castle, right? Your castles have always been owned by foreigners and outsiders.
Yeah.
Right? You're no more English than... what is this concept of country for? Who benefits there? Really, in real terms, and don't call me a globalist, because I'm not, but who benefits from the concept of country? The people running that country, because you'll go and fight for them. You'll go and fight for your country. Don't ask what you can do for your country, what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Fuck the country. Really, I don't care about the country. I ask, what can the country do for me? Because I've put life and soul into it. And then I've come to my senses and thought, these people aren't working for me. These people aren't benefiting me. They're not benefiting my family. They're not benefiting my friends.
No.
The whole thing's a construct that's designed to keep you in your place.
Yeah.
Right? And make you a good little slave that doesn't question. Because that's the important thing. Keep the population under control and feather our own nests.
Government, baby!
There you go. That's it. Government and bankers.
And I wonder why. I wonder why, realistically, people think it would be any different flipping from Democrat to Republican. Maybe they would see some gains in their own personal lives. Maybe they'll see inflation maybe come down, or the cost of gas get a bit cheaper. But
you're right. It won't, in real terms, it won't make any difference, because the aims of a Republican government and a Democratic government are exactly the same. Keep the people under control and feather our own nests. And some are better at it than others. Some keep the people under control better and feather their nest more. Some do it the other way around. Some are kind of 50-50. Either way, you're not winning as someone who's out there voting for people. You're not winning.
No.
You're never going to win. You're never going to win unless you're incredibly rich and don't give a shit about what happens. And the only way to get incredibly rich is to jump outside the system and think outside that paradigm, because There's no point in trying to follow their rules, because if you follow their rules, you won't. Their rules are designed to keep you down. That's why you've got to think outside the box. That's why it's time to change. It's time for you to change your thinking. It's time for you to change how you operate. It's time for you to stop thinking about, I'm working here to save and make. You want to save up for something that's going to take you 10, 20, 30, 40 years to buy something big. So you can't do that. You've got to think outside the box. You've got to stop kowtowing to the systems that are put in place to keep you down, because that's all they do.
And John asked me, because this is what we do here, and what we do every weekday, and things we do on the other channel, and all of the other stuff that we do here. For me, it's a hobby, right? And for John, it's a hobby right now. Okay. We don't make in real terms.
I disagree.
But in real terms, because we don't make a penny, it's a hobby. Yeah. As it stands. And John asked me a question. He said, and I kind of regret my answer now, because he said, "What does success look like to you?" And I turned around and said, to be able to be a little bit more self-sufficient, pay the bills, and take the kids on a couple of holidays a year. Right,
and I did give you a bit of pasting for that, didn't I?
He did give me a bit of a pasting for that, but do you know what? That's always been the dream for me, and the more that I think about it now, and the more that I go into my own mind, no, being a slave to the system and doing my 9 to 5, if I was able to do that medically, which I'm not. But but putting in what I can, and getting my little pay packet, and all being able to book and be excited for a holiday in a year's time, maybe. That's slavery.
Yeah, it's a manufactured dream, mate. Your dreams have been manufactured by the system. That's what's happened to you, right? And you think I just want a quiet life. I just want to be able to do this, and in reality, you've not explored your dreams. That's the problem. Because the system has consistently knocked your dreams down every time you've even thought about starting one, right? And that's why everybody, not just you and I, but everybody out there, whether you're listening to us or not, what you have to do is you have to stop thinking that you are content in your position in life and this is all it's about. Because if you stop thinking like that, you will then be outside the system. You will become, like Mark said in his thing, you will become ungovernable. And that's what we need to do. We need to become ungovernable, because what has government done for us?
That doesn't mean go out and commit a load of crimes and rob people.
Nobody said that. You take what you want from words, right?
Yeah.
But nobody's calling you to do anything. What I'm saying is you have to think outside the system, and then you have to apply that to your own life and think about it. Because if you just keep plodding along, yeah, okay, you maybe buy a Mercedes. Whoopee fucking do. Whoopee do. What does that Mercedes mean to you?
Well, exactly.
Because I'll guarantee all it means to you is people will look at you and think, oh, he's got a Mercedes. Or you buy a BMW and people look at you and think, oh, he's a dick.
Same if you buy an Audi. That guy drives like a twat.
Yeah. But that's all that means. All it means is it's a means of transport, right? So what difference does it matter if it's a fucking Toyota Corolla or a Mercedes? It's a means of transport, right? It might be a nicer means of transport, but that's ultimately all it is, and it's not benefiting you to go and buy one.
Yeah, I mean,
because that money's not working for you.
We personally know somebody who is rich enough to do what he wants, when he wants. He lives outside the system, so to speak, right? He bought a patch of farmland and just sort of built a community on it. Built a community on it without getting any planning permission or anything like that. Just did it, right? Because he wanted to do it, and he lives on his little patch of land. Also got a hotel. Also got every vehicle going, including a Harley, right?
A pretty poor Harley at that,
but he's happy, right?
Yeah.
But he's happy, but he's in that position to do it because he thought outside the box, he thought outside the system, and he made his wealth. And in fact, we may even make a mini documentary on the guy, mightn't we, John?
We might, yeah. But, you know, it's like there's a system in place for a reason.
The system is designed, as John said, to keep you down, keep you in your place, and basically let you know that you are not supposed to be more. This is, you know, go to work, pay your bills, go eat, sleep, fuck, repeat, basically. You know,
Yeah, and on occasion, it's going to ask you, the state is going to ask you to die for it.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do.
And
Because that's what it means when they send people abroad to fight for other people's freedom, not your own, because the last time we fought for our own freedom was in 1945, and look where it got us. How free do you feel right now?
we're not free. We're beholden. Anything and everything we do is beholden to somebody else. Is beholden to the state, as you would call it, right?
Yep.
Now, is there a place on Earth where you truly are free? That's the question, isn't it? Now,
Well, there is only one place that you can ever be truly free, right? There's only one place, and that place is in there.
then you're not free because
All
you're
that place is in there. You can only ever be free in your head and how you think, right?
yeah.
Because no matter what you do in this world, there will be someone trying to control you.
Absolutely, and there has been someone trying to control us our entire existence as a society. I mean, the idea of society itself is control, as far as I'm concerned. The idea of religion is nothing but control, as far as I'm concerned.
It's a cult.
They're just control structures, in my view,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, and this is an indictment of humanity, most people want to be controlled. Most people want to be governed. Most people want to be told what to do. And before somebody has a go at me and says, no, that's not true, look at the last 2.5 years. Not a critical thought among the vast majority of the general populace. Right? Not one.
And even the ones that did have a critical thought didn't state it, didn't call it out, you know.
But do you know what?
That's the really disappointing thing, because people out there did have critical thoughts and they didn't speak out because they didn't want to be pointed out as different. They didn't want to stand up and be counted. They didn't want to put their head above the parapet, maybe in case they were wrong. You know what? If you believe in your convictions, it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. At least you can say, well, I did what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought that and I did it. And I stick by my decision made at the time. Because you think about it, all these people now are going, well, we didn't know. We didn't know. That's
We
why
knew
we were
everything.
so... Well, why were you so fucking nasty if you didn't know, right?
Even all right. So I saw before coming and setting off the interview with Mark Changizi this morning. I was in the house. And I was waiting for my medication to take effect, so I was just looking through some YouTube and stuff like that, right? And I came across an interview. It's apparently within the last couple of days between Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate, and it was on free speech. And Piers Morgan made I can't with this man, because he turned around to Andrew Tate and he said, I based my opinions and my vitriol and my anger, and I called for people to be ostracized from society because of what the scientists were telling me, but then the facts changed, and so my opinion changed. Well, no, the facts didn't change.
No, the facts never changed.
The facts themselves did not change, right? The facts were the facts.
How you got your facts is the only thing that was different, because Piers Moron, if you're listening, and you won't be, but Piers Moron, you had access to better information than I had, and yet I knew the score from day one. I knew the score from January. I knew that this wasn't going to be a problem. I published a newsletter to the people that came to my gym saying, don't worry about this.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's not going to be a big problem, right? All you need to do is keep yourself healthy, keep going to the gym, keep your mental health up, ensure you've got a good supply of vitamin D, and take it because it's the middle of winter in Scotland, so nobody makes enough vitamin D in Scotland. Nobody makes enough vitamin D in north of Europe any time of the year, right? Yeah. I mean, 96% of North Europeans are deficient in vitamin D. Take vitamin D. What does vitamin D do? It boosts the immune system.
So Belladonna says here...
What have they now come out with? Saying vitamin D makes a big difference. But the information was all there. The data was all there. There was no undue deaths. And what have we had from the ONS recently? 37,000 people below average died from respiratory diseases over the last 2 years.
And that's
37,000
that's simply
below.
Data.
Yeah, and that's just data. That's all cause mortality. But 37,000 people didn't die from respiratory diseases when they would have expected them to have died from respiratory diseases. And that's over the last 2 years. So that's before even treatment started, right? So there was nothing. There was nothing. It didn't happen. It's a construct. It was a construct by government. That they saw it happening and they took advantage of it. And that's all they did. They took advantage of it. And by extension, they took advantage of you, they bent you over the table, they had you without any lube and without the common decency of a reach around. There you go. Good morning.
According to Vaughan, I'm not vitamin D deficient because I'm ginger.
No, you are. Even ginger people can't get enough vitamin D.
I'm not fucking ginger!
Yes, you are. You've got traces of ginger.
Right, let's go to MSNBC. We've got a video here. Steve Kornacki explains why Wisconsin and Georgia are crucially important in the battle for the U.S. Senate. Here we go.
The question kind of becoming here, is there a way in this Atlanta metro area for Warnock to gain enough votes, not just to finish ahead of Herschel Walker, but to get to 50% plus one and to avoid that runoff? That's the key question here in Georgia right now. There are, in these Democratic areas in Metro Atlanta, still a fair number of votes to come. There are some Republican votes to come from Columbia County and from some other places in the state, but is there a path for Warnock to move this number up and actually crack 50%? That's the suspense in Georgia. If he doesn't, we go to a runoff. And then again, we've been waiting for more clarity in Arizona, and really not much has changed in that picture. We're just trying to get a sense of that same-day vote, especially from Maricopa County. But Wisconsin and Georgia, in terms of the battle for the Senate right now, and I'm just checking back in right now, crucially important. If Ron Johnson loses this race, Republicans will have lost Wisconsin. They will have lost Pennsylvania. They'll have that's a net loss of 2. They would then need to win Georgia and Arizona and Nevada. That would be their only path to controlling the Senate.
There we go.
Well, I think the Republicans they're looking like they're going to win Wisconsin.
Okay, so what is the projections there? Is it crucially close, or is it?
No, Wisconsin's Ron Johnson's on 50.7% of the vote.
Yep.
Mandela Barnes. Mandela. You have no fucking option but to be a Democrat if your name is Mandela Barnes.
Oh Jesus.
Anyway, Mandela Barnes, Democrat, has 49.1% of the vote. So I think Wisconsin for the Senate is definitely going to go to the Republicans. They've already lost Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Right, so they need Arizona or Nevada.
So if you're watching on YouTube,
I don't think they're going to get Nevada. I think Arizona would be their last great hope.
Okay. So if you're watching on YouTube and you're not already, then please hit that red subscribe button, hit the like button, and share this out. Get people to come and join us while we talk through this stuff. Now, while we wait for some more election votes to come in, we've got one now from Bloomberg. Democrat Angie Craig wins re-election in Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District, beating Republican Tyler Kistner. That's Democrat Angie Craig wins re-election in Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. So that's a hold in the House for the Democrats.
Okay.
So anyway, let's move on to what you wanted to talk about, referring to Brexit. You said...
No, it wasn't Brexit, mate. It was BRICS.
Oh, BRICS.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
BRICS.
BRICS, not Brexit.
I mean...
And don't say that's the same word.
You are...
I'll come down that lens.
You are Scottish.
So BRICS is a trading bloc.
Yes.
From Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Now, Algeria have formally requested to join that trading bloc, as has, I believe, Argentina and Chile. I'm not sure I'd want Argentina anywhere near me, mind you, with their rate of inflation at the moment, because I think it's around about the 90%. You think we've got it bad? 90% in Argentina. But you can also go back through our back catalogue and read about what's going on in Argentina and why it's a problem, although no one ever did, because they obviously weren't interested in it. But anyway, yes, I'm having a dig at you people. Anyway, so BRICS is a trading bloc. Now, the next step for this trading bloc is to move off the US dollar, which is pretty much what they're trying to do anyway, because they're trading amongst themselves, oil and stuff like that. You know, China and Russia are selling gas and oil to each other, and they're not using the US dollar, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
Because America only has one economy, and that economy is an oil-based economy, because if you can buy oil without having to use the US dollar, you don't need to do business with the US, because you then don't need US dollars. And if you don't need US dollars, you don't need to do business with the US. And therefore, the US economy tanks. And that's what's starting to happen in the world. Because all the wars in the past, all the recent ones, you know, like Iraq twice, Afghanistan, Libya, all these things have been for one big reason, because all those people were going to start selling stuff out with the US petrodollar. And when you do away with the US petrodollar, America and America Team Police aren't involved anymore. And you can't have that, because if America's not involved anymore, how are they going to make money? How are they going to survive? So America as an economic force is in the down.
Yeah.
BRICS is probably the best place to take it over at the moment. But everybody has their issues. And the problem with China is their economy is based on America.
Yes.
So, in fact...
Well, their economy
the Chinese economy isn't really the Chinese economy.
It's the Western economy just outsourced to China.
Yeah, basically China just makes stuff for us.
Yeah.
So the problem is if our economy tanks, then so does China's.
Well,
to a degree.
It depends. It depends what you mean by that, because their economy seems to grow consistently by the same percentage points every year. Almost like almost like the numbers are a bit fudged.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, when you've only got, one party, i.e. you don't have a party because there's no politics involved here.
No, right? It's the party.
This is just plain, this is 1984 come to life. So China is just a closed book. It's a closed system. You don't know what the hell's going on there, and they'll tell you exactly what they want you to hear. So you can't take anything you take from China as gospel. And
what did you
don't know?
I'll give you an example of China telling you exactly what you want to hear. It started in a wet market in a bat.
Yeah, sure it did. But anyway, but the thing about BRICS is it's got roots and it's got tendrils everywhere, because if you look at China's Belt and Road Initiative,
everywhere.
China owns Africa now.
In Crawley, in East Sussex, or in Crawley, they've just discovered a Chinese police station.
No, there's one in Glasgow and a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, they've just discovered one here in Crawley as well.
Yeah,
They are, like you say, they have tendrils and they have feelers absolutely everywhere. And To be honest with you, and I've used this word repeatedly, it's terrifying. It is terrifying.
And people might think I'm being hyperbolic, but China is an evil country.
It's an evil
ruled
regime.
By evil people, right? Now, I'm not saying Chinese people are evil. What I'm saying is their rulers are.
The regime
They
is
are
evil.
inherently evil, yeah.
I
And they will do anything to further their own ends.
And
So
what gets me
you can't deal with people like that on your Western terms, and you have to start thinking differently. And this is where, as Westerners, we fail continually because we will not think differently because we have been brainwashed from day one to be good slaves. And that applies whether you're sitting here with nothing or whether you're sitting there with, $1 million in the bank. You're still a brainwashed good citizen.
Yeah,
Because you're not thinking outside the box.
It's just there. You can make comparisons to us and the Chinese citizenry because everyone is brainwashed by their government or by their rulers, so to speak. It's just in different ways, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's very few people will take the step and call out their government or call out their rulers. Very few people will take that step
because of persecution.
And that's exactly what happens, because if you step outside the box, people they do two things. They think, one, you're a thought leader, right? Or two, you're an idiot. And then you're either David Icke or you're Andrew Tate, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
you're one or the other in people's heads, but they're not thinking right, because both those people have stepped outside the paradigm and they've gone about it different ways, right?
Yeah.
But that's what you've got to do. You've got to get out of this mindset where you want to be comfortable, because if you shoot for the moon and you fail, you at least got somewhere, right? But if you shoot for a 2-bed semi in Walthamstow, and I have no idea where Walthamstow is, but if that's what you shoot for and you fail, you're in a box on the street, So your goals and dreams have got to be lofty, and how you get them has to be innovative, because you cannot look at the world and go, well, everybody's doing this, so I'll jump on the bandwagon. Too late, too little. It's like Bitcoin, right? You can jump into Bitcoin now, but Bitcoin's it's too late, too little.
People have made their money.
Yeah, you got to be in at the start.
Yeah, to be in it when a Bitcoin was like £2.
Yeah, but you'll never be in at the start if you're always thinking inside the box. And that's the problem. You've got to step outside the system, and that's why the system needs to change, and that's why the system needs to be dismantled.
And that's why
you will never dismantle a system from inside it, because dismantling a system from inside it is like sitting on a branch and you sawing it off while you're still sitting on that part of the branch that's going to fall.
And that's why you need to go to, when it comes to us, because we are not practicing what we preach, so to speak. We're not being innovative right now. But if you go to chasingdissent.com and sign up to John's mailing list,
disagree. We're continually innovative.
Yeah, but if you sign up to John's mailing list, then we'll be able to contact you directly with stuff that we can do elsewhere, and also start using the website, because we're going to start using the website a lot more. It's a bit of a dead duck at the moment. I mean, this is streaming live on it right now, I presume, but chasingdissent.com is going to be our hub. It's going to be our home, and it's going to be a place where we can do things outside of the box. So we would really appreciate you going there, and also signing up to our Discord server. Natasha Cousin says, I'm liking the early morning show. I've been here since 4:30. I'm not liking it too much, but, I'm pushing on through, Natasha.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gives people a chance to drop in before they go to work, I suppose, and then go to work all fired up and get fired.
So, breaking news in from Arizona once again. We have some more votes. 2,279 votes just came in from Yavapai. Batch breakdown. For governor, Kari Lake, 87.1%. Katie Hobbs, 12.8%. Senate, BG Masters, 85%. Captain Mark Kelly, 13.5%. As Sauce, Real Mark Fincham, 86.8% versus Adrian Fontes, 13.2%. And Asa G, or As AG, Attorney General, Abraham Hamada, 87.3%, and Chris Mayers, 12.7%. So this small areas votes looking very much to skew Republican.
Yeah, they obviously don't like the current governor, but current governor's Carrie's still got a way to go.
She's and I'm not convinced she will cross the line.
No, I'm not sure. I don't think the governor in Georgia is going to be anything other than Raphael Warnock.
Breaking news from Decision Desk HQ. Decision Desk HQ projects the Republican Party will retain their U.S. Senate Class 3 seat in Alaska. The exact winner between Senator Lisa Murkowski and Kelly Tshibaka has not been decided. We have mathematically removed Patricia Chesbro, Democrat, from contention. So it's going to be between the two Republicans. They don't know which one.
Yeah, well, the Democrat only got 9.2%.
Well, yeah, then that's it. There's no path to victory there for the Democrat.
Kelly's well ahead.
Yeah, so
but you've got less than 50% of the votes counted. Okay,
but there's absolutely no path to victory in my mind for the Democrat then.
Oh no, none whatsoever. No. They are mathematically out of that race.
They are.
We've still only got one state has flipped in the Senate,
and that's flipped Democrat, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
That has.
With let's see what's the House. Let's see what's happening in the House. Status quo. One flipped again in the House. One flipped to the Democrats, Pennsylvania.
And something else has happened in the world of politics in Nebraska. So we've got Nebraska votes in favor of a $15 minimum wage. Nebraskans have approved the ballot measure that would gradually increase the state's minimum wage to $15, making it the latest red state to adopt the policy. Now, I think this policy is well-intentioned but very damaging. So obviously, it's because if you're a mum and pop, cafe or restaurant or anything like that, how are you meant to cover that wage increase for your staff? The state are not going to cover it for you, so you have to either raise your prices or you have to fire staff, both of which make that $15 minimum wage moot and obsolete because, oh, great, I'm getting a $15 minimum wage, but everything is more expensive.
You're fired.
Yeah. But even if you do get that minimum wage, everything around you is going to become more expensive to offset that minimum wage, which means you're probably not going to get a net gain.
Yeah, well, you don't, because the same thing happens here, and the minimum wage has crept up here, and what happened is we came back and Andy took over and cut everybody's hours.
Yeah, because
we had to, because we couldn't afford it.
No,
so all the staff lost hours.
And that's unfortunate for your staff.
And some of them lost their jobs. What?
And that's unfortunate for your staff, but that's just the nature of business. And even having done that, because of what they did to you, because of what the state did to you, you're going to lose your business anyway.
Yeah, because it's not making money. That's the problem. I mean, the business is losing money. So the business is on life support at the moment. And it's not going to... It's been given a big dose of midazolam, I think.
How big?
Too big, mate. Too big.
So, what have we got? California Secretary of State Shirley Weber has won a 4-year term as California's top election official. Eleni Koulakis won a second 4-year term as California's lieutenant governor, defeating Republican Angela Underwood Jacobs. So that's not Senate or governor or House. These are smaller things because obviously you vote down ticket for a load of different roles, don't you? In these elections. So we're starting to get California results in now. Morning to you also, Spencer. I'm happy to see you here. I hope you are doing well. Trump and Republicans still trending heavily on Twitter, by the way. Trump's at nearly 1 million tweets. That's how much he is trending. From Fox News, Trump blasted across media spectrum over Republicans' midterms performance. Biggest loser tonight.
Yeah, he might. Republicans might get Nevada.
Is it looking possible?
No, hold on. No, they won't. Sorry.
So
the Republicans have done.
So Stacey Abrams has officially conceded defeat by the looks of it. Shall we listen to her speech?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, we've got...
Look, I got into this race for one reason and one reason only. To fight. And not just any fight. A fight to save Georgia. A fight on behalf of our children and generations to come. A fight on behalf of our people, whether they know it or not. A fight for basic human rights that we should take for granted, but we have to struggle to hold on to. And a fight for the values that we hold dear and we may never sacrifice. I got into this for a fight for what we know to be true deep down in our bones. That the state of Georgia, the people of Georgia, deserve more.
Well, Stacey Abrams, that's a very laudable speech. Not at all congratulating your opponent, but then at the same time, Madam President, because obviously in Star Trek she played the President of Earth, Stacey Abrams did recently.
Did she?
Yeah, she played the President of Earth in Star Trek.
Not a globalist then.
But you say the people of Georgia deserve better, but the people of Georgia chose Brian Kemp.
Yeah, they did.
So are you saying that they get what they deserve, or what? That's confusing to me. That's almost like you're saying that the voters are wrong and that they're dumb because they chose something.
So someone explain to me what the Republican Party are thinking, because Alaska, right, in the House, okay, 3 candidates. They have Mary Petola, right, Democrat. She's got 44.6% of the vote.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you've got Sarah Palin, Republican, and Nick Begich, Republican, who between them, right, have over 54% of the vote, but aren't going to win because they've only got 27 and 25% respectively.
Yeah.
So what is the Republic? Why do they put 2 candidates up for one seat?
I honestly couldn't tell you. We've got another result in from Decision Desk HQ. Decision Desk HQ predicts Andy Ogles, Republican, wins election to the U.S. House in Tennessee's 5th Congressional District. Democrat to Republican flip. Decision made 3 a.m. EST. So it looks like in Tennessee, Republicans are going to gain.
In the House or in the...
In the House.
In the House. In the House. Republicans in the House. Yeah, Tennessee's looking very red.
Yeah, so that's I'm keeping up to date with these decisions as they come in, and I will be giving them to you.
Who was that? Andy Ogles. Andy Ogles what? That's the question.
Yep, that is a good question indeed. What does Andy Ogle? So from 5:38 we have in the race for Arizona governor, Republican Kari Lake has 45%, Democrat Katie Hobbs 55%, with 56% of the expected vote reporting. So
yeah, it's been sitting there at 56% for the last hour or so. We need an update. We need an update, people.
We do.
But broken machine, Maricopa County, broken machines. I mean, it's like, oh, that's That's an old story, that, isn't it? It's like 2020 all over again for Arizona.
It is. John, I'm going to put you big screen for 2 to 3 minutes. Whilst I go and make a coffee, it is my turn.
Yeah, okay. What shall we talk about, people? What would you like to talk about? Let's have a look and see what's going on in the world. Right, here's a good one. So Homeland Security in America launched an operation to snare terrorists, domestic terrorists, but rather than actual catch terrorists, they in fact generated them themselves. So this is like the FBI used to do this, because the FBI used to need a domestic event every 6 weeks to keep their funding up. So they used to do things like they would talk people into basically becoming terrorists and then lock them up for it. And these were usually people of low intellect that they took advantage of, and honey trapped them, or just dragged them along, and then suddenly turn around and goes, FBI, you're busted. So it appears Homeland Security have been taking lessons from the FBI and doing similar kind of things, and they've admitted this now. So this is your government. This is the people that are supposed to be keeping you safe, albeit in America. But do you think the same thing doesn't happen here? Do you? Because we've got our own terrorists, haven't we? And then Europe have declared that David Icke was a terrorist now because he was invited to speak at a protest meeting. So speaking at a protest meeting, by extension, then means, in Europe certainly, seems to mean then that you are a terrorist. So you can't talk. So there's no freedom of speech there. And there never, let's face it, there never has been in real terms in Europe. Europe's quite a dictatorial country. And you might think the Latin temperament and all that makes them free, but it doesn't. They just have different boundaries and shout more, but ultimately they're all under control of their governments, and that's where we are. We're still under control of our governments. The US will take out anyone who threatens a petrodollar. Well, that's a good point, Belladonna. That's certainly what the US used to do. But when the people threatening your petrodollar are now Russia, China, India, that's more than 40% of the world's population. So you're starting to deal with people that are too big to take out, because that's one of the reasons for the proxy war in the Ukraine, because they really want to weaken Russia. But the problem is China's still sitting there as a massive, massive problem to the States. One, all their stuff's still made there, and two, China's got a very big army, and it might not be as well equipped as the States, but it's like, how many bullets have you got? Because if you keep throwing people at you, how are you going to shoot them all? I mean, look at The Walking Dead. Zombies nearly always win by sheer force of numbers, ultimately. They'll get you in the end. It only takes one or two to get through to bite you in the leg, and then boom, you're a Walking Dead. So yeah, I don't think they've got the capability anymore. I think that's the problem. And where are we now? So Natasha says she's liking the morning show. Yeah. Am I quite far behind in this chat? I'm just wondering if am I only seeing? Oh, hold on. I think I'm only seeing top chat. I shall switch to live chat. Right. Morning, Spencer. Summary of the US so far. The US so far. Right. So, summary of the US so far. Let's give us a Senate at the moment. Confirmed 48 Democrats, 47 Republicans. So there's still There's 100 seats to go. So that leaves us 5 seats still to declare. So it's looking like, from the Senate's point of view, that the Democrats are going to hold on there.
Okay, so where have you announced?
I haven't announced anywhere. I'm just giving us an update. From the House, at the moment, we've got 218 to make to be a majority. So at the moment, the Democrats are sitting on 173, the Republicans on 198.
Right.
So there's still there's 435 seats. So there's still quite a few to be announced in the House.
So speaking of the House, from Politico, 30 seconds ago, we have Alyssa Slotkin, Democrat, has won the race for the House seat in Michigan's 7th district. Does not say whether or not it's a flip, but that's the winner there.
Where?
Alyssa Slotkin, Democrat, has won the race for the House seat in Michigan's 7th district.
Michigan. Let me check. I'll just check that for you right now. Michigan. Where the hell is Michigan? That's Missouri. Where the hell is Michigan? Oh, there, I found it.
You found it. Here we go.
I have found it.
And I have
district.
coffee.
The 7th district is... Oh, hold on, I need to zoom in. 7th district, Alyssa Slotkin. It's an incumbent, so she's just held.
So Democrats hold the Michigan 7th district. So what have we got here? Breaking Democrat Alyssa Slotkin, we know this. Strength right now, projected winner John Fetterman vows to fight for all Pennsylvanians following the hard-fought Senate race. Would you like to hear what he has to say?
If you want.
Let's do it.
For every small town or person that ever felt left behind, for every job that was ever been lost, for every factory that was ever closed, for every person that works hard but never ever get ahead, I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose, raising our minimum wage, fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it.
Blah, 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 blah. What was that?
Making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania for every small town.
Right. I have an issue. I have an issue with this statement, and people might hate me for this, right?
Go on.
I have an issue with the statement that healthcare is a human right. Do you want to know why I have an issue with that statement?
Go on. Please do.
Once we've got machines that you can just sit in and get cured, yes, I would agree with you. But what you are actually saying is somebody else's labour is a human right. Because, you know, you are forcing somebody. If you are forcing universal healthcare, you are forcing somebody to get trained as a doctor and to work for whatever the state says they should work for. You know,
hold on a minute. You're making statements there that don't necessarily.
What if somebody? Yeah, okay. Listen, right? What if somebody doesn't want to? So, what if a doctor doesn't want to work for the wage that the state is telling them to? If you do universal healthcare, then the state is obviously going to be in charge, like the NHS. Right? The state is obviously...
But hold on, but nobody's forced to work for the NHS.
Yeah, but if healthcare is a human right, then people must be forced to work.
Well, I'm not sure that... I think you're maybe reading too much into what he's saying.
Maybe I am. I just have an issue with a statement that says that somebody else's labour is a human right.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think we've pretty much found out over the last 2 years that there are no human rights anymore.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm someone that benefits from healthcare, right? I'm someone that look at all this stuff here. Look, that.
Yeah, okay.
Pfizer, ladies and gentlemen. I benefit from this shit, you know.
Yeah.
But
but by the same token, you don't challenge it.
No.
So the problem, but the problem is you're suffering from what many people in the NHS suffer from.
Yep.
Which is they are treating your symptoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's treating the root cause? Who's even investigating the root cause? That's the problem. See, what they do is they give you a drug to treat this symptom, and then they have to give you another drug to treat the symptom, the side effects of that drug, and then you need another drug to cope with that drug. And you'll admit this is true, right? You have drugs that are there to cope with the side effects of other drugs that you take.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So the problem is that all they're doing is pumping drugs into you because they're paid to do that.
Yeah.
They're not paid to cure you, right?
I know they don't want to cure me. I mean,
no, because if they cure you, that's a customer lost, right? So the problem is the NHS doesn't work because all it's doing is feeding big pharma.
Yeah.
Nobody's out there looking after you. GPs generally, unless you've got a good one, aren't looking after you because see the amount of people that phone up and say, I've got a cold, I need an antibiotic, and they phone the doctor and they get an antibiotic. Antibiotics kill bacteria.
Yes.
Colds are not caused by bacteria.
No.
Antibiotics will do nothing if you have a viral infection. Absolutely. In fact, they'll probably make it worse because what they will do is they'll kill the fauna in your gut and then you'll end up more ill.
Do you know the amount of people I know that take amoxicillin and end up with a yeast infection?
Of course they do, because
all the time.
Because you kill the natural fauna and flora in your gut, and that allows the yeast to take control.
So they always end up with a yeast infection. So now I see repeatedly doctors will be prescribing a thrush pill alongside the antibiotic because it's going to cause. It's so common. I can't believe how common it is. But
the thing is, this is because people treat symptoms and not root causes, and doctors have been doing this for hundreds of years. You need to start looking at what the cause is and not the symptom.
I tell you what, I've always said this, well, for the last decade or so. I've always told the doctors what I need to live a fulfilling life, and that is, and people will find this, I don't care, I need my left leg amputated above the knee, right? I've needed that for a long time because it is just pretty much useless at this point. It dislocates all of the time. You know, I can collapse. I'm having to use the chair more and more.
So what are you doing, right? What are you doing to build up the muscles that would support that better?
Not much. I'm not going to lie.
Right. So there's a problem, right? First of all, you need to start looking after yourself. And there are two things you need to do, and you know what they are. Right? And I'm not going to go any further.
No, we won't go any further. But the point is, that is what I have always told. If I could have a prosthetic, I could probably walk better.
Yeah, and then you would have a whole host of other issues.
Yeah, maybe.
You would, trust me.
But anyway, let's move back on to the story of the day. So, from the New York Times, Brad Raffensperger, that's a name, Raffensperger? The Republican Secretary of State in Georgia who resisted Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the state's election results in 2020 has won re-election. So the Attorney General, Secretary of State in Georgia, I'm tired, has held as a Republican. So that is breaking news right there.
Held as a Republican. Right. So where are we going? Let's see if there's been any update on the figures at the top end. No, we're still sitting at 173 Democrats, 198 Republicans in the House. In the House!
Republicans in the House.
And the Senate still sitting at 48 Democrat, 47 for the Republicans. So...
Republicans in the House.
What the hell is that?
Well, it's a hat. I was doing the whole into housing. Into house. Into house. Natasha says, colleague with bad back told by consultant that the only surgery he would recommend was a gastric band.
Because he's fat.
It does sound like that's probably the reason. Yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe you should, rather than give him a gastric band, tell Fatty to stop eating.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I love you, John. I do. You know, being half Scottish myself, you know, one side of my family is, I know just how much we don't, you know, we don't think before we speak. But
I've no regrets.
but no, and plus we're fat. So
yeah. I mean, I know how to cure myself.
Well, I don't. Well, mine would be to stop drinking sugary drinks because food ain't the problem with me.
Exactly.
I don't eat food.
And you find that if you get rid of the sugar, you would have other things that might go away as well. But we'll not go into that again.
More bluntly, told her to lose 7 stone.
Well, there you go. That's fair. What's the problem with that? That's actually a good doctor. You know, stop looking for surgery and go and lose some weight, because then your back won't have to support that extra 7 stone. I mean, 7 stone's a person. It's a small person, right? But it's a person. Imagine walking about with a person wrapped around your gut. You know? Yeah. No wonder you're finding it a struggle to get up the stairs. No wonder your joints are aching and dislocating. No wonder your back's sore, because you've got a person hanging off the front of you. You know? These people, yes, you're stupid. Yes, you are stupid. Because you got yourself in this situation, and now you want a quick fix because you don't want to get yourself out of it. That's the problem.
And I can attest to this, right? Because I was 23 stone 9, and John has seen the pictures, right?
Yes.
I was 23 stone 9, and now I'm around 14 and a half. So I've gone up since I went down, but obviously exercise was not the way that I lost weight. It was a strictly tightly controlled diet.
People, 85% of weight loss is diet, i.e. what you eat. When I say diet, I don't mean go on a diet. I mean diet is what you eat, right? So what you have to do if you're putting on weight or you're not losing weight is you have to change what you eat, because 85% of that weight loss is diet. Maybe 90% on some occasions, right? You will not lose weight by exercise.
No,
you will not, and you will not keep it off.
Well, I can attest to that, and you know, I've kept the vast majority of what I lost off. Right, I have put some back on, but I am sedentary for the most part, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the nature of the beast here. We're sitting here talking to you, and you know, my butt's sore now because we've been sitting for 2 hours.
I've got 6 cushions on this chair.
Maybe I should get a standing desk.
Well, like I say, I've got 6 cushions on this chair. I'm pretty comfortable. But Natasha,
that makes it even worse because then you're less likely to move.
Well, Natasha says that's what I thought. She's 4'11" and she didn't accept his advice.
Oh well, hey, there you go. Yeah, you know what? Go and die an early death.
So do you know what I did, right? You know how people, and once again, this is going to sound controversial, but it's got to be said. You know how people have a go, oh, you shouldn't fat shame someone, right? You shouldn't fat shame them.
Why?
I put a picture of myself at my biggest on the wall, and I looked at it every day.
Yeah.
Right? And I had a go at myself and said, you ugly, fat asshole. Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
And it worked.
Yeah.
It worked. Now, it's cruel, it's mean, and I did it to myself, but it works.
Not cruel, it's not mean, it's accurate. You know what? If somebody's fat and you call them fat, what have you done wrong?
Well,
What have you actually done wrong? You've stated a fact.
You've stated
you look a bit fat. Have you considered losing weight?
And perhaps people don't understand is that ultimately you're trying to help them, right? Because this new wave of quote unquote body positivity is going to kill people. It's going to kill people. People will die. because of it.
Yep.
And this myth that's being perpetuated right now, that being morbidly obese does not come with additional health problems. That's going to kill people.
Yeah, it's...
Right?
Can I go and make a coffee, mate?
You can.
I'll be back shortly.
You can.
I love you all.
So we are taking it in turns here to make coffees. Natasha says, I told her to put on lots of weight because I couldn't stop stuffing my face. Oh, sorry. I told her I put on lots of weight because I couldn't stop stuffing my face. She was shocked. Well, I put on loads of weight. John, you've put yourself in... I've got to move you around. Hold on.
No, I shouldn't have done anything.
It's fine. I sorted it. Now you look good. But I put on loads of weight because I got very depressed, very sedentary, and I just drank fizzy drinks, not alcohol.
I'm just trying to get my flag up. That's it.
There it is. It looks good.
Right, there you go.
There you go. But I drank loads and loads of fizzy drinks, and I got up to a horrible weight. I was disgusting. I'd look at myself in the mirror, and initially I couldn't see it, because you don't see it in yourself as you're growing. You don't notice it until it's too late. And what happened to me is I was at a theme park in the UK called Thorpe Park, and I went to go on one of their roller coasters, and it took 2 employees to push the restraint down and strap me in. I was able to ride very uncomfortably, but the station was full. There were people looking, there were people laughing. It was the most embarrassing experience of my life. And that was it. That was the crux. That was the moment. And I said, what have you done to yourself? What have you done to yourself? And so I put myself on a very, very, very strictly controlled 800 calorie a day diet, and I lost 10 stone. No exercise, no nothing. And it worked, right? I'm not saying that it's going to work for you, and it's upsetting when people call you names or call you fat, and I'm not exactly skinny now. I'm still 14.5 stone, but I'm happy, I'm comfortable. There are people that when I was rolling around on my mobility scooter, there would be people up in my stream telling me, I can't believe somebody so fat is doing this, and I'm only 14 odd stone at this point. It's mean, and it doesn't make much sense at this point. But it's certainly when you're that big, hopefully, for your own sake, for your own good, your eyes will be opened to this, and you'll do something to make yourself better. Because I've got no problem with fat people, right? I am one. I actually prefer a woman with a little bit of meat on her bones. That's no big secret. But I don't want to see people kill themselves. And that's ultimately what this body positivity movement will do to people. It will kill them. It will push them to kill themselves. And so these sorts of things, they need to be nipped in the bud. And these are talking points of people like the Democrats, right? Everything needs to be protected. And it's concerning. Natasha says, I knew I needed to shift the weight when I had to go up yet another knicker size. Oh, hello. 6 months, as I couldn't get them over my thighs. And you get to that point, don't you? And you make a choice. You make a choice. You either accept how big you're getting and any additional health problems that come along with it, or you don't. I mean, I'll give you an example. I'm on statins because of God knows what, because it's not because of my eating and stuff like that, but I've been told that it was because of my weight and because of what my weight did to me. But now I'm on statins for life. Yay! It was supposed to be a temporary measure because they thought it could be genetic, and they said, we'll get you through to this clinic. Not gone through yet. I'm still waiting for my referral to the autism clinic. NHS is a mess. Absolute mess.
Back in the house.
Jesse says, morning, my phone decided it needed to go for an update. Well, Jesse, good morning to you, and please join us on YouTube where you can moderate. So I've got a tweet here from. Okay. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at Natasha. I knew I needed to shift the weight when I had to go up yet another knicker size.
I did say, oh hello.
That's cracker. Well done, Natasha.
So, okay, we can give you another election announcement here. Republican J.D. Vance bests Tim Ryan in Ohio Senate race. Democrat Josh Shapiro defeats Trump-backed Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania gubernatorial contest. So, in Ohio, Republican J.D. Vance has joined in the Senate. All right, it's all right, John.
Why is my camera not starting? Right.
Alright, now go to your
right, it's alright. I'll just turn off my virtual background.
Yeah, turn off your virtual background. So we've got a Republican senator in Ohio.
There you go.
And we do have more news. So this is
What, Maricopa County?
Yep, so this is from the AZ ABC 15 Data Guru. We've got Maricopa County has tabulated 136,998 ballots. Batch breakdown. Governor, Kari Lake, 76%. Katie Hobbs, 23.4%.
Ooh.
Senate, BG Masters, 73.8%. Captain Mark Kelly, 24.8%. AZAG, Abraham Hamada, 74.9%, and Chris Mayers, 25.
Right, so
leads.
Run that by me again. Right, hold on. Let's start with the governor again. Right, so the governor, Maricopa County is a big county, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Right, so what have they said for?
So they have tabulated so far 136,998 ballots. The batch breakdown is as follows. Governor, Kari Lake, 76%.
Okay, right. So she's still, at the moment, she's 150,000 votes behind Hobbs.
Oh, wow. Katie Hobbs.
She needs more than that, so I don't know what's left.
Probably quite a bit. There's probably...
Right, anyway, okay, so she's made a big inroad there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she's made a big inroad. Senate... Right. BG Masters at 73.8% and Captain Mark Kelly 24.8%.
Yes, so the Republicans have done well there. Yeah.
AZSOS Mark Fincham at 74.9%, Adrian Fontes 25%. And for the Attorney General, Abraham Hamada 74.9% and Chris Mayers 25%, but leads.
Okay.
That is the latest from Maricopa County there for you.
Interesting.
So Liz Cheney having a good night. The two House Democrats she endorsed have won. And Kari Lake on the ropes in Arizona, though that race still has a long way to go here.
Kari Lake's struggling, I'll give you that.
She is struggling, yeah.
I don't think she's going to get what she's looking for.
Senator Lindsey Graham expresses disappointment about the midterms. Definitely not a Republican wave.
We're back to what? We're back to what? Who was it? Cernovich, no?
Yes.
Was it him that said that it's not a Republican wave, it's more like a red wedding?
No, that was Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro, that was a good quote. I like that, Ben.
It was a good quote. And if you're enjoying this show, then make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and share it out. We are in this one for at least another hour or so, I would say. We're going to keep going whilst these results are going.
I'd like to see what happens with the garden majorities. So
okay, so
I mean we've still got a ways to go.
We do.
Arizona's a big turning point. If we get a result in Arizona, we'll know.
Yeah. No, I think you are correct. Okay, so let's move on to something else going on in the world at the moment whilst we wait for some results to come in. What else have you got for us, John?
Oh, what else have we got? Let's have a look at the nonsense that's occurring in the world at the moment. Right, okay. I'm a bit light on news. There was a study of myocarditis in Israel came out.
There was. I saw this, and it does not appear to have occurred in people who haven't had a certain treatment.
Indeed. Like they had zero before, or near enough zero before they started it.
Yes, so it's one study, right?
It's interesting. It's merely indicative of something. I have no idea what. I am baffled.
Yes.
Baffled.
Baffled indeed.
Baffled
Natasha,
and astounded.
Absolutely, Natasha. My apologies. She says, "Can you state when you read results if the candidate is Republican or Democrat?" Absolutely. We're trying to do that. We're just trying to keep it going. So
He's very trying, Natasha.
So we have New Hampshire's Senate race results in. Senator Maggie Hassan, Democrat, won re-election after holding off Republican challenger Don Bolduc. So in New Hampshire, the Democrats have held with Maggie Hassan as their senator. There you go.
So that's another Democrat hold.
That is indeed another Democrat hold. It does very much appear that the Republicans are very much on track, as you say, to take the House. But it looks like the Democrats may hold the Senate. So, okay, here we go. Here's another non-election related tweet. Well, it is kind of election related. In Washington, Washington AP. Michigan votes to protect abortion rights in reflection of swing state voter sentiment that negates 1931 state ban.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had. That's what. Fetterman was bashing on about that as well, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was. We have no other results in at the moment, so I know we are a bit light on news. Red Wave is trending, John.
Red Wedding should be trending, to be fair.
I imagine Red Wave is trending with people that are mocking the fact that there is no.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, Cernovich 9 hours started the night optimistically. I'm gonna his tweet. All right, look at this. His tweet sitting right above Ben Shapiro from Red Wave to Red Wedding, right? Red Wave doesn't even begin to describe what's happening. The turnout doesn't even seem possible. Total destruction occurring. I don't even see how they can get away with cheating at this point. That was how Cernovich started the night.
It was a kind of weird start, was it not? Because, yeah, why would you go in like that?
Well, I'm going to go to Cernovich's profile. The last tweet he made was 36 minutes ago. He said, "I need to meet some Fetterman voters. Most stuff I can accept. People are different. Such is life. This one I legitimately can't wrap my head around."
He's maybe got a point.
Well, I mean, his opponent was Dr. Oz, the TV doctor, Oprah's TV doctor, in fact. And then Oprah came out and said, I would endorse Fetterman over my friend and colleague.
Well, of course she would, because Oz was a Republican.
Yeah. Okay, from Decision HQ, we have a new, well, we know this. Alyssa Slotkin wins re-election in the House in Michigan. We know
Decision
this.
HQ's just they're retweeting stuff that's already been out because the Hampshire stuff was already out.
Yeah, and Slotkin is a Democrat, by the way. Slotkin is a Democrat, just in case. So
Wisconsin, if we look at Wisconsin for the Senate, right?
Right.
It's at the moment we've got Ron Johnson in the lead with 50.7%.
Yep.
That's 50.7% of the vote.
Yeah.
Right. Republican. Then we've got Mandela. Mandela Barnes, right?
Right.
Is a Democrat with 49.2%.
Yep.
Okay. 93% of the votes have been counted. I'm calling this Republican.
Okay. That's a Chasing Dissent exclusive. John is calling Wisconsin, did you say?
Yeah, Wisconsin. I'm calling it Wisconsin Republican Senate. I think.
Okay, well we shall see.
Which would be incumbent, so they were already holding that. So I think they're going to hold, which would then give us 48 in the Senate at the moment.
Okay.
Now Alaska in the Senate. Let's look at Alaska in the Senate, right?
Yep.
So Alaska has 2 Republican candidates.
They do.
Okay, and they are going to be Republican because it's between the two of them.
Yeah.
66% of the votes counted, and they've between them got 48.8 and 42.1%, with the Democrat sitting at 9.7. So that's two Senate houses they're going to get, right?
Yeah.
So that would take them from 47 to 49.
Yep.
Right. So that's close. It's close. The problem is, I don't see them getting anywhere else in the Senate because they're not going to win Arizona in the Senate.
You don't think they will?
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to win it in the Senate because it's quite a big difference. There's like 15% of a difference, even at 56%. So that's looking pretty much like the Democrats. Now, Nevada, on the other hand, is
I've got
much
Nevada
closer.
for you right here. This is just an update. I've got it on screen for everybody. Catherine Cortez Masto, Democrat incumbent, is holding 48.9% of the vote, whereas Adam Laxalt, Republican, is holding 48.2% of the vote.
And we've still got nearly 30% of the vote to be counted.
This is going to be a close one.
So Nevada's close, right? So if we say Arizona will call for the Democrats. So that would give them 49.
Yeah.
So that then gives us 49 to 48. Okay.
Mhm.
Nevada, it's too early to tell, right?
Yes.
Georgia is the other one, and it's tight, right? So it's tight, but I think it's going to go. I think it's going to go to Democrats. So I think the Democrats are going to hit 50% of the Senate seats, or 50 of the Senate seats. I think we might end up, depending on how Nevada goes, with a tied Senate.
Which would be,
which would be interesting. But yeah. But I definitely think the Republicans are on target to take the House. But a tied Senate would be interesting.
Well, it would, because a Republican House versus a tied Senate makes Joe Biden's position untenable, doesn't it?
Well, one would hope so.
Well, one would.
Yeah. So it all fringes on Nevada and what way that goes. If that stays Democrat, then the Democrats will hold the House. The Senate.
So we will keep an eye on Nevada as the morning progresses. I I think it's too close to call at this particular moment in time.
Nevada's definitely going to make the difference here, I think.
Do you think there may well be a runoff in Nevada if it continues to?
There might be, yeah, there might be.
So in Texas, the midterm election did not feature dramatic shifts in either direction. The surge of enthusiasm that lifted up Democrats in 2018 did not resurface. At the same time, the party avoided a complete wipeout in South Texas.
Just, yeah.
Yeah. So Jonathan Martin here tweets in regards to Nevada. Hard to see a path for Laxalt, that's the Republican, if there's no more E-Day votes or no more day votes in Clark and days in Dem-heavy Mal to come after their...
Is he drunk?
The thing is, if on the day votes are done and they're now counting the mail-ins, there may be a point here.
Well, there may be a point, but I mean, did something go wrong with your speech, or was the guy drunk? Because I couldn't understand what he was actually saying.
No, I couldn't understand his tweet, really. A confusing night of contradictory election info with Trump claiming credit if GOP wins, says Fox News.
I don't know. I think Trump's hampered them. I hate to say it, but I think he's hampered them. I think he's too polarizing a character. That's the problem. There's no middle ground with Trump, right? It's Marmite. You either hate him or you love him, right? So I think he's too polarizing, and I think there's nowhere for a swing voter to go.
No. Do you know what?
DeSantis would have been a different ballgame. You know, if DeSantis was your previous president and you were wanting him back then, maybe, but it's like Obama. Obama was so fucking bland, it was unbelievable.
He just had charisma, didn't he?
Well, he didn't even have charisma. He was a bit of a good orator, but apart from that, he was so freaking bland. You know? I mean, he tried to talk up things, but the guy was like, it was like a bit of blancmange.
I mean,
and that might seem ironic given his colour.
I mean, he is the world's most prolific wedding crasher.
Yeah. I mean, but from that point of view, people could gravitate to him from either side because he sounded reasonable, but he really didn't say anything. You know, I mean, for all his fine speeches,
none of them do.
He never came down. Well, Trump does come down on a side usually. That's the thing, and that's the problem, because when you come down on a side as a politician, then you exclude the other side, and that's why the whole system doesn't work.
Yeah, but you're also confusing Trump with a politician. He never was one. He's not a politician.
Okay, but that's why he can't win, because he's not a politician and he doesn't play the game. And it worked once, right? But all the rest of them are now wise to it. So it's like you can't do the same thing. You can't surprise people twice.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you get a fright and then I do it again, exactly the same circumstances, you know, you get to the point where you've done it again. You know, it's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
It's like kids. He's like a kid. You know, a kid will do something that's funny and everybody laughs, and then they keep doing it. So you've got to tell them, stop fucking doing that. It's just annoying now, you know?
I mean, it's the phrase, isn't it? Once was funny, twice is stupid.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the thing about Trump, right? My opinion on Trump is, you say he's like Marmite, you either love him or hate him, but my opinion has always been that I'm indifferent to him. And the reason that I'm indifferent to him is because when you look at what he wanted to do on a policy level, a lot of it was pretty solid. A lot of it was pretty good, and it would have helped middle class and lower class Americans, and it did help middle class and lower class Americans. But
so you weren't indifferent to him. You liked them.
No, because I'm not finished. Right? He just needed to shut his fucking mouth.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't matter. You need to shut your mouth sometimes. I need to shut mine sometimes.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop you liking us, right? So you liked them because you approved these policies.
No,
right?
because a policy is not a person. And
don't give me that shit. No, don't give me that shit, because a policy is a person, right? If someone is evangelizing a policy, it's the person more than the actual policy that counts. And despite what you think, right, you're not looking at it objectively. No one does, because in here, you've got an inherent liking for the guy, right? And that's what happens, and he gets under your skin. And yeah, some people actually love to hate him, right? But
I think most people that do hate him love to hate him. I think
he's polarizing.
I mean, all you had to do was look at his tweets, right? And just look at the responses to his tweets, and all of these people that would completely and utterly like attack him, blast him, destroy him. But it was the same people over and over and over again, and it's like you need this guy, you need him.
It's the same with Musk. He's exactly the same type of person, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, Musk isn't. I mean, what is Musk, right? What is he?
He's a businessman.
Yeah, and is he a cheat? You know, because
most business people are.
Well, yeah, because I mean, he never founded Tesla. We know that.
No,
right? He never founded PayPal. We know that, right? But he got both of them changed so it looks like he did. And on the strength of that, he raises money to buy Tesla, from PayPal, and then on the strength of that, he gets government contracts and builds SpaceX and all that. So, I mean, what is Musk? Is he someone that you can trust? Probably not.
He's a businessman.
Yeah, you probably can't trust him. Does he think outside the paradigm? Yeah, he probably does.
He absolutely does.
Because he's working the systems.
He's got his finger in everything. I mean, the dude's fucking building tunnels. He's doing absolutely everything.
Is he still building those tunnels?
Yeah, those tunnels.
That's a dead duck.
Yeah, still, the Boring Company exists to build those tunnels. Yeah,
the solar farm stuff's binned. That didn't work.
I mean, this dude has got his finger in so many pies that it's like basically throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks, and that's what he's been doing. And a lot of it does stick. A lot of it doesn't stick, but a lot of it does stick. And I don't know whether or not we can trust him, because can you trust a high stakes businessman?
Probably not.
Probably not. Like Donald Trump is a high stakes businessman, isn't he? At the end of the day,
you're right. He is, and I mean, you can't trust Trump either.
I don't trust any of them.
You can't because the whole system sucks, and the whole system encourages people that aren't trustworthy.
It does.
I mean, look at our own politicians. How many of them would you trust?
Well, I hope they make Matt Hancock eat balls tonight.
Yeah, but he's not going to because he's allergic.
Yeah, he's allergic to balls.
He's allergic, so he's exempt from Bush-Tucker trials, so he doesn't need to eat anything.
I don't think he's exempt from all of them.
No, he's exempt from Bush-Tucker trials. That means he doesn't need to eat anything.
But they're all called Bush-Tucker trials, no matter.
No, they're not.
They are.
Bush-Tucker trials are eating stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other trials aren't Bush-Tucker trials because Tucker is eating, right?
Well, yeah.
Right, so he's exempt from Bush-Tucker trials, so he doesn't need to eat. He's exempt from getting his feet wet, right?
So how's he going to shower and bath?
Well, what's he going to fucking do? Exactly, nothing.
Belladonna says, "Trust Musk? Are you joking?" Well,
there you go, yeah.
Well, like we said, and like I said on Rise Brand YouTube, I'm willing to take somebody at their word once, right? Once. He made all these grand statements and grand promises. All these people that were permanently suspended need to come back. You got your Twitter account back yet, John?
Right. Oh, hold on. You're being disingenuous here because you know that he can't do anything until after the midterms. Because if he did anything before that, right, he would immediately have flagged up. He's trying to influence the election, right? Mm. So anything he did before the midterms would have been called out. So you can't do that. You know that.
Right.
So don't be disingenuous.
Sorry, Dad. Sorry, Dad.
So now, after this, let's see what happens. This is the proof.
Yeah, the midterms have happened. It is done. So, now the ball is in your court, Mr. Musk. But the statements he's been making are concerning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To say the least.
Some of them are. Yeah.
Some of the people that he's got on his moderation council are, well, they're pretty much all far leftists.
You know what? That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? In some respects.
Why do you say that?
You've got to have a spread.
He doesn't have a spread.
But has he started? That's the thing. You don't know yet, right? So until everything's put in place and until he starts making decisions, you can't actually do anything. Anything else is just speculation. Idle speculation at this point.
Okay, so here we go. We have another result in. So let me just make sure that I have this correct. The Ohio Senate race has been called. It is venture capitalist and author J.D. Vance.
It's Republican. That was called fucking ages ago.
Well, that's just coming out now.
Yeah, well, see, this is what I said. Your source is shite, okay? J.D. Vance had 53.2%.
Okay.
Right, so, I mean, this was called, like... we've actually just gone through the ones that we're waiting on. We're waiting on Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, and Georgia. That's all we're interested in. Nothing else. Everything else has been decided as far as the Senate goes.
So I can see an opinion here from NYT Blake. So I'm assuming this Blake person here works for the New York Times. Yes, an opinion piece or an opinion tweet saying Cortez Mastro's lead over Laxalt now under 400 votes in Nevada. If she loses, it looks like yet another runoff in Georgia could decide control of the Senate.
The Republicans have just gone ahead in Nevada.
Have they? Have they just jumped ahead?
48.6% to 48.5%.
Oh.
Now, I told you Nevada was... Did I not just say Nevada was critical?
It is critical, yeah. It looks like Nevada and Georgia are the two critical battlegrounds here.
Yeah, they are. Nevada, bloody hell. Yeah, that's a definite update because a minute ago Catherine Cortez was ahead.
Yeah.
Now she is behind.
She is behind by probably just a few hundred votes, but still, it's very, very interesting, isn't it? Because if they take the Senate as well, if the Republicans take the Senate as well, then Joe Biden's position is his position is completely untenable. He'll never get anything done.
Here's an update for you. Okay, so Governor Run, the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs, 854,500 votes, 52%, right? Carrie Lake, Republican, 788,572. Closing in, 63% counted, so still a way to go there.
Still a way to go.
She has definitely closed up quite dramatically.
Yeah, she's closed up massively since we last looked. And it looks like in Arizona, it's still everything to play for when it comes to
governor-wise, yeah.
Yes.
Senate, I still think is going to go blue. It's going to stay with Mark Kelly in the Senate.
Is it looking like that with the votes?
Yeah. Mark Kelly, Democrat, has 53.1%, and Blake Masters has 44.7% with 64% counted. So I think Arizona's going to stay Democrat as far as the Senate goes, but the governor might change. The House is looking like it's going to be split. I would say 50-50.
I would say
you're going to get two House seats and two Republican seats and 2 Democrat seats out of Arizona.
So I would say that in my prediction, it slightly stays with Katie Hobbs, and she retains. She becomes a governor.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kari Lake may just miss out, but will probably go again in 2 years and will probably win. Because people, I can't stress this enough to you, that no matter where you are, be it in the United States or here in the United Kingdom, your current regime did this all to you. Your cost of living crisis, your medical tyranny, as Mark called it earlier on, they did this to you. The incumbents did this to you. They're the reason that your gas or petrol costs so much. They're the reason that everything in the supermarket is becoming unaffordable. It is them. It is their policies. It is what they did. Quantitative easing, printing funny money, closing economies, shutting down your business. They did this to you. So, you're a turkey voting for Christmas if you vote for these people. And at some point, we've got to turn around and say, do we feel sorry for you? I'm not so sure.
Yep. So at the moment, it's looking like a draw in the Senate.
Well, I guess a draw is better than the people.
It all depends. It depends on Nevada and Georgia.
Runoff in the Georgia Senate race looks increasingly likely as the contest. So this is from Bloomberg. So it says runoff in the Georgia Senate race looks increasingly likely as the contest between Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker remains too close to call. Oh God. And then there's that. California. You really are turkeys voting for Christmas. What are you thinking?
It's California. California really don't count.
California! They've re-elected Governor Gavin Newsom. This man dined in restaurants whilst you weren't allowed to. This man took the living piss out of you. He ordered diggers to go and cover skate parks on the beach in sand so kids couldn't use them outside. He closed your businesses. He put mandates on you. He enforced medical tyranny. And what do? You go and reward this man? Mind blown. My apologies, but
why would you expect anything else? It's California. They're all Fruit Loops. They are Fruit Loops.
Well, they are turkeys that have voted for Christmas.
Even California's quite well divided as well, right down the fault. Yeah. It's almost right down the San Andreas fault.
I mean, I can't get my head around that they've re-elected Gavin Newsom. I mean, Rand Paul's made some pretty incendiary statements, hasn't he, this evening? He said that if they take the House and the Senate, they're gonna subpoena every one of Fauci's documents for one.
Well, that would be sensible.
I agree, it would be sensible. So midterm results: Raffensperger wins Georgia Secretary of State race in major Trump rebuke. Major Trump rebuke. They're rebuking Donald Trump, John. What else is going on? So we've got second term Michigan Democratic Rep Alyssa Slotkin, who was endorsed by GOP Congresswoman Liz Cheney, won her re-election in the newly redrawn. We know that.
3 times you've read that out now.
We know that. Stop telling us that. We know that. But
stop reading from that site, because they're not giving you any. They'll just
look. I'm not reading from that site. I'm reading the live Twitter feed.
from that site.
Well, it's just the live midterms up-to-date Twitter feed, the one that they're curating. So I'm handing responsibility over to the twits, right? To give us and feed us accurate information. I mean, Musk himself, didn't he say, I want Twitter to become the most accurate source of information out there? Didn't he say that?
Well, yeah, he did, but that worries me, actually.
It worries me too.
Because it's not meant to be a source of information.
It's meant to be a social media platform, for God's sake. It's meant to be a place to have discussion, debate.
Exactly.
And it's not that. If it's an accurate source of information. So
right, where were we? What was I going to do?
I think we should go back to. Okay, we've got some more votes in from Maricopa County.
Huh?
So
more?
Maricopa County.
They already declared.
No, they're doing it in batches.
Oh, right, okay.
So another 54,596 votes. Batch breakdown. Governor, Kari Lake, 70.6%. Katie Hobbs, 29.4%. Senate, Masters, 68. Mark Kelly, 30. SOS, Mark Fincham, 69.4%. Adrian Fontes, 30.6%. And the AG for Abraham Hamada, 71.1%. Chris Mayers, 28.9%. So this next dump of votes from Maricopa County also have Kari Lake decisively in the lead.
Yeah, and just on that dump. Right, so let's have a breakdown. Let me dive into the. Come on, fucking load, you bastard.
So Belladonna says, twats, not twits. Well, Elon Musk has officially renamed them twits, hasn't he? Because their internal name was tweeps. I mean, why would you call them tweeps?
Twerps?
Twerps would have been more accurate, but I mean, have you seen the luxury that is the Twitter HQ? They've got the Perch, which is a grandiose coffee bar. They've got these weird silent rooms that you can book to have little meetings. They got bean bags. Oh, it's all lovely and it's all relaxed. They've got fine dining, John. For the most part, it doesn't appear that many of them actually did much work as well. And whilst we're on that subject, the moral outrage of Elon Musk firing about 3,000 people, right? The moral outrage was insane. But as of 11 a.m. our time today, Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, will fire, I think it's around 11,000 people.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing the same moral outrage. Is that because Mark votes for the right person?
Yeah, of course it is.
Because he's letting go far more people than Elon Musk has. He's doing it like that, and he's doing it today. So, and Adam confirmed this as well, because Adam's got a friend who works for Meta, and he sent me a message saying they got emails. The layoffs begin 11 a.m. UK time today. Somebody bought you a Starbucks.
Yeah, the BBC site's down.
The BBC site is down, is it?
On the midterms, yeah.
Too much traffic?
It's not loading properly. It's just continually loading.
What are you looking for? What state?
No, I'm not looking for any state. I'm just looking for the results. It's gone.
I've got it. It's up for me, but I'm looking at individual pages. So like I'm on Arkansas right now, and that's loading.
Yeah, but the main results site isn't loading.
Okay, let's go to this midterm election 2022 results.
No, it's just bouncing. It's just continually bouncing.
It's loaded for me, so it might be your internet connection.
There's nothing wrong with my internet connection.
So
every other page in the world is loading.
So currently, the projection looks 48 Democrats, 47 for Republicans, or in the Senate. Democrats 173 in the House, and Republicans are at 198. And so there's nothing beyond that right now. So do we have anything else in disenfranchisement does not solely impact the lives of individual voters. It can have consequences for elections too. Seattle voters were narrowly rejecting the pair of proposed election reforms on Tuesday night, but the results remain too close to call based on early returns from King County elections. Nothing yet in from Nevada and Arizona. It just seems that all of these individual dumps, when they do come in from Maricopa County, are hideously in favour of Kari Lake.
They do seem to be, yep.
It's not just a little bit. We may see a swing if they start counting mail-in ballots and things like that. We may see a massive swing, in fact. But I still contend that I believe that Katie Hobbs will just about pinch it. And, you know, Kari Lake will have done enough to warrant another run in 2 years. That's personally what I think. But even if she doesn't win, even if any of the people that don't win, Republican or Democrat, right?
Uh-huh.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. But if that's what you want to do, if you want to continue to hold up this system, whatever this system is, so ridiculously convoluted and complicated at this point, but if you want to continue to do that, then please do. Or you could start knocking your heads together and do as John says. You know, start thinking outside the system. Start thinking outside the box. Maybe it's time for something completely new, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the same old shit, isn't it? And it's the same in this country. It's red, then it's blue, then it's red, then it's blue, then it's red, then it's blue.
So Kari's only 40,000 votes away now.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
And that's still only 65% of the votes counted.
So there is a chance.
There is a chance, yeah.
There is indeed a chance. Did you know, right? I don't know if you knew this. I'm going to have to try and not laugh when I say this. But at around midday yesterday, the White House put a lid on all reporting.
Okay.
Joe Biden needed his nap.
Yeah.
He needed it.
Hold on. Remember, this is the guy who finished canvassing. What do you call it?
He put a lid on it. Yeah, put a lid on his campaigning.
Yeah, campaigning. He finished campaigning by 11 o'clock every morning.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so we've got a breakdown here. So it is 2 a.m. in Arizona currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And here is where things stand. 1.7 million ballots cast, 900,000 left to count, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it stands at Governor Kari Lake, Republican, 48.7% of the current vote. Katie Hobbs, Democrat, 51.3% of the current vote. Senate Masters, 45.5%. I believe he's Republican. Mark Kelly, 52.4%. SOS, Mark Fincham, 46.6%. Adrian Fontes, 53.4%. And the Attorney General, Abraham Hamada, sits at 48.9% versus Chris Mayer's 51.1%. So definitely in the governor and the Attorney General races, it is just too close to call at this point, especially with 900,000 ballots left to count. So that's how it's how it stands. Belladonna says red and blue equals purple, the colour of Freemasonry. I don't really care whether or not it's the colour of Freemasonry, but I've been calling these people purple for the last 2 years, haven't I? I said there's no red, there's no blue, there's only purple. And it looks, well, with the exception of someone like Ron DeSantis or the guy over in Texas.
Let's talk about Ron DeSantis then, right?
Let's talk about Governor Ron, shall we?
Yeah. So he says the right things and he's done the right things. Okay?
Yeah.
But what's Trump going on about? Why is Trump threatening them, right?
Because he threatens Trump.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, he doesn't,
But-
he's not outright threatening Trump, but his...
Well, no, he is. He is outright threatening. Well, right, sorry. DeSantis is threatening Trump because DeSantis would probably beat Trump.
He would beat him in a primary, yeah.
Yeah, right. So, but Trump is downright threatening DeSantis. Outright. And without any rancor. He just fucking said it. You know? If you run, I'm going to release details about you that you probably don't want released.
I mean, what could he possibly have?
I don't know. Have they both been to Epstein's Island?
Possibly. Who knows? Who
It's
knows?
quite a short trip for Ron from there.
The thing about Trump is... The thing about Trump that I really don't like, okay, is his obsession with loyalty. He's got this obsession with people being loyal to every single word that he says. And if they're not, and if they don't, he does this. He has a tantrum. And that's what, you know, people can have a go at me for saying that, but that's a tantrum.
You know what? I think Trump's had his day.
I agree.
And really, I think he was unfairly ousted, whether it be by legal means or not, right? I think he deserved a second term, right?
Okay.
And because he was doing fine.
Yeah.
And, you know, America as an economy and as a country was doing great.
Yeah.
And there was really no need to oust him because things weren't bad, and I think he was a victim not necessarily of the Democrats, but I think he was a victim of the GOP.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want him running the country. He didn't fit with their narrative. He doesn't fit with their profile, and the GOP still don't want him. And the only reason they took him the first time was because they had no alternative.
Mm.
This time they've got an alternative in DeSantis.
Yeah, and the thing is,
I think Trump's had his day.
Look at how Ron has performed, and let's not just look at Ron's own, re-election. Let's look at the fact that places like Miami-Dade, under Ron DeSantis' watch as governor, have flipped red.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the GOP have an alternative now. They've got Ron DeSantis. So they don't need Trump.
But do you think Ron will run? That's the other thing that I'm wondering, because...
Well, it all depends on whether Trump's actually got something on him or if he's just blustering.
Well, remember also, a lot of what Trump says is hot air. A lot of it is.
Well, yeah. And let's face it, if you were playing Trump at poker and he said, I'm all in, you'd be going, so am I.
Yep, me too. And then he chucked down a pair of twos and hit a four of a kind on the river.
Yeah, well, that's always a possibility, but you can't account for the bad beat. But
so Adam says Ron will run because Ron's words have been strong. Right, listen, the reason that Ron...
Yeah, but Adam, have you seen what Trump said?
Yeah, but listen, regardless of that, Ron, in my view, tries to do what he says, right? He tries to do what he says. No politician is really ever going to completely do what they say. But he has told Florida. He has told Florida that he will serve his full term, right? So does that mean he doesn't run for president?
So what's the term of a governor? When's the next election?
I think it's
2 years.
I think it's 4 years for governor. I'm not terribly sure, but if he were to run for election for president in 2024, campaigning has to start now.
Yeah, right. So here's an update from Nevada. Okay, the gap's getting bigger.
Right.
So Adam Laxalt, Republican.
Yep.
Okay. 49.4%.
Okay.
Catherine Cortez Masto, 47.7%.
So the Republican is indeed widening the gap in Nevada.
78% counted.
This one is getting there, isn't it?
This one could go. This one, if he gets 50, if it's looking at the moment as if Adams got it, but it's critical. It's critical that if the Republicans want any chance of having the Senate, they need to get Nevada and they need to get Georgia.
Yeah. No,
Georgia has not updated yet, so we're still Raphael Warnock,
Georgia's
Democrat.
going to a runoff. Georgia's going to a runoff.
Raphael Warnock, Democrat, 49.2.
Yeah.
Herschel Walker, Republican, 48.7. 96% counted.
Should we have a look at the New York Times' front page? It says, GOP gains edge, but its expectations dim. Okay, but gaining the edge is indeed gaining the edge, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed it is.
Because, once again, regardless of whether they win or tie in the Senate, and they could lose, but if they win or they tie, with their gains in the House, it's going to make Joe Biden's ability to govern virtually impossible. The only way this man is going to be able to get things he wants through is by executive order, is by decree. And remember, the Democrats are the people that said that Trump was essentially a dictator for the amount of executive and presidential orders that he made. So we know that they are what they eat, but and they definitely don't practice what they preach. So is that what do you think we will see? We will see a lot more direct presidential orders, executive orders.
I have a real big problem with executive orders.
Well, it completely undermines government, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it does away with the whole system. What's the point? Just install a dictator.
Well, this is it.
What's the difference? What's the difference between him and Kim Il-jung if they're both ruling by presidential decree? Mm-hmm. What is the real difference? Nothing.
See, once again,
I have a big beef about executive orders. I don't think they should be allowed, or if they should be allowed, then they should have like maybe a maximum of 5 they can use in the whole term.
So let me take you to this tweet here from Josh Wingrove, and he makes a very good point. He says, with the very important caveat from Ralston below, Republican Adam Laxalt has pulled ahead, as we know, in his bid to flip the Nevada Senate seat. And this is the caveat. Question is whether he'll have enough of a lead to withstand the presumed Dem advantage on the mail ballots. So we're going to get the 4 a.m. mail ballot dump, aren't we?
Well, we'll see what happens. But...
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this guy's obviously trying to keep things going, you know. But let's see what happens. I mean, the thing is, you've now got 78% of expected votes counted.
Yes, but the margins...
So the mail ballot's not huge.
No, but it's the margins that are important, right? It's the margins that are important. If he can pull ahead further, then it may make whatever happens in the mail ballots null and void. But there could be tens of thousands of Democrat leading votes in the mail-in ballots. So it needs to pull ahead.
Well, I don't know how many people vote in Nevada. Nevada's not a big state, right? So I don't know how many people live in it. I mean, it's big physically, but it's not a populous state.
Right.
So, I mean, their votes are low. I mean, they're 400,006 for Adam and 392,000 for Catherine, right? So it's not a big state. So how big is the mail-ins, you know?
Yeah. No,
you just don't know. I mean, I don't. There's certain areas of the states I don't know anything about, but I know Nevada doesn't have a lot of people.
Mm.
And the thing is, if you've already counted 78% of the vote, there's not going to be a lot of swing to come.
Perhaps.
I don't think. But so we'll see what happens. I mean, this guy's obviously a political commentator, so he's probably got an edge on me. But you know, we'll see what happens.
I would just like to implore anybody watching right now, if you're not subscribed already, then perhaps we could earn that subscription now. We could earn that subscription today, and we are 5 off the 500 mark. So if you can push us over that, we would very much appreciate it, wouldn't we, John?
We sure would.
Okay, we've got a prediction here for the governor of Kansas. So,
what do you mean a prediction?
Well, a projection, should we say? We've got a projection for the governor of Kansas. It'd be a Democrat by the name of Laura Kelly, re-elected.
Kansas,
baby.
Kansas.
So it is projected.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Yeah, she's got 49.2% just now.
Yep.
And Derek Schmidt, Republican, has 47.6%, with 93% of votes counted.
And Adam's absolutely right there. Go and join the Bleeding Discord. If you would like, there is the link in the chat. If you are watching on Rumble, we apologise.
So Militant Mushroom says Trump's not the only one, or I'm assuming he's saying Trump isn't the only one questioning DeSantis. So elucidate. Give me some more. Give me something to work on. What are you questioning about DeSantis?
Well, I can guarantee you every single Democrat is questioning DeSantis because they're bloody scared of him.
Okay, but what's Militant Mushroom questioning DeSantis about? I want to know.
Well,
so give me something. Give me some. Feed me, baby. Feed me.
Feed the John. Just, he needs some breakfast.
I need information. Feed me information. I don't do breakfast. Breakfast is for wimps.
I don't do breakfast either, unless we're on a weird road trip and we see McDonald's and it's a McDonald's. That is my guilty pleasure. Yeah, a McDonald's hash brown is my guilty pleasure.
A McDonald's, what's it called? McMuffin. Yeah. Don't do breakfast.
Richard Neal.
Breakfast is for wimps.
Richard Neal, Democrat,
Pickles.
has won the race for the House seat in Massachusetts' 1st District. That is, Richard Neal, Democrat, has won the race for the House seat in Massachusetts. So that's another...
yeah, we knew that.
But that's
Did we not?
No, that's Politico tweeting that now.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
It's a House seat.
Yeah.
Just accept it and let's move on with the conversation.
Yeah, right. So they're tweeting that now.
Yes.
Right? So he's got 59.1% of the vote, and he's had it almost since the thing's bloody started. So yeah it kind of that's been blue since I come on at 6 o'clock.
I mean,
this is what I'm saying. That this fucking website that you're tweeting is like so far behind. It's like unbelievable.
Well, just
right. What do you want to know about?
I don't know. I don't know now, John.
The ones that were really, I'm telling you, the only ones we're interested in, Ben,
Nevada and Georgia.
Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia.
Yeah.
And Wisconsin probably isn't really of any import because no, I think Ron Johnson's going to do it, but it's probably worth keeping an eye on it because that's the one with Mandela.
I was going to say I have a question here, and if I offend anybody, I do apologise. But what is in Wisconsin?
Cheese. Is that not the cheese state?
Is there anything in Wisconsin?
Hold on. I think Wisconsin's a cheese state.
Other than that, though, isn't it like a really, really boring place to be?
What do you need?
I mean, I don't want to get morbidly obese again, John, so being in a cheese state is probably not a good thing for me.
You won't get morbidly obese eating cheese. There's nothing wrong with cheese. It's full of fat. You won't get morbidly obese eating cheese. You'll get morbidly obese eating bloody sugar. Right, anyway, let me just check. I'm on the Cheese University.
Oh my god.
The Cheese State Field Guide. Where is the Cheese State?
What even is the Cheese University? Jesus Christ. Oh,
Cheese making fundamentals from cow to cave. Cheese State University.
Adam's...
Cheese State University.
Exactly.
Cheese.
Adam says, cheese. John chomps on blocks of cheese. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Do.
He does.
I do. Nothing wrong with a good bit of cheese.
I can concur.
I like cheese. What is the cheese state? I put in the cheese state and I'm not getting what... Where is the cheese state? I'm sure it's Wisconsin. I might be wrong. Wisconsin Dairy State Cheese Store. No. Cheese consumption. Fucking hell. Just tell me what the cheese state is. Is it Wisconsin? Yes. Wisconsin is the cheese state. I was right again.
Hi, Americans.
Cheese facts and stats from Wisconsin.
This is how we find out about your country. We look on the internet and we swear.
Cheese, Wisconsin, cheese facts. Monthly cheese production snapshot for Wisconsin.
Natasha simply says she's chimed in here with a statement. She says, "I like cheese."
Yeah, I like cheese. We love cheese.
Adam says cheese is the state's history, its pride, its self-deprecating, sometimes goofy cheesehead approach to life. But other than
cheeseheads.
Yeah, but come on, yeah, because they wear them fucking cheese hats, don't they?
Yeah, cheeseheads.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, so what's not to love about Wisconsin apart from the cold and bitterly cold winters? Yeah, the bitterly cold winters.
I was going to say everything else other than the cheese, surely. I mean, what else is...
You got to balance it, you know, you've got cheese.
Oh, dear.
God.
Yale.
I mean, if you're going to say what's in certain American state, other than, you know, their one thing, it could be anything. I mean, let's face it, most of America's empty, despite the amount of people streaming over the southern border. Most of America is freaking empty.
Yeah. Now, I would like to give you some information regarding the stock market and Disney. Thanks to Governor Ron's win, Disney shares are slipping.
Tanking, are they?
That's
Good.
because obviously the Reedy Creek Act, which gives Disney all its tax breaks, is definitely under fire. And with Governor Ron still in play, it's still under fire.
Indeed it is.
Indeed it is.
Right. Let's see if we've any updates in Nevada. No updates yet. Oh, yes, slight update. So Adam likes it. Republican, 49.9%.
Oh, still pulling ahead.
Catherine Cortez Masto, 47.2%. No increase there, but a slight increase for Adam.
Yep.
80% of the votes now counted. That's an extra 2% up. Okay. Arizona, Mark Kelly, Democrat, 52.4%. Blake Masters, Republican, 45.5%. Only 66% of votes counted so far.
Okay, so there's just nothing to call there at that point.
No, nothing. There's no... Let me see. Yeah, there's no change in the governor vote status yet.
Our third member, Adam, is in the chat asking one of our viewers to send him cheesecake.
Cheesecake?
He wants cheese.
I could have sent you cheesecake.
Natasha, she says, look, I like cheese, love cheesecake, but I'm a food snob and only really want my homemade one. So Adam's like, oh, come on, girl, make me some, send them my way.
The problem with cheesecake is if you make it with sugar, there's so much bloody sugar in it.
I like sugar.
Yeah, I know you do, and it's not doing you any good whatsoever.
Well, I don't like sugary foods. No, don't.
Well. Oh, fucking hell, what have I done?
I'm running on 90 minutes sleep, and I'm still going. I'm probably going to have to go and make another coffee in a minute.
How did you only get 90 minutes?
Were
you playing Fortnite?
Well, kind of.
Idiot.
Well, it was Adam's fault.
Why didn't you go to bed?
Because we kept winning, John. So, we kept winning.
So, yeah, this is quite concerning because this seems to be like addictive behaviour.
It was Adam.
Well, it was kind of stupid.
I was not playing Fortnite until 4 a.m. I jumped off when Adam did. It was just after midnight. Then I went to bed, and then my spine had other ideas and said, "Nope, you're not sleeping, you fat bastard."
That's because you were sitting playing Fortnite for fucking ages. If you'd been lying down for a couple of hours and de-stressing, you probably went to sleep fine.
I was lying down whilst playing Fortnite.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Fuck off. You were lying on the couch. You were not fucking lying down.
Right, Adam says it's addiction. I tried to talk him down. If by tried to talk him down, he actually meant, Ben, do you want to play Fortnite? Then yeah. I mean, you saw it yourself, John. He put it in our group chat. He said, I'm playing Fortnite. Anyone want to play?
I didn't see it.
I
was sleeping.
He said it last night, just after we finished our interview with Mark.
Yeah, I went to bed. Because I knew I was getting up early.
I didn't.
Yeah, because I'm fucking sensible. You're a twat. Right. Come on.
Do you know what this? Right.
These results. This is a bit that I don't like. It takes that long to get to the end.
Mm.
That's what she said. Right.
I was gonna say, do you know what this lovely man over here did? Right.
Who?
You. Yeah, I'm talking to them about you and your very considerate, lovely behaviour, right? He knew that the stream was starting at 5. He said to me, "You go and get it all set up, sorted, and send out the interview, and I'll get up and meet you at 6."
Mm-hmm. But hold on a minute.
Here we go.
Hold on a minute, Bob.
Here we go.
Right? So, who edited the segment together, rendered it, and then put it back up in the drive so you could download it and put it up?
You did that.
Yes. Right. So remember that.
Okay. I did call you a lovely, considerate man.
Yeah.
I didn't call you a ball bag. You just called me one.
Call it as I see it, mate.
I thought we reserved that for people in our Discord.
It's a kind of universal term of endearment in Scotland.
Yeah. Militant Mushroom asks, I'm assuming we're going back to Wisconsin here, saying, are they not a corn-growing state?
Corn in Wisconsin? I don't know.
I got myself some Wisconsin corn.
It's quite far north. It's near Canada.
So what you're telling me is I'm doing the completely wrong accent.
Yeah, I don't think they talk like that.
Is it more like, hello, it's me?
Yeah, is it not like Fargo and all that? Is that not in Wisconsin? Where is Fargo? Fargo.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at a comment in our chat. Apparently, Just Stop Oil are out again this morning, and an LBC presenter was arrested yesterday.
No. I don't think it was.
I thought it was an independent journalist that was arrested.
Yes, it was.
And then he went
wasn't
on.
An LBC presenter.
I was going to say, it was an independent... Well, I say independent journalist. It seems to be Just Stop Oil's personal cameraman. But he was...
Fargo's Minnesota.
He was arrested for the second time?
Yeah, that's not an independent journalist. If he's up there with them, that's an activist.
Yeah, I would... Well... Yeah, okay.
Hold on a minute, right? Careful. If you're a journalist, right, and you want to interview someone,
yeah,
okay, you can't go and commit the same crime that they're doing in order to interview them and still call yourself a journalist, because you are then an activist, because you're doing exactly the same thing as they are.
Yeah.
Whether your motives are the same or not, it doesn't matter. You've still done the crime.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I've just been informed by our tech guy Adam that Twitch has decided to tell people, despite the fact that I actually changed it, that we are still playing Fortnite right now.
Yeah. Well, Twitch is a fucking bunch of arseholes.
Yeah, it's a hard platform to get on with. It is a hard platform to get on with. I wonder how we're doing, if we're doing anything over on Rumble. So I'm going to go and check over there.
Sean's got an interview today.
For what?
TikTok moderator.
You gotta be shitting me.
No.
You telling me that your son could give us an artificial boost?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying he's got an interview.
Okay.
21 grand a year.
That's actually not great. That's
not bad. It's not bad when you're 25 and live with your parent.
Yeah, okay. Did you know that 96 people have clicked into this stream on Rumble?
No, I did not know that.
Well, you do now.
Yeah.
You do now. Nick, oh, someone is actually commenting here on Rumble. There's 12 people watching. I didn't even realise. Hello, Rumble.
Right.
But Nikki Roach says they're all cheeseheads. So I'm assuming we're talking about Wisconsin.
Yeah, you're right. They are cheeseheads.
They are cheeseheads. And if you're not subscribed over there on Rumble, hit that subscribe button. We would really love to have you with us. We stream here every day, every weekday.
Why can't we get... Maybe we should take Twitch off the restream and put Rumble on instead.
Can't put Rumble on restream.
Yeah, well, that's why not?
Because they don't support it.
Why not?
Because they don't support it.
Yeah, why not? Why do you not support it, Rumble? You're missing a trick.
No, it's not Rumble that don't support restream. It's restream that don't support Rumble.
Why not?
Because they don't. Hold on. Yeah, it's Twitch is just something we can't really get on with. Anyhow, what are we looking at here? Republican candidates who have rejected the results of the 2020... Oh no, that feed's just updated. I was reading here. Republican candidates who have rejected the results of the 2020 presidential elections are running in dozens of competitive midterm races. See how they are faring. I don't really care. Washington...
Oh, hold on a minute. How did no one ever bring out the fact that Hillary Clinton rejected the result of the 2016 presidential election?
Of course, she's on camera rejecting the result of the 2016. He's an illegitimate president. She's president.
She's in her short rejecting it.
They stole it from me. They did. They stole it. They really stole it. Absolutely stole it. Honest, definitely. And then they go, well, Trump's rejected the election result, therefore democracy is dead.
Right, so Belladonna says it was Charlotte, the reporter. So where was Charlotte when she got arrested?
Yeah, that would be very interesting. I'd be very interested to know. Should I see if I can quickly look it up?
Yeah, see if you can find that.
I will.
Adam, he's doing nothing else.
Yeah.
Apart from asking stupid questions.
You got any more news stories from around the world for us, John? While we wait in on these results.
Let me have a look. Give me a second. Oh dear.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. I've got an article from LBC. So she shouldn't be arrested for doing her job. Minister blasts cops who nicked LBC reporter covering Just Stop Oil. A minister has hit out at police for arresting LBC reporter Charlotte Lynch as she covered Just Stop Oil protests yesterday. Charlotte was arrested on the side of the M25 on Tuesday and held for 5 hours.
There you go. There you go. She committed a crime.
Well, no, she was on the side of the road. I don't think
that's a crime. It's a fucking motorway. No pedestrians.
Education Secretary Gillian Keegan told LBC's Nick Ferrari at breakfast journalists shouldn't get arrested for doing their job. She added, we are defenders
journalists shouldn't
of
be
free
standing on
speech.
motorways.
Is it a free speech issue then? She added, we are defenders of free speech.
It's not a free speech issue. She's standing on a motorway. That's against the law.
Yeah.
She committed a crime.
Apparently she's the one who gets the tip-offs, and by tip-offs, probably Roger Hallam calling her and going, Charlotte, if you don't want to end up on that kitchen table, you better follow us round. Oh, he's a Fruit Loop, isn't he, Roger Hallam? He is an absolute nut bar.
But you know what? It pisses me off, these people, because she didn't get arrested for nothing, and she didn't get arrested for doing her job. She got arrested for standing on a motorway. And that's the problem. You cannot stand on a motorway.
So Shami Chakrabarti, a Labour peer activist and Shadow Attorney General, said that there are balances to be struck between the right to protest and public order, but everybody has a right to fair reporting. Well, if everybody had a right to fair reporting, then people would have stuck up. MPs would have stuck up for me.
Yeah, exactly. So he's talking shite.
Yeah. All listeners will understand that the police do a difficult job. There are balances to be struck on a daily basis between the right to protest on one hand and road safety, public order on the other hand. But this is a different question because everybody has a right to fair reporting. So I can imagine that she's now going to, Miss Chakrabarti is now going to petition YouTube, Twitter, and all of these companies for people like me to be able to have our voices back.
No, she won't.
Of course
Why
she won't. Of course she won't.
Oh, God.
And that means the public don't get the opportunity to judge for themselves whether the police have policed a particular demonstration well or badly, or indeed whether the protesters behaved well or badly. So it's like, if the police are now going to start arresting journalists for conspiracy to commit a public nuisance, in other words, for knowing that the demonstration is about to take place, then they are effectively shutting down the free press, the free media. Actually, I do not know. I don't Belladonna anymore because I didn't want to be part of the system, so to speak. I was NUJ. I'm not anymore. So I'm going to push back here because, in fact, if you get a tip off from Just Stop Oil that they're going to go commit a crime, and you don't immediately call in and say, "I've just got a tip off that someone's going to commit a crime," rather than going with your camera to film that crime, then I think you are committing conspiracy to commit a crime.
Yeah, you're an activist.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So, as a normal person, a normal member of the public, right? If you know someone's about to commit a crime, right? You get two choices: either dob them in, right, or you go and film them doing it. No. There's a third choice. You don't do anything. But so
I'm going to make this point
if you go
again.
and film them do it, right, and then put it up for clicks and giggles, right, you're as guilty as they are.
I'm going to make this point again regarding Just Stop Oil and their Twitter account, right? Because this is really getting to me, and I've made this point repeatedly. But every single day, multiple times a day, they are tweeting out asking for people to sign up to commit crimes. They say, sign up at this link to take part in arrestable direct action. In other words, criminal behavior. And Twitter are leaving their account up. What's that all about?
Well, I don't think they're doing anything just now until after the midterms.
Yeah, but you would really think that they would enforce. But if they enforce impersonation,
well,
they should.
Hold on. How many people did he fire?
Yeah.
So who's going to enforce it?
Okay, you've got a good point there, but they've been doing this for God knows how long.
Yeah, okay, but for God knows how long doesn't mean Elon Musk was in charge, right? Because prior to that, it was a very left-leaning organisation.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And therefore, that kind of direct arrestable action would be quite in their playbook, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it's still a crime, right? They're still calling for criminal activity. Is
it a crime if a Democrat does it? Is it?
It's Just Stop Oil a Democrat. I mean, they definitely probably align with the Democratic way of thinking. One would say that, but still, I have this real issue with these people being able to literally call for crime and just being left alone.
Yeah.
Bella says that's how you know they're controlled opposition. And do you know what? I see no fault with that statement.
None at all?
No, I see no fault with that statement. They are getting very, very special treatment. Natasha says lorry crash being blamed on Just Stop Oil on the Telegraph.
Well, hold on. What happened to the lorry?
Well, I will have to have a look.
Let's have a look.
Let me go and find out. Just Stop Oil lorry crash. Okay.
Looks like Georgia's definitely going to stay Democrat. They're at 49.2% for Raphael, with 96% voted, and 48.7% for Herschel.
So this from the Evening Standard, it's not going to line up right, so I'll just read it. Just Stop Oil, police officers, go away.
2 years old.
Okay, this is a video from Just Stop Oil. So should we have a listen?
George.
And this summer, I graduated studying mechanical engineering to cause disruption and demand an end to our government's fossil fuel licensing. It's a piece of cake.
That's George from Just Stop Oil. He is up on the gantries once again. So the headline being here: lorries crash, police officer injured on the M25 as climate activists take to gantries for third day. A police officer has been injured in a crash involving 2 lorries on the M25 as Just Stop Oil protesters climbed gantries above the road for a third day. Essex police said an officer was struck after dealing with a protester on the motorway between junction 26 and 27 on Wednesday morning.
I need to go to the bog.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. A rolling roadblock was put in place, and as a result, there was a crash between 2 lorries and a police motorbike. 2 protesters have been arrested. Our roads policing officers are dedicated specialist officers who come to work to serve the public and keep you safe on our roads, said Chief Superintendent Simon Anslow. They do this tirelessly, day in, day out. This morning, one of these fantastic officers has been injured whilst carrying out this work. My thoughts are with them and their family. The following junctions... Oh, that does look like one heck of a crash, doesn't it? Look at that. The following junctions were closed as of 9 a.m. Junction 1A blocked anti-clockwise approaching Dartford Tunnel. Junction 9 blocked anti-clockwise. Junction 14 blocked both ways. Junction 30 closed both ways. Junction 22 London Colney blocked anti-clockwise. Kent Police said there is a disruption anti-clockwise at the Dartford crossing and drivers are asked to take alternative routes. Now, once again, regardless of who you are, who you're reporting for, if you get notification, prior notification of who's going to be doing this where, then you need to say something, because quite frankly, this has gone beyond protest. This isn't protest. Mr. Jungle Griffin says, it's too late now. This mad cult has too much of a grip. We're just going to have to ride out the inevitable crash. They're a cult. They are a cult. That is the only way to describe them. I mean, Roger Hallam, their cult leader, is nuts. He's absolutely insane. Let me see if I can find a clip from Roger Hallam for you. Because what he's saying is going to happen if the climate emergency that they so-called predict happens is just nuts. Let's have a look. Let's see. I know Roger Hallam's been arrested. Give me a minute. I will find a clip of Roger Hallam. Okay. This is what you need to hear. This is what Roger Hallam, the leader of Just Stop Oil, says is going to happen. Here we go.
Poke out your eyes. And
nope.
The other thing about social collapse is the complete loss of material security, or law and order, as you might say. So what will happen is episodes where someone, a gang of young men, come into your house, they take your girlfriend, they take your mother, they put her onto the table, and they gang rape her in front of you. And then after that, they take a hot stick and they poke out your eyes and they blind you. That's the reality of the annihilation project that you face.
That's what's going to happen to you and your family, according to Roger Hallam, if we don't just stop oil or do anything about this climate protest. This man is nuts. He's nuts. This man is insane. But let's talk about controlled opposition for a minute, because maybe this is all by design. Bella says, isn't Hallam linked to the Cabinet Office? Perhaps he is, perhaps he isn't. I couldn't inform you. But maybe this is all by design, because if they can get you believing this, then they can discredit you. And this is... The man needs help. He needs psychiatric... If he genuinely believes what he's said here, he needs psychiatric help. We're talking about Roger Hallam.
Yeah, he's talking about the kind of peak oil scenario that was outlined way back in the late 80s, early 90s, when peak oil was supposed to hit in the year 2000. Society was going to destroy itself because there wouldn't be any fuel, and we'd all end up, you know, in a kind of feudal system where people are just fighting each other willy-nilly, and, you know, it could still happen.
I'm not sure. I mean, the way he illustrates it and outlines it, he's like, and then they will take a stick or a hot poker. And
Yeah.
They'll poke out your eyes.
Yeah, he's just been a dork.
I mean, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Right, John, it's my turn to take a little break. So I'm leaving you to talk about whatever you would like.
What would you want to talk about, people? Let's have a look. Let's check in on the status of things. So, Nevada. Nothing updated yet. Still at 80% of the vote. Arizona has 67% of the vote counted. Mark Kelly on 52.1, Democrat. Blake Masters, Republican, on 45.7. So some way to go there for them to look at gaining that in the Senate. Georgia, 96%. I think that might go to a runoff. We'll see what happens. It's no change at the moment with the incumbent Democrat in the lead. Wisconsin, we have 94% of the votes counted. We have Ron Johnson, Republican, at 50.5%. And Mandela Barnes at 49.3%. So we're not far away from a call there, and it's looking like it could be Republican. So there we go. Don't know why Alaska isn't called as Republican. Well, I suppose they don't know who's going to be the person, but it's definitely going to be Republican. Right, let's have a look at the governorship and see if anything's updated there. Arizona, still 66% of the votes, so no change. Carrie Lake has actually closed in a bit more. So Carrie Lake is now within 37,000 votes of Katie Hobbs. Carrie Lake being the Republican candidate. Nevada, looking like Republican Joe Lombardo might take the state off of Steve Sisolak, the Democrat incumbent. And Nevada has an interesting thing on its ticket because it has three candidates for governor. It has Joe Lombardo, it has Steve Sisolak, and it has none of these candidates, which has actually gained 1.4% of the vote, or 11,000 votes. Quite interesting. Probably of no consequence, but quite interesting. The House. No real update there. So just to give you an overview at the moment, as it stands at the moment, then we have the Democrats in the Senate with 48 confirmed seats. There are 100 seats in the Senate. So the Democrats have 48 of them confirmed. The Republicans have 47 of them confirmed. Let's call that 48 if we count Alaska. Yeah. So there are 4 seats that are going to make all the difference in the Senate. In the House, you need 218 seats out of 435 for a majority. currently the Democrats have 173 seats, Republicans have 198. It's likely that the Republicans will take control of the House. There has only been one state swung so far, and that was Pennsylvania, that went from Republican to Democrat. And that's kind of where we are at the moment. So there we go. Oh, right. What's the chat saying? Ron DeSantis was re-elected. Yep. Let me see. Let me see what his vote came out at. So Governor Ron was voted in with 4,598,000 votes. Nearly 60% of the vote went for Governor Ron. Charlie Crist, the Democrat challenger, had 3 million votes, which was 40%. And Carmen Gimene, was another candidate, and she got 0.4% of the vote. Strangely enough, the amount of CO2 that's in the atmosphere. Anyway, moving on. No rules, but no rules. Nothing wrong with anarchists. I'm just reading the chat, see what's going on. George Soros, the man who broke the Bank of England. Yeah, it concerns me about the way the police, well, it should concern everyone about the way the police act these days, because you're right. Sometimes they crack down on people who are apparently doing very little, and yet they stand back and don't crack down on people who are causing major disruptions, even to the point of danger. For instance, the Just Stop Oil and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, who decides what's appropriate policing, and where are those orders coming from? It's a good question.
It is a good question. I don't know if you've answered, Natasha, but yes, Ron DeSantis has been...
I've already answered that.
Re-elected.
I've gone through the whole update. So there's nothing new at the moment. Oh.
So there's nothing new going on at the moment. I am going to put a lid on this at 11 a.m. because I have an engagement at midday, as you know, John.
Mm-hmm.
And I must make myself prepared and fresh and the likes. Obviously, there will be no Chasing Dissent live at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Unless you want to come back for an update at 2, I'm quite happy to, John.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. There might be an update come in before that.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. So we will put a pin in possibly coming back for Chasing Dissent live at 2. My gimbal has died, so it's not holding my phone steady anymore. I shall put that on charge.
Can you not just lock it, no?
Yeah, my gimbal holding my phone in front of my fan.
What?
You can't lock it, no.
All right, okay.
Right, but I have to charge it. It's all good. It's on charge now. So Trump is still trending with over 1 million tweets. Belladonna says, "Can we play Fortnite with you?" Well, if
yes. If you start donating to us, you will be able to play Fortnite with us. What?
If you're on the Discord, then I'm sure John can sort that out with you and the likes.
If you have donated to us and wish to play Fortnite with us, hit us up on the Discord server.
Tell us what your Fortnite handle is, and we will add you.
And we'll get that sorted.
And I tell you what, not bragging or anything, but This team is a pretty formidable.
So Adam says, guess who said this? If they win, I should get all the credit. If they lose, I should not be blamed at all.
Trump!
Yeah, or I was going to say Ben when playing Fortnite.
No, it's Trump! Natasha asks, do you think Trump is too tainted to be re-elected?
Oh, well, hold on a minute. May I refer you, well, you weren't here probably, but around, what was it, about 6:15, I started going on about Trump, didn't I?
You
and
did.
I said that I didn't think he was a savior anymore. I think he's too polarizing. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Because there's no, if you're a swing voter or a Democrat voter, there's no way you're going to vote for Trump. There's just no way you're going to do it.
The only way you vote for Trump is if you've got no other option and Joe Biden's so bad if you're one of these voters, or you just don't vote.
Yeah, well, I disagree with you, and I think what you said there is they just wouldn't vote. They wouldn't vote for Trump. These people are so entrenched in that philosophy. There's no way they're going to vote for Trump.
Okay.
Trump is too tainted. He is. I mean, the whole, and I hate to bang on about it again, but this whole QAnon shit that started up when he was in. And let's face it, it is shit. It's a load of crap because nothing they've said ever came to pass. Nobody's ever been arrested by secret military tribunals and all this crap.
LARP.
Yeah, it is. I mean, these guys are. It's a load of shite. So pay no attention to it. And the thing is, Trump kind of went along with it, you know. And the whole thing is tainted. It's tainted from my point of view, and I wouldn't consider myself a fucking Democrat.
Trust the plan, as Natasha says.
Bullshit. Yeah. Bullshit.
It was literally some dude. It's still free, Bella. It's still free to play, but Q was literally some random dude. Well, actually, probably a series of random dudes using an account on a message board, and people bought into that. Like, I get it, because you want something to believe in, right? People want something to believe in. And but
holy fuck.
What's that?
I'm looking at Idaho, right?
Right.
And the neighboring state, which is beside North Dakota. What the hell is that? Oh, way up there. It's above you. Oh, Christ, I don't know. But anyway, I'm looking at Idaho. And Idaho's got such a weird border because most of the states are kind of straight lines, right? But Idaho's got this shaped border with a state to its right. Okay. And it's like the profile of Joe Biden. Hold on, let me take a snapshot of it and see if I can show it to you.
So I'm actually looking at our thumbnail over on Rumble, and it's a nice side profile of Joe Biden there. So right. I'm guessing
I've got a picture. Right, hold on a minute. It is cross-platform Belladonna.
It is, yep.
You can play. I mean, Jamie was playing with us the other night, and he had a Switch.
And yep. Well, last night I was playing on the PlayStation in the living room, whilst Adam was playing on the computer, and Jamie joined us on the Switch.
Well, there you go. See, and
yeah.
Right, hold on. Right, you'll see what I mean in a second. Hopefully, when I share this. Can I share this?
You can try. We'll see. We'll see if it fills the screen all right.
I'm going to have to share it as a third wheel. Is that okay?
Okay.
Where am I? Bear with me. Right. Share screen.
Oh, you might not be able to because I'm sharing my sound.
Oh, you're sharing your screen.
And if I stop my sound share, it doesn't work if I share it again, so you will lose the sound. So it's entirely up to you.
Forget it then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll send you the. Do you want me to send you the picture?
Yeah, send me the picture and then I can put it up on screen. Do that. We can do that. We have the technology. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We just don't want to spend a lot of money. I wish we had a lot of money to spend, but you know, it is what it is. would you please consider, those of you I can see you over there watching on Rumble, would you please consider hitting that subscribe button if you haven't done already, and the same over on YouTube. If you are not subscribed to the channel, then please let this be the day that we have earned your subscription. We are now into the 5th hour. We're into the 5th hour of this stream. Obviously, for the first hour or so, we weren't live, but we will be putting a lid on it at 6 hours at 11 AM. And I hope that that is enough for you to have maybe enjoyed some of the time with us. We're now at 140 hits on Rumble. Oh, thank you, Rumble. Honestly, thank you. And please hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We would really appreciate it. That's you know, for a small little thing like what we do, that's really humbling actually for that platform. So thank you.
Can you go to the slide deck for 7-Eleven and slide number 2, because that's the only way I can get it to you from Mac, because I'm not logged in.
I can, if you give me a second. I can do that. So if I go to...
It's a dead ringer for Joe Biden. Or tell me I'm wrong.
I will tell you whether or not you're wrong in a minute. So we go to review week 7-Eleven.
Yep.
7-Eleven. Slide to...
Am I right? Or am I right? I think I might be right, people.
He's sniffing Idaho.
He is, isn't he? It's Joe Biden. The things you see when you don't have a gun.
The things you see when you've been streaming for hours on end and you've been losing you're losing your mind. There it is. Joe Bidaho, we'll call it. Joe Bidaho.
Yeah. That's incredible.
That is incredible. So Adam says that looks more like Trump's nose, though. Had to go and ruin it, didn't you, Adam?
Look at Joe Biden. He's got a really straight nose.
I was going to say, had to go and ruin it, didn't you, Adam?
No, Adam's just been a dick, like he normally is in the morning.
Yeah, well, you know, hasn't had his coffee.
Yeah.
Hasn't had his coffee. So where are we? I'm back to the news. Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene easily fended off her Democratic challenger. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. You're right. Don't start reading all this shit out again, because it's just right. Update from Arizona.
Okay.
So we're now up to 67% of expected votes counted.
Yep.
Right. Katie Hobbs, Democrat, 51%. Carrie Lake, Republican, 49%.
Oh, she's closing in.
She is closing in. We're now down to 34,000 votes of a difference.
According...
So there's loads to play for here.
According to Militant Mushroom, Q's back.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, Q. What a load of shite. Q's just a nonsense. It really is.
It's a LARP. It's a live action role play. That's all it is. You know the amount of people that have said to me, "Oh, you're QAnon." No. Even I recognise that's it's a load of crap. But
so Adam says, did you see that Dr. Oz was defeated in Pennsylvania? Really, Adam? Do you think we've been fucking sitting here with our fingers up our ass for the last 4 hours?
He wasn't here when we did all of that, when we did the Fetterman stuff, to be fair. Right. We have to give... I said to Adam, will you be with me at 5 o'clock in the morning? And he was like, if you want me... No, what he said to me was, if you want me to be. So I was like, I don't want to be on my own. Did he appear?
No. At least I was honest. I said I wouldn't be here till 6. Was I here at 6? In fact, I think you'll find I was here just before 6.
10 to 6.
There you go.
10 to 6.
So I under-promised and over-delivered. That's the way to do it, people.
And I sat here and, well, I actually, I set off the interview with Mark Changizi.
And went back to bed.
And went to the couch.
Yeah.
I went to the couch and chilled out and made coffee and all of that. And that's why I was just gone for a few more extra minutes, because I made another coffee. Because you need coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. You do.
Belladonna says, white hat's my arse. I am on my 4th jug of coffee this morning. Yeah, but
you're right.
You are right. You are right. I mean, it's all a bunch of BS. It's hopium, isn't it? It's another...
Yeah, of course it is.
And do you know what? The person that posts all this shit and calls themselves Q, I guarantee you, this is exactly what they're doing. Hold on. Hold on. They're gonna believe this shit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then they're going, Mom, can I get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty much all of it is. But it's just proof, isn't it? It's proof perfect that all people want is something to believe in. Right?
Yeah,
they want to belong to something. They want to be a part of something. They want to be ruled by something.
And if you want to be part of something, be part of Chasing Dissent.
By going to either chasingdissent.com and signing up to our mailing list, joining the Discord, which Adam, in the chat, please. And also, if you want to give support to the YouTube channel here, to John's channel, then you can do so at patreon.com/chasing dissent or on Ko-fi at ko-fi.com/chasing dissent. If you put it out on Ko-fi, if you do it on Ko-fi during the show, pops up at that blue bar down there and tells people that you have given a donation for enjoying what we do. And
if you type a message in, I'll read it out.
It will read it out live on air.
Yeah. I'd like to apologise to Belladonna for not being here at 11, like we said we were going to be.
We did reschedule it.
But we did reschedule it, but we rescheduled it on what we thought was good advice.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, because I think it would have done much better if we'd gone later in the night, but...
Because we were told by an American that there wouldn't really be anything to report until like the early hours or the wee small hours, i.e. like 3-4 o'clock before things started to really hot up. And yet that's not proven to be the case, because we've seen that really from midnight their time everything started kicking off, didn't it?
It did.
Well, not even midnight their time, even before that.
Well, probably about I would say midnight 1 a.m. our time. Things started to heat up and kick off.
Yeah.
And obviously that was a mistake that we made, and not one we will make in 2 years' time for the presidential elections. What I will do is I will simply attach an IV drip of coffee to me in my wheelchair.
It'll be different because we'll be there.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's true.
But I will still, even if we are there, right? I'll be older, I'll be more tired, and I will still have to inject IV coffee into my veins just to keep me up to 1 o'clock a.m. their time. No, we didn't reschedule it 5 minutes before. We rescheduled it a few hours before, actually, didn't we, John?
Oh yeah, it was like we did mark, and so it was about 8:30 when we rescheduled at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a couple of hours before we were due to go.
Yeah, it was that we hit the reschedule on the interwebs. Trump issued primary endorsements to 37 candidates now running in general elections, rated as competitive. So once again, Axios are asking us to take a look at their website and see how Trump endorsed candidates are doing. Probably not so great by the looks of things.
Well, Carrie Lake's one of them. She's starting to pull it back.
She is starting to pull it back, but she is still behind.
Yeah, she is at the moment. But there's still a lot of votes to count in Arizona. Arizona's going to be last again, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's going to be a runoff in Georgia.
There's a lot of people. Well, I don't know. It depends. There's 0.5% of a difference at the moment. I think Georgia's Democrat. I think the Senate's definitely Democrat. Which would give, if they got Georgia and Arizona, that would give them 50. So, and if the Republicans get Alaska, Wisconsin, and Nevada, that would give them 50.
So, from ABC News, with the Senate race in Nevada yet to be called and some counties still counting votes, Democratic incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto tells reporters that she's feeling confident.
Oh, does she know something we don't?
Well, she's banking on those mail-in ballots, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's banking on those mail-in ballots, and it is true that the mail-in ballots seem to always heavily favour the Democrats. I don't get it.
It's funny that.
I don't get it. It's like the Republicans, they just want to show up for in-person voting. They do. They come out in their droves. And
yeah.
It's an interesting phenomenon. Militant Mushroom says one positive from the QLARP is it woke up some to the corruption. Yes, right, okay, I will give you that, but it went too far. It went far too far.
Yeah.
Because it's like Ike, right? It's so fundamentally smeared and maligned in the mainstream that you wouldn't dare have anything to do with it, because anything that you were trying to do would brandish. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't have a conversation with or even interview David Icke. I would, right? I don't see why anybody shouldn't do something like that. But the perception in the mainstream is that if you have David Icke on or near or around anything that you do, they can smear you as this, that, and the other, and the mainstream populace will believe it, and they will. Just even if none of it's true. Look at him. Right. So let's talk about Icke, because some of the newspaper outlets reporting on him being banned from the EU are saying that David Icke said that the corona pandemic was caused by the Jews. I think David Icke's going to sue, because he never said that.
No, I don't. Why would anyone come out with that? That just seems strange, because that's libelous, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is libelous. It's untrue, right? It's untrue, and but the problem is it's out there in a mainstream publication, and people will simply believe it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will. Yeah, because people are stupid. Inherently, people are stupid.
And, you know, what did I say before? I'll say it. The lie makes it halfway around the world before the truth can get out of bed.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they correct it, even if they apologise, even if they say we got it wrong, it'll be slight correction within the article and nobody will see it. But the lie is already out there. It's already told, and it's already fresh in everybody's minds. And despite the fact that that stuff may not be true, people will parrot it till the ends of the earth now.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately the problem with the mainstream media. That's the problem we have here. Is they have the power to smear, they have the power to malign, and I don't know. I don't know how we come back from this, because it is the mainstream media that are driving election results. I mean, the democracy is on the ballot line that I was talking to Mark Changizi about earlier on. That was actually parroted by news reporters. They would sit there on TV. These are meant to be news reporters. They are meant to be neutral. And they were sitting there on their TV channels going, democracy is literally on the ballot, guys. If you don't vote for the Democrats, you're going to lose our democracy. What's going on?
Yeah. When did the news become so one-sided?
Well, it doesn't seem to be news. Does it? It doesn't seem to be news.
It's propaganda now, isn't it? There's no real news anymore. It's just propaganda. I mean, look at all the stuff to do with the proxy war and stuff like that. It's just complete propaganda.
Propaganda is an understatement, my friend. It is.
Yeah.
It's evil.
It is.
It's evil because these people don't want to inform you. They want to program you. They want to tell you how to think, what to think. Who is right, who is wrong. What is right, what is wrong. What is up, what is down, what is real. They don't want to inform you of something that is going on. They want to tell you what they say is going on. That's terrifying. I don't know, I keep using that word. But it is.
Yeah, it's pretty damn poor, mate. Pretty damn poor.
It is, John, it is. I think that it might be time to call a lid. What do you?
Yeah, I think we probably could, because I think it's going to be a while. I think, I think we should pop on this afternoon for an update.
Come back at 2?
Yeah, we could do an update then.
Okay.
I'll do some videos for the channels just now.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's been a long one. We've been in it for the long haul, and we've appreciated every damn one of you. So, if you've enjoyed it, then please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and all that good stuff over on whatever platform you are watching on. John, see us out.
If you're a Gen Z or a millennial, don't be offended.
See us out, John, would you?
So I'd like to thank you one and all for attending this extended stream during Midterm Madness 2022 from Chasing Dissent. Good day. See you later.
That's all we've got time for this evening, so it's good night from me. And it's good night from him. Good night. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Daddy.
Stop playing with my bust!
Good night, everybody.
Good night, children. Good night, Daddy.
You're a what?
A pianist!
Mwah! Good night, everybody.
You have been a delightful audience. Still. Good night. Thank you.
Oh, my bottom hurts. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Tim Bob.
Oh, I did love that hamster so. I took it into bed with me every night, you know.
Good night, everybody.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have to go now. I've been standing here for a very long time. I think the end of the show must have come and gone.
There you go. That's our solar system. You forgot Uranus. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for listening. You've been very nice to work to.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Jim Bob.